for the arrival of the Honorable Senate President and the Senators of the Republic.
Session of the Senate of the First Regular Session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. Will be led in prayer today by no other than our distinguished colleague, Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa.
In the name of the Father, of the Son, and the Holy Spirit, Amen. In today's Gospel, Lord, you are quick to remind us of what In today's Gospel, Lord, you are quick to remind us of what Christian leadership means and of what it demands. Today, you speak to all of us in the halls of the Senate as you spoke to Peter. In truth, I tell you, there is no one who has left house, brothers, sisters, mother, father, children, or land for my sake and for the sake of the gospel, who will not receive 100 times as much houses, brothers, sisters, mothers, children, and land, and persecutions too, now in this present time, and in the world to come, eternal life. Many who are first will be last, and the last first. We thank you, Lord, for this privilege to serve you by serving our people. Keep us in your grace that we may always remember that you have called us to prioritize you and others above ourselves. It is certainly not an easy battle. Sometimes taking up our cross as well as the crosses of those who depend on us feels like a burden too heavy to bear. But we continue to hold on to your love and mercy, trusting that we can do all things because it is you who strengthens us. We pray, Lord, that you continue to bless the work of our hands and purify the desires of our hearts. Bless our work so that they reflect nothing but your goodness. Purify our hearts so that we desire nothing but to glorify you alone. Fill us with your spirit. Embolden us with the courage to lead by putting ourselves last and putting you first. This we ask in your mighty name. Amen. In the name of the Father, of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Before we do the roll call of members, while we're waiting for the minority leader to come down, I'd like to acknowledge the majority leader. I'd just like to quickly acknowledge we have with us a delegation from the Indonesian Senate, led by no other than Dr. Maya Rumantir. She's with us, and Honorable Abdul Hakim is with us as well. Members of the regional representatives, that is our counterparts in Indonesia, and Minister Dodo Sudrajat of the Indonesian Embassy, as well as Minister Councilor Partogi Samusir. We welcome, and her daughter Kiara and her staff, we welcome you to the Senate, our distinguished colleagues in Indonesia. You're very welcome in the Philippine Senate. And thank you for the wonderful song. By the way, she is a wonderful singer, an accomplished singer and former actress. Welcome to the Senate. We suspend session so that we may approach our guests. Secretary, may you please call the roll of members?
Roll call of members. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
Present. With 22 senators present, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, before we proceed with our agenda today, may I be allowed to recognize some guests from the gallery? Governor Edsel Greco Lagman of Albay, guest of Senator J.V. Ejercito. Congressman Olano Dizon of Mandaue, Cebu. Emery Olano Dizon. Mayor Teresa Alegado of Consolacion, Cebu, guest of Senator Alan Cayetano in this representation. Guest of Senator Gatchalian in this representation. Samar Governor Shari Ann Tan. Samar 1st District Representative Stephen James Tan. Samar 2nd District Representative Reynolds Tan. Baras Catanduanes Mayor Jose Pado Teves. Guest of our dear Senate President, Mayor Rogelio Yeke of San Fernando, Bukidnon, together with Mr. Romero Navaja, Engineer Wiman Lubido, Engineer Luis, Attorney Villegas, and Mr. Dumingsil. Guest of Senator Subiri, Vice Governor Fatima Sinsuat of Maguindanao del Norte, Mayor Datu Lester Sinsuat of Maguindanao del Norte. We also have with us, Mr. President, Mayor Marcos Mamay Nunungan of Lanao del Norte. Guest of this representation, Mr. President, former Mayor of Urdaneta City, Pangasinan, Bobom Perez, with his wife, Miss Nida Perez. They're both here. Guest of Senator Go, Mayor Randy Salamat of Alfonso Cavite, Vice Mayor Mojica Pel. Guest of Senator Tolentino, Governor Edwin Jubahib of Davao del Norte is here. Our good friend is here. And of course, Mr. President, our guests from the executives, we have BSP Governor Felipe Medalla, DBM Secretary Mina Pangandamang. We welcome all of them in this August.
Yes, welcome to your Senate, ladies and gentlemen. Maraming salamat sa inyong pagbisita dito.
Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we defer the approval of the Journal of the 75th Session, Monday, May 29, 2023 at a later hour. So move.
There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we proceed with the reference of business.
There being no objection, we ask the Secretary to read the reference of business.
Bills on first reading, Senate Bill number 2253, an act mandating all government agencies to post and display national symbols and figures to instill Filipino youth awareness and patriotism.
Further Committees on Youth, Civil Service, and Finance.
Senate Bill number 2254, an act enabling the Commission on Elections to establish an automated and online system for voter registration, providing funds therefore and for other purposes by Senator Villar M.
Referred to Committees on Electoral Reforms, Science and Technology, and Finance.
2255, an act to establish a grant program to provide vision care to children by Senator Villar M.
To Committees on Health and Demography and Finance.
2256, an act providing an Amber Alert system to prevent kidnapping of children by Senator Villar M.
Committees on Women and Children, Local Government, and Finance.
2257, an act strengthening the adoption of stray and impounded animals, providing incentives by Senator Villar M.
Committees on Agriculture, Food, Local Government, and Ways and Means.
2258, an act establishing programs and services for the support of the mental health and wellness of teachers, providing funds therefore and for other purposes by Senator Villar M.
Committees on Basic Education, Health and Demography, Finance.
2259, an act promoting awareness for the intellectual property rights of independent artists, establishing programs pursuant thereto, and providing funds therefore by Senator Villar M.
To the Committees on Trade and Commerce, Public Information, and Finance.
2260, an act declaring Ulut River in the municipality of Paranas, province of Samar, an ecotourism destination by Senator Marcos.
To the Committees on Tourism, Environment, Natural Resources, and Finance.
2261, an act converting the Hulu circumferential road in the municipality of Hulu, Sulu, into a national road and appropriating funds therefore by Senator Marcos.
To the Committee on Rules.
2262, an act converting the circumferential road of the 9 island barangays of the municipality of Paso Rio del Norte, namely Bagacay, Cabawa, Daguhoy, Monserrat, San Miguel, Santa Filomena, Consolacion, San Carlos, and Buenavista into a national road and appropriating funds therefore by Senator Marcos.
To the Committee on Rules.
2263, an act declaring the Mindanao Civic Center complex located in the municipality of Tubod, province of Lanao del Norte, a sports tourism destination and appropriating funds therefore by Senator Marcos.
Committees on Tourism, Sports, and Finance.
2264, an act mandating the Department of Agriculture to establish a national agricultural crop program operating funds therefore and for other purposes by Senator De La Rosa.
To Committees on Agriculture, Food, and Finance.
Resolutions. Proposed Senate Resolution number 640, congratulating and commending the Philippine team and their coaching staff for bringing great pride and honor to the country with their outstanding performance at the 32nd Southeast Asian Games, winning 58 gold, 85 silver, and 107 bronze medals.
To the Committee on
Senator
Rules.
Villanueva. 641, directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation on the rise of unregistered and unauthorized online lending platforms and the abusive collection and debt recovery practices of online lending companies by Senator Villanueva.
Committees on Banks and Financial Institutions and Currencies.
642, directing the Senate Committee on Tourism to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation on the impact of natural and man-made disasters on the integrity of the cultural heritage sites in the country in the light of fire incident at the Manila Central Post Office with the end and view of integrating cultural heritage sites conservation into the disaster risk reduction and management plan by Senator Binay.
Committees on Culture and Arts and Tourism.
643, directing the Senate Committee on Women, Children, Family Relations, and Gender Equality to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation on the deceased and deceased order issued by the Department of Social Welfare and Development against Gentle Hands Incorporated orphanage that resulted in the pulling out of the wards of GHI from its facility with the end and view of reviewing current policies on orphanages and child residential care facilities in the Philippines to ensure adherence to the best interest of the child by Senator Contiveros.
Committee on Women, Children, Family Relations, and Gender Equality.
644, urging the Senate Committee on Ways and Means to inquire in aid of legislation on the circumstances surrounding the 50 billion tax fraud perpetrated by Enterprise International, Inc. against the Republic of the Philippines with the end and view of laying down stricter measures to safeguard and protect the security of online transactions by Senator Tolentino.
Committee on Ways and Means.
645, directing the appropriate Senate Committee to conduct an investigation in aid of legislation on the circumstances which prompted the Department of Social Welfare and Development to issue a cease and desist order against Gentle Hands, Inc. with the end of view of amending or passing laws which will strengthen the special protection granted to children by the 1987 Constitution by Senator Pimentel III.
Committee on Women, Children, and Family Relations.
646, expressing the profound sympathy and sincere condolences of the Senate of the Philippines on the death of Nueva Vizcaya Governor Carlos M. Padilla by Senator Villanueva.
To the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move that we proceed to the Senate President's designation of Senate conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2212, Regional Specialty Centers Act, and House Bill number 7751, the Department of Health Specialty Centers Act. I so move, Mr. President.
The following members are hereby designated as Senate conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2212 and House Bill number 7751. They are Senator Christopher Bongo as chairperson of the committee, members Senator Lauren Legarda, Senator Risa Ontiveros on the part of the minority.
Mr. President, may I ask for a minute suspension?
Session suspended for 1 minute.
Mr. President.
Session resumed.
Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2020 under Committee Report number 58. This is the Maharlika Investment Fund Act of 2023. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of this measure is that at 1 a.m. in the morning today, we close the period of interpellation. And so with the consent of the body, I move to open the period of general debate. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, to deliver his en contra speech, I move to recognize the minority leader, the gentleman from Cagayan de Oro, and Zambales, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel.
The gentleman from Cagayan de Oro and Zambales, our distinguished minority floor leader, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel, is recognized.
Mr. President, my dear colleagues, thank you for the time you're giving the minority to deliver our turno en contra. Today I rise before this august chamber to deliver my turno en contra on the proposed measure Senate Bill number 2020 under Committee Report 58, an act establishing the Maharlika Investment Fund, providing for the management, investment, and use of the proceeds of the fund, and for other purposes. Under Section 75, Rule 27 of our rules, it is provided that after the sponsor, subsequent speakers for or against a bill are allowed for debates on bills or other matters, provided that they are not on amendments. The sponsor of this Maharlika bill has finished expressing the contents and purposes of the bill, and now this representation, who is vehemently against this measure, wishes to express his opposition thereto. This measure is otherwise known as the Maharlika Investment Fund of 2023. As minority leader in the Senate, I will not shirk away from my duty to constructively criticize all proposed measures that can adversely affect the future of our nation, which includes the youth, our children, and grandchildren. I am of strong belief that the establishment of the Maharlika Investment Fund is totally unjustified. Forcing it, therefore, presents significant risks and concerns that cannot be ignored. The MIF bill will have far-reaching effects on our economy and the future of our country. The MIF's promised land full of bread, honey, and wine may or may not happen. But what is certain is the MIF will lead us to the road to debt, and more debts, like as if we are not yet swimming in an ocean of debt of more than 13 trillion pesos. What is most certain in the midst of all these uncertainties to be brought about by the creation of the MIF is that the endless road to their promised land will be built with the blood, sweat, and tears in the form of the hard-earned taxes paid by every Filipino. Mr. President and my dear colleagues, before I dwell more into that, I would like to bring to the attention of the body a grave procedural error that this chamber has committed. Having read the final version of the committee report more than once, I am more convinced now that the proper committee where the bill should have been referred to at the very start should have been the Committee on Government Corporations, not the Committee on Banks. We have to correct this, as process is as important as substance. The bill is about the corporate formation of the Maharlika Investment Corporation. Corporate concepts dominate the proposed bill. There is hardly any banking concept that is mentioned in the bill. Under Section 13, Rule 10 of the Senate Rules, the jurisdiction of the Committee on Banks, Financial Institutions, and Currencies are all matters relating to banks, financial institutions, government and private currencies, capital markets, mutual funds, securitization, coinage, and circulation of money. On the other hand, the jurisdiction of the Committee on Government Corporations and Public Enterprises is all questions affecting government corporations, including all amendments to the charters, the interests of the government in the different industrial and commercial enterprises, privatization. The primary intention of the measure is to create a corporate body to be known as the Maharlika Investment Corporation. It does not directly involve matters relating to banks, financial institutions, government and private currencies, capital markets, mutual funds, securitization, coinage, and circulation of money. It's dealing with banks, financial institutions, etc., if at all, is a mere effect or consequence of its corporate purpose or existence. The measure even states that the provisions of Republic Act number 11232 as amended. This is the revised Corporation Code of the Philippines, which are not inconsistent with the measure shall be applicable to the MIC, Mr. President. Corporate matters and principles are well scattered in the bill, and yet the banking concepts are nowhere to be found. This is clearly not a banking measure, but a bill creating a government-owned and controlled corporation. We can still correct this basic mistake by recommitting the committee report not to the committee of origin, but to the correct committee, which is the Committee on Government Corporations and Public Enterprises, for it to conduct further hearing on this subject matter, taking into consideration some of the suggestions which I will be mentioning in this speech. There is also a recent development which is procedurally objectionable, Mr. President, based on our Constitution. The President has just sent to the Senate the presidential certification to the necessity of the immediate enactment of Senate Bill number 2020. This is based on the power of the President. This is based on the power granted to the President under Article 6, Section 26, Paragraph 2 of the 1987 Constitution, which reads as follows. No bill passed by either house shall become a law unless it has passed 3 readings on separate days, and printed copies thereof in its final form have been distributed to its members 3 days before its passage, except when the President certifies to the necessity of its immediate enactment to meet a public calamity or emergency. This has been a much abused power by the office of the President. The office of the President has even certified the national budget for year 2023, an act which a law which we consider and pass year in and year out at predictable periods of the year. And here we are again, facing a presidential certification of necessity or urgency when there is actually no public calamity or emergency right before our very eyes, which could be addressed by the Maharlika Bill. How could a fund with promised benefits to be felt 10 to 20 years from now be the answer to an existing public calamity or emergency? That is a question that this representation would want to be answered, Mr. President. The existence of a public calamity or emergency is a constitutional requirement that should be taken seriously. If it is not present, then there should be no ground for a presidential certification. I therefore urge the Senate to set aside the presidential certification for the Maharlika Bill, for it is unconstitutional. Our 3 readings for this bill must be on 3 separate days in accordance with the Constitution. Under the measure being considered, the Maharlika Investment Fund will swiftly take 75 billion pesos from so-called investable funds, which are public funds and or deposit liabilities. And later on, it can come back for more to complete the 500 billion pesos capitalization. This MIF can be insatiable, Mr. President. And we have even given its board the power to increase the authorized capital stock, thereby allowing it to amend the law through executive or administrative action. This cannot be done, my dear colleagues. Mr. President, whose idea was the Maharlika Investment Fund? The origin of the MIF remains a mystery to us, to me. It was never mentioned during the presidential campaign, not in the SONA, and not even in the medium-term fiscal framework presentation, Mr. President. It was not even in the initial LIDAC list. So the most logical question to ask is, saan ba nanggaling ito? Is it possible that we are doing this as a favor to a businessman who has access to the ears of the powers that be, whose business or bottom line has been hit by the downturn in the world economy and thus would need a new client? We will hopefully know the identity of this big-time influencer in due time. So where did this idea really come from? We have to start by examining the original versions filed, Mr. President. Our earliest bill is House Bill number 6398. The salient features of this bill are: the fund shall be sourced from the investable funds of the country's top-performing GFIs and from contributions of the national government. The funds invested by the GFI shall be exempt from any regulatory restrictions if invested solely to the MIF. The funding sources shall be the GSIS to the tune of 125 billion pesos, the SSS to the tune of 50 billion pesos, LBP, which is the Land Bank of the Philippines, 50 billion pesos, DBP, the Development Bank of the Philippines, 25 billion pesos, the national government, 25 billion pesos, BSP, our Banco Central, 10% of foreign currency remittances of OFWs, and 10% of annual contributions of the business process outsourcing sector. The General or Supplemental Appropriations Act can also be a source of funding, and other sources like special assessments on natural resources, public borrowings, etc. The administrative and operational expenses is allowed to be 10% of the gross revenue of the immediately preceding year or its initial capitalization for the first year's expenses. The chairperson and the CEO and the members of the board shall be entitled to honoraria and reasonable allowances and or per diem for each meeting actually attended and shall be reimbursed for actual and reasonable expenses incurred in the performance of their duties. The board of directors, officials, employees, and staff of the MIC shall be entitled to honoraria, performance bonus, or any similar performance-based compensation as may be determined by the board based on their sound judgment, taking into consideration, among others, the performance of the fund, the performance of the individual employee or officer, and industry standards and practices. The MIC is exempted from RA 10149, the GOCC Governance Act of 2011, and from any and all forms and kinds of direct and indirect taxes, including output and input value-added taxes and documentary stamp taxes, assessments, fees, charges, customs, or import duty or duties imposed by the national or local government. The MIF investments transaction shall be exempt from the provisions of RA 9184, which is the Government Procurement Act, and RA 10667, the Philippine Competition Act. The officers and employees of the MIC shall be exempt from civil service laws, rules, and regulations. They shall likewise be exempt from the provisions of RA 6758, the Salary Standardization Act, and succeeding laws on salary standardization. The distribution of net profits shall be, the MIC, on the distribution of net profits, the MIC shall be exempt from RA 7656, the Dividends Law of 1994. The Board of Directors shall have the discretion on how much shall be distributed as profits for each of the GFIs and how much thereof shall be carried to the surplus. In appropriations, the amount of 25 billion pesos was appropriated in that original bill to cover the initial contribution of the national government to the MIC to be sourced from funds actually available as certified by the National Treasurer. Then followed House Bill number 6608. Under this bill, capitalization and funding, LBP 50 billion pesos, DBP 25 billion pesos. However, the founding GFI shall be entitled to prudential and other regulatory reliefs as may be determined by the BSP to promote the financial soundness of these financial institutions while contributing to the overall objective of the MIF. The security or debt instruments issued by the MIC to GFI shall be guaranteed by the national government. Other GFIs and GOCCs may be authorized to contribute to the MIF. Subsequent annual contributions to the MIF shall be as follows. BSP shall remit 100% of its dividends for the first 2 years. Then BSP remits 50% to MIF and 50% to the national government to fund the increase in the BSP's capitalization. Thereafter, after completion of the BSP's capitalization, 100% of its dividends shall be remitted to the MIF. 10% of gross gaming revenue streams created after the effectivity of this act shall also be contributed by PAGCOR. Other sources such as royalties and or special assessments on natural resources based on the fiscal regime to be implemented by the national government, proceeds from privatization of government assets and borrowings by the MIF. Administrative and operational expenses to be allowed is 2% of the funds managed. For the initial year, it is 2% of its initial capitalization. On rewards and incentives, the officials, employees, and staff of the MIC shall be entitled to honoraria, performance bonus, or any similar performance-based compensation as may be determined by the board and as approved by the President of the Philippines, taking into consideration, among others, the performance of the fund, the performance of the individual employee or officer, and industry standards and practices. On exemptions from the GOCC Governance Act of 2011, tax exemptions from local and national taxes, direct and indirect, imposed by the Local Government Code, the National Internal Revenue Code, etc. Importation of supplies and equipment by the MIC shall be exempt from customs duties under the Customs Modernization and Tariff Act, RA 10863. There's also an exemption from the Government Procurement Reform Act, or RA 9184, and from the Salary Standardization Act, RA 6758. On the distribution of net profits, 25% of the net profit shall be directly distributed in the form of poverty subsistence subsidies to families falling below the poverty threshold. The remainder shall be remitted to the national government to be earmarked for social welfare programs and projects, excluding infrastructure projects. It is worthwhile to note that there is no distribution of net profits to any other GFI or private investor in that said second House bill. The initial bill in the House, and even the one filed in the Senate, all call the Maharlika Fund a Sovereign Wealth Fund, SWF, directly in the explanatory note or indirectly by retaining the section entitled Compliance with Santiago Principles. However, it is clear that the Maharlika Fund is not a sovereign wealth fund or no longer an SWF in the current version. Let us trace the story and the history of the early real SWFs, Mr. President. Sovereign wealth funds are defined by the International Federation of Sovereign Wealth Funds, that is the IFSWF, as special purpose investment funds or arrangements owned by the general government, created by the general government for macroeconomic purposes. SWFs hold, manage, or administer assets to achieve financial objectives and employ a set of investment strategies which include investing in foreign financial assets. So where does the money for SWFs come from in the first place? Budget surplus, trade surplus, or other sources of revenue, like a high price for a commodity or a natural resource. Oil-rich countries like Norway, Russia, and many in the Middle East have put up their SWF from their money from oil sales. The first country in the world to establish an SWF in modern times is Kuwait, which established its fund in 1953, right after they discovered oil. So they invested their excess oil revenues. Abu Dhabi funds and Saudi Arabia funds also established an SWF backed up by their oil wealth and oil sales. Norway struck oil in its exclusive economic zone in the Ekofisk field in 1969. It took Norway some time to come up with the idea of an SWF to address some of the problems it encountered with its sudden oil wealth. It took Norway around 12 years of discussion before establishing its SWF. All political parties agreed to its formation. The Norway SWF is supervised by the central bank, and the parliament supervises the choice of the managers. The fund invests very conservatively and only outside of Norway. If there is a gold standard in sovereign wealth funds, then it is Norway's sovereign wealth fund. Mr. President and my dear colleagues in the Senate, I am not asking for 12 years to discuss the Maharlika Fund. That might be too long. But definitely such a divisive, incomplete, and unjustified idea needs more than 12 days, 12 weeks, or even 12 months of discussion. Time for discussion, not mere time that it is pending. Magkaiba po yan. Also, all political parties and the sectors of our society must be consulted and must be heard. We are not looking for unanimity in the decision-making process. All we want is inclusivity in the process itself. Also, it might be wise to subject this bill, should it become a law, to a referendum for approval or rejection by the Filipino people. China, Hong Kong, and Singapore also have SWFs, but they got their funding from their excess reserves from the Asian export boom because they exported more than they imported. In short, they had and they continue to have surplus, they have trade surpluses. Singapore's Temasek managed the windfall it got from the properties left behind by Singapore's former colonizer, Great Britain. In the United States, the state of Alaska has the permanent fund, which was created in the 1970s when they struck oil, which led to a significant increase in their revenue. Chile's SWF is funded by the sale of mineral resources, primarily of copper, as Chile is the world's largest copper producer. Botswana's SWF is backed up by the sale of diamonds. Some are arguing that the concept of an SWF has evolved, and that countries without budget surplus, without trade surplus, without windfall earnings from the fortuitous discovery of an important commodity have or can put up their own SWF. Since there is no surplus, these evolved SWFs most likely got their funding from debts. Debts, DEBTS, Mr. President, utang. One famous evolved SWF is Malaysia's 1MDB. This SWF lost an estimated $4.5 billion but is still remembered for a Hollywood movie that it produced, The Wolf of Wall Street, which is a nice movie, ironically about financial fraud. $4.5 billion lost by the Malaysian people, one movie gained by Hollywood. And they raised their capital through bonds, or in plain language, debt. The person who uses political connections in order to run one MDB is still at large and is reported to have already left Malaysia and is in hiding. The political big boss who ran the one MDB show was found guilty on multiple charges of corruption and money laundering. Truth be told, Mr. President, during my breaks from studying this Maharlika proposal, I watched that movie, The Wolf of Wall Street. In the movie, which was based on the story of a true-to-life financial criminal, swindler, and scammer, we see this scammer enjoying a lavish lifestyle involving fancy cars, yachts, helicopters, apartments in New York, bank accounts in Switzerland, and $26,000 dinners, all funded by stolen other people's money. In real life, concerning 1MDB, the brains behind 1MDB also enjoyed that lavish lifestyle I just mentioned. Parties galore, fancy cars, yachts, helicopters, hotels in LA, in Los Angeles, USA, apartments in New York, bank accounts all over the world. If the Wolf of Wall Street enjoyed $26,000 dinners, the brains behind 1MDB enjoyed $25,000 bottles of champagne. Yan lang po yung kaibahan nila na nakita ko. Kinawawa ng 1MDB ang Malaysia. Pero dito sa Pilipinas, parang gusto pa nating gumaya at magkaroon ng sarili nating 1MDB. Anong klaseng laro itong linalaro natin, mga kababayan? With no surplus from oil discovery or from trade activities and no windfall profit of any kind, the Philippines has no justifiable reason to form and enter into the world of sovereign wealth funds and even investment funds. It is very obvious from the above-mentioned list of nations that established SWFs that they funded them through budget surplus, trade surplus, and income from in-demand commodities such as oil. The Philippines has no surplus, budget, or trade. Our perennial budget deficit is proof that we do not have a budget surplus. Our trade in goods deficit is around $40 to $60 billion a year. Our favorable trade in services balance is not enough to offset the massive trade in goods deficit. According to the Senate Economic Planning Office, our CEPO, our country has been in a perennial budget deficit. The only exception were the years 1994 to 1997 during the administration of President Fidel Ramos. But these were not significant budget surpluses. In the past 10 years, the average annual fiscal deficit amounted to 652.7 billion pesos, or an average fiscal deficit to GDP ratio of 3.6%. To date, the highest deficit to GDP ratio was incurred in 2021, equivalent to 8.6%, no doubt made worse by the COVID-19 pandemic. Hence, the running average must now be greater than the 3.6 I mentioned. Further, we have difficulty balancing our budget because our total revenue, both tax and non-tax, cannot answer for our expenditures. For example, in 2022, revenue was just in the amount of 3.5 trillion pesos, while the budget authorized expenditures in the amount of 5.02 trillion pesos. In addition to budget deficit is our trade deficit, which was recorded at $58.3 billion for 2022, which was more than double the $24.6 billion recorded in 2020. It is not only our debt which is doubling, our trade deficit is too. All of these deficits lead or force us to borrow. Our national debt now stands at 13.75 trillion pesos as of end February 2023. This means that each Filipino already has a debt in the amount of 120,000 pesos, even the newborn. Under the Maharlika measure, we give the MIC the power to incur debt. In short, we want to authorize another entity to incur debt in the name of the Filipino people para hindi pa tayo nagsawang umutang. Mr. President, the national government debt to GDP ratio is an indicator of a country's economic health and its ability to repay its debt. Last year, it was reported that we have a national government debt to GDP ratio of 62.1%. It now surpasses the 60% threshold considered as manageable by multilateral lenders for developing countries. In fact, the Philippine Institute for Development Studies, the PIDS, estimated our debt to GDP ratio to peak as high as 66.8% by 2023 and 2024 before falling to 65.7% by 2026. This is an indication that we are not actually near the target of less than 60% by 2025. With these figures, data, and metrics in mind, we see that our country is now at greater risk of defaulting on its debt. And yet here we are, wanting to establish a Maharlika Investment Corporation with the power to incur more debt. The road to hell is filled with good intentions, including this knowingly contracted unnecessary debt. While we are a country blessed with abundant natural resources, our natural resources remain undeveloped. It is important to note that the Maharlika Bill does not categorically and explicitly impose or even suggest any revenue-generating measure on mining and the extraction and exploitation of our God-given natural resources. So the intriguing question is, why? The 75 billion pesos taken from Land Bank and the DBP are not new money, new wealth or surplus funds with a still unknown role in public financing. These are part of so-called investable funds already in the possession, balance sheets, and financial statements of these banks. Nababagalan lang daw tayo sa kanilang paggamit sa mga pondong ito. We criticize them for not being bolder risk takers. But if their charters and the BSP regulations prevent them from doing this, then why aren't we calling for the amendment of these regulations and give them more leeway or elbow room? The solution being proposed is to create an entirely new entity and hire new people to gamble the funds which the LBP and the DBP are prohibited from gambling with. I have therefore a very fundamental policy question. Should we allow the left hand to do what the right hand cannot do? Mr. President, the sponsor mentioned several countries already having a sovereign wealth fund. In particular, he mentioned Indonesia. We had some guests earlier. With the Indonesia Investment Authority, ang acronym po nito is INA, that it is often cited as the ideal model for the Philippines. We We formerly used the Norwegian model, but then all of a sudden we turned to the INA. However, the INA was established only in 2021, so it is quite early to say if it will be successful or if it is already a successful sovereign wealth fund or investment fund, Mr. President. At any rate, if INA is indeed the Philippines' latest model, why did we not pattern our MIF after INA? So let us compare the MIF to the INA. INA is wholly owned by the government of Indonesia. Maharlika Investment Corporation, on the other hand, refers to is a government or controlled corporation to be created under this act, which may not be wholly owned by the Philippine government, Mr. President. More importantly, in terms of the governance boards, INA's board of directors is formed by the supervisory board chosen from finance professionals. Headhunters and investors were consulted in the selection, and there is a management contract between the supervisory board and the board of directors. On the other hand, our MIF has no supervisory board that controls the board of directors. We only have a passive advisory board which cannot do any management or nor control functions. Not to mention that the members of our board of directors are primarily political appointees. And I have observed INA seeks credibility by adherence to laws and global best practices, while our MIF seeks exemptions from our laws. The proposed Maharlika Investment Fund bill also diverts attention and resources away from addressing more pressing socio-economic issues that our nation faces today. Our country faces numerous challenges and problems. Allow me to mention some of them. Poverty, our food production, education crisis, healthcare deficiencies, the expensive cost of energy, inflation, injustice, joblessness, crime, and corruption, among many others. Instead of channeling our efforts and funds into a large investment fund, we should prioritize addressing these urgent issues that directly impact the well-being of our citizens and the future of our country. Our full year 2022 average inflation rate is at 5.8%, higher than the 3.9 posted the year before. According to CEPO, while the acceleration of inflation is evident across many countries, the Philippines posted the highest inflation rate among the ASEAN member countries. The most obvious impact of a high inflation rate is that we have and our people have less purchasing power. What does less purchasing power mean to the 20 million poor Filipinos? They will have to make very difficult choices every day on which of their needs they will have to prioritize. What is this government's answer to the problem of inflation? I have not heard a concrete, sensible one. According to the PSA, the poverty incidence in the Philippines was 18.1% in 2021. What's the meaning of this? It means that there are at least 20 million poor Filipinos who cannot meet their basic food and non-food needs. They live below the poverty threshold income of about 12,030 pesos per month for a family of 5. Yes, Mr. President, you heard me correctly. That translates to a daily budget of 401 pesos for the entire family. Kasama na dyan ang gastos para pagkain, tubig, damit, kuryente, renta sa bahay, gamot, edukasyon, transportasyon at iba pa. As of the moment, many Filipinos are losing their jobs or are experiencing a decline in income. Many businesses are closing. Aside from ayuda, what is this government's answer to widespread poverty? We should ask the same questions for all of the other problems. and we should start demanding answers. Let us not be distracted by this Maharlika Investment Fund. The MIF will only lead us to more debt, more misery, and hopefully not more corruption scandals. Sad to say, Mr. President, my dear colleagues, I get the impression that the solution of the government towards our long-term goals of reducing poverty and raising the quality of life for all Filipinos is the creation of this Maharlika Investment Fund. It is presented as if it is a necessity. This is not the solution, Mr. President. The proposed measure is not the right investment that will give our economy the momentum to zoom forward. This is not even in the right direction. The argument against the MIF can be captured by this statement of one of our constituents. Ipambibili mo na lang ng pagkain, isusugal mo pa. Before we do that, isugal kung anumang kakarampot na meron tayo, let us please consider the following events or misfortunes that transpired recently. The gold standard of SWS, FS, the Norwegian Sovereign Wealth Fund, lost 1.6 trillion Norwegian kroner or $164 billion for the whole of 2022. You see, even the largest sovereign wealth fund in the world, considered to be one of the best run, is also suffering from the bad situation or condition of the world economy. The loss is B as in billions, and that dollar sign is the US dollar. So at 55 pesos to a dollar, to US dollar, this loss of the Norwegian SWF is in the amount of 9 trillion pesos. These are very difficult times nowadays, Mr. President. Not less than 3 US banks have failed recently. First Republic Bank, Silicon Valley Bank, and Signature Bank. And the contagion reached the banking safe haven of Switzerland, leading to the collapse of Credit Suisse. Credit Suisse was founded in 1856 to finance the expansion of the Swiss railway system. Through the years, Credit Suisse played an important role in the economic development of Switzerland. However, in recent years, Credit Suisse has faced several controversies, scandals, and questionable decisions that made investors and depositors lose confidence and eventually led to substantial withdrawals of their deposits. What is the lesson here? The collapse of Swiss banking legend, Credit Suisse, in March 2023 is a testament to the reality that during these difficult economic times, no bank, no business is immune to financial difficulties, crisis, and collapse. This is the reason why we should be very concerned that our banks, the LBP, DBP, and BSP, are involved in the creation and capitalization of this Maharlika Investment Fund. Let us be very afraid of this banking contagion, especially if the MIF fails. We are therefore subjecting our banking system to an unnecessary systemic risk. In addition, the world has been made very unpredictable by geopolitical tensions like the Russia-Ukraine shooting war and the China-Taiwan-USA brinkmanship. In short, the present world economy is not good for investing. Actually, we can say that the present world economic situation is not good at all. Our world economy has been under enormous pressure for the past few years. Several major countries are now struggling with high inflation rate, increasing debt burden, war in Europe, rising geopolitical tensions. The COVID-19 pandemic has only worsened the situation. According to global economic prospects, the United States, the euro area, and China are all undergoing a period of pronounced weakness, and the resulting spillovers are exacerbating other headwinds faced by emerging market and developing economies. The combination of slow growth, tightening financial conditions, and heavy indebtedness is likely to weaken investment and trigger corporate defaults. Further negative shocks, such as higher inflation, even tighter monetary policy, financial stress, deeper weakness in major economies, or rising geopolitical tensions could push the global economy into recession. So what are these global events telling us? We need to avoid making hasty decisions that could have long-term consequences. Allow me to quote Nikolai Tangen, the CEO of Norway's SWF, the gold standard of SWFs. He said this: "We had 25 good years, but I think the next 10 will be very different. I think it will be much, much more difficult to generate returns in the next 10 years." And he said that in an interview just a few months ago. Wala ka ng surplus, gusto mo pang umutang para maka-invest ka sa panahong napakahirap kumita at ang daming negosyong nagsasara sa pagkalugi. Given the present world economy, it will be very challenging for our government to allocate funds towards this Maharlika Investment Fund. In the 2023 national budget, with the overarching objective of economic transformation, this administration's agenda is focused on the following goals: 6.5 to 8% real GDP growth annually between 2023 to 2028, 9% or single-digit poverty rate by 2028, less than 3% national government deficit to GDP ratio by 2028, less than 60% national government debt to GDP ratio by 2025, and at least $4,256 gross national income per capita. These are the measurable medium-term macroeconomic fiscal objective in this administration's medium-term fiscal framework. If you can recall, during our deliberations on the MTFF, the Committee on Finance reported the following data about our economy and our budget. In 2021, the real GDP growth was 5.7%. In 2021, the poverty rate was 18.1%. The national government deficit to GDP ratio was 6.5%. The national government debt to the national government deficit to GDP ratio was 6.5%. The national government debt to GDP ratio was 62.1%. And the GNI per capita was $3,643. These macroeconomic indicators do not indicate wealth. They do not give us the confidence and should not give us the bravado to establish this kind of fund, this Maharlika Investment Fund. There must at least be some kind of economic viability to sustain it. A surplus would be a better indicator of our readiness. In the President's certification, which I have alluded to earlier, he stated the need for a sustainable national investment fund. The Maharlika Investment Fund, which has no surplus, no windfall, no revenue-generating asset underlying it, is not and cannot be that sustainable national investment fund. It is. Since I have mentioned economic viability, allow me to adopt as my own argument the argument provided by Senator Chis Escudero. He cited Article 12, Section 16 of our Constitution, which reads as follows. Government-owned or controlled corporations may be created or established by special charters in the interest of the common good and subject to the test of economic viability. The Supreme Court, in the case of City of Lapu-Lapu versus Philippine Economic Zone Authority, mentioned the purpose of this test as explained by Commissioner Blas of Ople, the proponent of this test of economic viability. The decision quotes Mr. Ople as follows. We know what happened in the past. If a government corporation loses, then it makes its claim upon the taxpayers' money through new equity infusions from the government. And what is always invoked is the common good. Therefore, when we insert the phrase economic viability together with the common good, this becomes a restraint on future enthusiasts for state capitalism to excuse themselves from the responsibility of meeting the market test so that they become viable. So, Mr. President, in relation to this argument, we have to ask the following questions. Is the Maharlika Investment Corporation created in the interest of the common good? Does the Maharlika Investment Corporation satisfy the test of economic viability? Where is that test? Where is the result of the test of economic viability for the super GOCC, the Maharlika Investment Corporation? This is a constitutional requirement, and in this case, this test presents a so-called prejudicial question, meaning we have to answer this question first before we can proceed with the bill that we are considering. Is the super GOCC Maharlika Investment Corporation an economically viable enterprise or activity? The creation of a sovereign wealth fund without a surplus can create a false sense of security. We are forcing ourselves to believe that we have a cushion against economic instability, when in reality, we may be putting our economy at risk. It is said that the expected return of the Maharlika Investment Fund is estimated to be at 8.6% on average. I do not know the formula used in arriving at such a positively brave estimate. But what if the investments made by the Maharlika Investment Fund do not perform as expected? Our country could and would be left in a worse financial position than if the fund had not been created in the first place. Dagdag deficit lang. And let me add, deficit equals debt. Kaya dagdag utang lang ang ending. It will be very unfortunate if our country stubbornly puts up an SWF or any kind of state-initiated investment fund, which is not based on surplus of funds, windfall profits, or even on a revenue-generating underlying asset. For the government will then be forced to borrow money or raise taxes to fund the investments in this fund, in this SWF. This will be the road to perdition, not to paradise here on earth. Our history is replete with corruption scandals. This does not augur well for the creation of an entity of this magnitude, enjoying all the powers and privileges that we have never seen before granted to a GOCC. With MIF, we run the risk of concentrating a large sum of public money in the hands of a few who will manage the funds. Such a scenario could potentially lead to all kinds of misuse and abuse, as our history shows us. Our country has been in a constant struggle against corruption. In the Global Corruption Index 2022, the Philippines ranked 105th out of 196 countries and territories. The higher the rank, the more corrupt. It even mentioned that financial aid programs during the pandemic created opportunities for corruption and bribery. Nakakalungkot, pero dito sa Pilipinas, ang kahirapan ng taong bayan pinagsasamantalahan pa at pinagkikitaan. We should be conscious that the attempt here is to create a super GOCC, and the original intention was to pack this super GOCC with all the available tax exemptions and exemptions from every and all forms of regulation, and to grant it with an overabundance of privileges. With such a super all-powerful GOCC, great financial crimes wouldn't be far away. Since the MIC can invest in the domestic market, it can therefore choose the winners and losers among our domestic industries, enterprises, and business people. Hence, the MIC can accept, since the MIC can accept capital and investments from domestic private institutions and corporations, it can therefore practically be partnered or married for life to a moneyed domestic corporation. I say moneyed dahil wala namang mahirap na Pilipino na pwedeng mag-partner sa kapital ng Maharlika. Under Section 14, Paragraph J, the MIC Board can also authorize other investments as may be approved by the Board. Add to this the third paragraph of Section 8 on corporate powers, which reads, the MIC may compromise or release in whole or in part any claim of or settled liability to the MIC, regardless of the amount involved, under such terms and conditions as may be prescribed by the Board upon favorable recommendation of the Advisory Board to protect the interests of the MIC and the integrity of the MIF. Reading these two sections together, I worry that crony capitalism is about to rear its evil, ugly head again. Crony capitalism is evil because it is immoral, unfair, wasteful, it does not consider the general welfare, and it distorts the broader economy. Allow me to quote Andrew Jackson, a former US president. There are no necessary evils in government. Its evils exist only in its abuses. If it would confine itself to equal protection, and as heaven does its rain, shower its favors alike on the high and on the low, the rich and the poor, it would be an unqualified blessing. This topic, Mr. President, led me to what Jesus taught us in the prayer that he left with us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. If there is a government entity which can choose who the winners will be in the Philippine economy, then can we say that we have a level playing field? And if our playing field is not level, then do we honestly believe that serious law-abiding foreign investors will still be interested in coming here? I therefore go back to the most fundamental question of all. Why are we doing this? Although the MIF is claimed to be a sovereign wealth fund, it is an SWF without a surplus. It will also be the only SWF with private capital and investment, as Section 6 allows private financial institutions and corporations, including foreigners, to buy into the preferred shares of the MIC. Here, the attempt to label the MIF as an SWF, or Sovereign Wealth Fund, must end, as the Santiago principles clearly are applicable only to funds 100% owned by the state or the government. Section 4, second paragraph of the proposed measure provides that the MIC shall govern and manage the fund in accordance with the objectives and principles set forth in this act, and it shall adhere to the Santiago principles and other internationally accepted standards of transparency and accountability. The Maharlika measure in its present form is already in conflict or potentially in conflict with the following Santiago principles. Principle number 3. Where the SWF's activities have significant direct domestic macroeconomic implications, those activities should be closely coordinated with the domestic fiscal and monetary authorities so as to ensure consistency with the overall macroeconomic policies. Principle number 15. SWF operations and activities in host countries should be conducted in compliance with all applicable regulatory and disclosure requirements of the countries in which they operate. Principle 16. The governance framework and objectives, as well as the manner in which the SWF's management is operationally independent from the owner, should be publicly disclosed. Principle number 20. The SWF should not seek or take advantage of privileged information or inappropriate influence by the broader government in competing with private entities. Principle number 23, the assets and investment performance of the SWF should be measured and reported to the owner according to clearly defined principles or standards. Private money should not be, through the MIF, in such close contact with the government. Another point, Mr. President, with private money, the MIF will not likely be treated or considered as a sovereign wealth fund in other jurisdictions. Also, with the introduction of private money into what we envision to be a sovereign wealth fund, are we not afraid or even concerned that private profit would now take over as the controlling motive of the fund? So at this point, Mr. President, allow me now to identify some more concepts or provisions and portions of the bill which I find problematic or which raise some serious concerns as far as this representation is concerned. The 75 billion from LBP and DBP. The 75 billion to be taken from LDP and DBP are not surplus, windfall, or new money. These are already part of public finance. These are already found in the balance sheets of these government-owned banks. In the capitalization and initial funding of the Maharlika Investment Corporation, the corporation shall have an authorized capital stock of 500 billion pesos divided into common shares and preferred shares. On the common shares, 125 billion pesos shall initially be subscribed by the following: Land Bank of the Philippines, 50 billion pesos, Development Bank of the Philippines, 25 billion pesos, and the national government, 50 billion pesos. Mr. President, the initial capitalization taken from Land Bank and the Development Bank are money which already serve a public finance purpose. For the Land Bank, the amount taken from it could and should have been used for its mandate. The Land Bank of the Philippines is a government financial institution that strikes a balance in fulfilling its social mandate of promoting countryside development while remaining financially viable. It is an implementing agency of the Comprehensive Agrarian Reform Program involved in land valuation, compensation to owners of private agricultural lands, and until recently, collection of amortizations from carp farmer beneficiaries. It sets aside provision for credit assistance to small farmers and fisher folk and agrarian reform beneficiaries. So, ang Land Bank tumutulong sa magsasaka, mangingisda. Land Bank is also the official depository of government funds. It is a government bank with a social mandate to spur countryside development. On the part of the DBP naman, the amount to be taken from it could have or should have been used for its mandate. DBP primarily provides banking services, principally to cater to the medium and long-term financing needs of agricultural and industrial enterprises, particularly in the countryside, with emphasis on small and medium-scale industries. Forcing or taking out these amounts from the Land Bank of the Philippines and the Development Bank of the Philippines will reduce the funds for agricultural, agrarian, and rural development, as well as support for MSMEs. Another point needs to be clarified. Are these amounts taken from the deposits in the banks or from their capital? Will the deductions of these amounts affect the capital adequacy ratio of these banks? How about the other important ratios like the liquidity ratio and the leverage ratio? Were studies called sensitivity analysis made on these matters? I submit that this is another prejudicial question. Kailangan sagutin muna bago tayo pumunta sa main matter, bago natin sagutin yung main matter ng ating bill. If the Land Bank of the Philippines and the DBP could really afford these disbursements, then why did they request for regulatory relief from the Bangko Sentral during the committee hearings? On the Land Bank and the DBP merger, another major concern is the recent announcement of the Department of Finance regarding the proposed merger between Land Bank and Development Bank. After the merger, it is said that the Land Bank will now be the surviving entity. The Department of Finance justified the merger by saying that this will eliminate redundancy and inefficiency in operations, resulting in savings. First of all, merging Land Bank and DBP with different mandates can be a complex and troubling issue that requires careful consideration of the potential risks and benefits. Second, with the establishment of the Maharlika Investment Corporation, are we really eliminating redundancy and inefficiency? It is not proper to be right-sizing Land Bank and the DBP, which are claimed to be the outstanding and top-performing GFIs, and then eliminate the redundant employees while at the same time creating from scratch a totally ill-timed and unjustifiable super GOCC, which will be allowed to spend 2% of the amount of the funds under its management for its administrative and operational expenses. So 2% of the initial 75 billion capitalization is already 1.5 billion pesos. Hindi ko pa po sinama dyan yung national government capital. So, is this what is going to happen? Get money from Land Bank and DBP, merge and eliminate some of their employees in order to save money, and then spend 1.5 billion pesos to hire new people? And that 2% peg is, by the way, every year, my dear colleagues. Okay. The merger of Land Bank and DBP would result in a possible retrenchment or retirement of employees. The Land Bank of the Philippines has 10,100 employees. The Development Bank of the Philippines has 3,600 employees. So what is the reason, Mr. President, that there's a proposal to merge these two? To accommodate the employees under the Maharlika Investment Corporation? I hope not. These employees of the LBP and the DBP have already developed unique expertise in the respective banking areas. In fact, under this complex and difficult financial world, now is the perfect time to develop and invest in our bank employees. Considering that these two banks are the initial capital contributors of the Maharlika Investment Fund, can we not wait for the fate of these two banks before committing them to the fund? Pag-usapan muna natin ang merger ng Land Bank at DBP bago ang Maharlika Investment Corporation or Fund. On this matter of the LBP and DBP merger, it is the position of this representation that this could only be done through legislation, as these two banking entities have their own charters, and dissolving one or both of them amounts to an amendment of their legislative charters. The NDC and the PPP. Mr. President, the purpose of Maharlika Investment Corporation is also just like the National Development Corporation. What the MIC is proposed to do can be done by the NDC. The NDC is mandated to pursue commercial, industrial, agricultural, or mining ventures in order to give the necessary impetus to national economic development. NDC may, on its own or in joint venture with the private sector, undertake vital projects when necessary, or when the private sector is not willing or able to undertake such projects due to high risks or to lack of funds and resources. The MIC, on the other hand, shall act as a vehicle for the purpose of mobilizing and utilizing the MIF for investments in transactions in order to generate optimal returns on investments while contributing to the overall goal of reinvigorating job creation and poverty reduction by sustaining the economy's high growth trajectory. We could have more easily amended the NDC charter in order to accommodate whatever new purposes or ideas we have in this proposed MIC charter. In the hearing, the committee hearing, the NDC mentioned that they could complement the proposed Maharlika Investment Fund, but they were so modest, Mr. President, that they limited themselves to smaller scale investments. But the key word here is investment. We are now in a situation where there are two entities which will be performing basically the same functions. For sure, this is a waste of government resources. It is also undeniable that some big-ticket infrastructure projects of the government have been implemented through public-private partnership. Yan po yung PPP. How come we appear to have given up on this mode of financing big-ticket items? And just last week, I remember a bill improving the PPP mechanism was sponsored here in our chamber by our colleague who is currently now presiding, Mr. President. If a GFI, such as the Land Bank of the Philippines and the Development Bank of the Philippines, is already earning on its own, why divert its fund to a new and unreliable system like the Maharlika Investment Fund? So obviously, we are just creating another layer of investment under a new set of management. We plan to spend billions of pesos for a business activity which is the domain of the private sector. We want to make money out of money, which is a pure capitalist play, something which I submit the government of the Republic of the Philippines should not engage or be involved in. This will be an extravagant waste of resources in money and manpower. This is not the direction that government should be taking. State intervention in matters like this should be reserved only in cases of market failures. There is also this catchphrase under allowable investments, Mr. President, Section 14 of the Maharlika Bill, which is very critical. And it reads as follows. Section 14, allowable investments. Subject to strict compliance with investment and risk management guidelines, the Board of Directors of the MIC shall authorize the following investments. A, cash, foreign currencies, metals, and other tradable commodities. B, fixed income instruments issued by sovereigns, quasi-sovereigns, and supranationals. C, domestic and foreign corporate bonds. D, listed and unlisted equities, whether common, preferred, or hybrids. E, Islamic investments such as sukuk bonds. F, joint ventures or co-investments. G, mutual and exchange-traded funds invested in underlying assets. H, real estate and infrastructure projects. I, loans and guarantees to or participation into ventures or consortiums with Filipino and foreign investors, whether in the majority or minority position in commercial, industrial, mining, agricultural, housing, energy, and other enterprises, which may be necessary or contributory to the economic development of the country or important to the public interest. And J, other investments as may be approved by the board. There is a second paragraph there which I will no longer read, Mr. President. So Section 14 enumerates the allowable investments that the MIC can make. However, such an attempt at enumeration, which is actually an attempt to limit the said power, is negated at the end of the enumeration by the catch-all phrase that the MIC can make other investments as may be approved by the board. The legislature tries to limit the board's discretion by enumerating the allowable investments to those listed in paragraphs A to I, but then immediately reverses the policy by allowing it to make other investments subject to its complete discretion. Another point, the word shall is used like this. The board of directors of the MIC shall authorize the following investments. Is the legislature commanding the MIC to make the enumerated investments, or are we just merely allowing it? If this is merely directory, then why not go direct to the point and simply recognize the power of the board to make any and all investments that the board approves? So this is another example of the inherent confusion which afflicts the bill. Another worrisome provision is what I call the compromise provision, Mr. President. It is very important for us to understand the meaning of the third paragraph of Section 8 on corporate powers, which reads as follows. The MIC may compromise or release in whole or in part any claim of or settled liability to the MIC regardless of the amount involved, under such terms and conditions as may be prescribed by the board upon favorable recommendation of the advisory board to protect the interests of the MIC and the integrity of the MIF. Are we talking about compromising a claim of the MIC against another party? Or are we talking also about compromising the settled liability of another party in favor of the MIC? Isn't this the meaning of the phrase settled liability to the MIC? So wouldn't this amount to a big billboard put up by the MIC announcing to the whole world, sue us, we can talk? Delikado po ito, Mr. President, especially when the section includes the phrase, regardless of the amount involved. On extraordinary diligence, Mr. President, this is a concept which is very important and cited by the Supreme Court, explained by the Supreme Court as follows: as the extreme measure of care and caution which persons of unusual prudence and circumspection use for securing and preserving their own property rights. Banks and GOCCs are required to exercise extraordinary diligence. In the case of Philippine National Bank versus Raimundo, the Supreme Court held that since their business and industry are imbued with public interest, banks are required to exercise extraordinary diligence, which is more than that of a Roman pater familias or a good father of a family in handling their transactions. Banks are also expected to exercise the highest degree of diligence in the selection and supervision of their employees. By the very nature of their work in handling millions of pesos in daily transactions, the degree of responsibility, care, and trustworthiness expected of bank employees and officials is far greater than those of ordinary clerks and employees. This concept of extraordinary diligence is also mentioned explicitly in the GOCC Governance Act of 2011, found in Section 19, Paragraph B of RA 10149. So the question is, why was the mention of this very important concept of extraordinary diligence omitted in our measure, Mr. President? On the advisory board, Mr. President, and the board of directors being primarily political appointees, the proposed measure includes an advisory board and a board of directors who are primarily political appointees. So advisory board shall be composed of Secretary of the Department of Budget and Management, Secretary of the National Economic and Development Authority, and the Treasurer of the Philippines. Meanwhile, the board of directors shall be composed of the following: the Secretary of Finance, who sits in a ex officio capacity as chairperson, the CEO of the MIC, the President of the LBP, President of the DBP, 2 regular directors, and 3 independent directors from the private sector. The regular and independent directors let us not forget the One Malaysia Development Berhad, yan po yung 1MDB, a sovereign wealth fund set up in 2009 to promote economic development in Malaysia. According to Malaysian authorities, a high-ranking official who co-founded the 1MDB and to 1MDB. It was considered one of the most sensational trials in Malaysia, with cases involving breach of trust, corruption, and money laundering. The main problem here, Mr. President, is when the government controls a large pool of money in a setting more like a private corporation, it becomes difficult, very difficult to track how that money is being used and whether it is being used in the best interest of the people. How do we avoid politically driven investments with an advisory board and a board of directors that are primarily political appointees? Certainly, under this setup, the Maharlika Investment Corporation cannot be run 100% professionally, as politics will surely creep in. As politics will surely creep its way in. And since we are on the topic of the advisory board, with all due respect, looking at its composition, can we say that the advisory board members are really better than the members of the MIC board of directors at what the MIC is supposed to do? Also, in section 29, on the powers and functions of the advisory board, under paragraph D, the advisory board can perform other functions, duties, and responsibilities as it may deem necessary. This is again problematic, as we will empower a body to give itself more powers. This is violative of the grant by the Constitution of the legislative power to Congress. We cannot delegate to the advisory board the power to legislate on the extent of its own powers. I earlier asked if the members of the advisory board are better than the members of the board of directors at what they are supposed to do. We can only answer this if we know and are very clear about what the MIC, MIF is supposed to do. Is the Maharlika Investment Fund a mere investment fund, a mutual fund, an asset management fund, a hedge fund, a private equity fund, a venture capital fund? Is the MIC a holding company, a real estate firm, a bank? Looking at section 14 on allowable investments, the MIC/MIF can be all of the above. But it cannot be all of the above because it is simply impossible to be all of the above. Because these different types of investments, business activities, and commercial transactions require and demand different kinds of expertise. Sa demokrasya, hindi bawal ang mangarap. But under a democratic system, the people can demand that their policy makers be realistic. According to the president of the Foundation for Economic Freedom, they are investing blind. They don't even know what the business plan is, and yet they're investing. So that's really a problem. It's not very clear what it's really for. On another point, I'm concerned that the Maharlika Investment Corporation attacks the independence of the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas. This measure turns the Constitution on its head as it negates the independence of the BSP. Article 12, Section 20 of our Constitution provides that the Congress shall establish an independent Central Monetary Authority. The members of whose governing board must be natural-born Filipino citizens of known probity, integrity, and patriotism, the majority of whom shall come from the private sector. They shall also be subject to such other qualifications and disabilities as may be prescribed by law. The authority shall provide policy direction in the areas of money, banking, and credit. It shall have supervision over the operation of banks and exercise such regulatory powers as may be provided by law over the operations of finance companies and other institutions performing similar functions. Ito yung water. If this MIC is indeed created, then the BSP will for a long time, if not forever, be tied to it. BSP dividends will go to the MIC as the national government's capital contribution. Dividends come from profits and the BSP earns profits from its operations. Ang kita ng BSP sa Maharlika pupunta. Imagine, the BSP, which is a government agency mentioned in the Constitution, shall now be considered as working for the MIC. Should this be the new function of the BSP, making money for the MIC? We should relieve the BSP from the pressure of making money, since this is the least of its concerns. Another point of observation, the BSP, our central bank, is to be capitalized at 200 billion pesos. The MIC is to be capitalized at 500 billion pesos. So sino sa dalawa ang mas mahalagang institusyon ng gobyerno? On revising the BSP's capital, the BSP was established on July 3, 1993 as our country's independent central monetary authority pursuant to the constitutional provision which I just read and Republic Act number 7653 or the new Central Bank Act. On February 14, 2019, RA 11211 was passed, amending RA 7653. The charter amendments bolster the capability of the BSP to safeguard price stability and financial system stability. The amendments were made to provide policy direction in the areas of money, banking, and credit, and also to maintain price stability conducive to a balanced and sustained growth of the economy and employment. Under Section 1 of RA 11211, the capital of the Bangko Sentral shall be 200 billion pesos to be fully subscribed by the government of the Republic of the Philippines, provided that the increase in capitalization shall be funded solely from the declared dividends of the Bangko Sentral in favor of the national government. For this purpose, any and all declared dividends of the Bangko Sentral in favor of the national government shall be deposited in a special account in the general fund and earmarked for the payment of Bangko Sentral's increase in capitalization. Such payment shall be released and dispersed immediately and shall continue until the increase in capitalization has been fully paid. Section 51 of the proposed measure provides that a portion of the national government capital contribution shall be sourced from the BSP dividends. For the first and second fiscal years, upon effectivity of the measure, the BSP shall remit 100% of its total declared dividends to the national government, but for the purpose of the capitalization of the MIC. In the succeeding fiscal years, the BSP shall remit 50% of its total declared dividends to the national government for the capitalization of the MIC and the remaining 50% to the national government to fund the increase in the capitalization of BSP in accordance with law. Mr. President and my dear colleagues, just a few years after the enactment of RA 11211, we are now revising the method of capital accumulation of the BSP to accommodate this Maharlika Investment Fund Act of 2023. Can the BSP maintain its mandate of price stability conducive to a balanced and sustainable growth of the economy and employment in the next 2 years that it is going to remit 100% of its total declared dividends to the national government for the capitalization of the MIC? Are we consciously changing our minds? Does the BSP need this capital or not? I thought the timetable in the law increasing the BSP's capital was important. Mr. President, likewise in the proposed measure, the MIC is prohibited in whatever manner or device to invest in areas that are explicitly prohibited under existing laws and convention to which the Philippines is a party. Unfortunately, not a single law or convention has been mentioned. It then becomes open for everyone to argue what should be considered a prohibited investment. I have noticed that there is also no ceiling in the fees and charges incurred in the establishment and effective management of the MIF. Ceilings are important because it prevents unfair advantage and the charging of exorbitant fees and charges. However, in the proposed measure, third-party fees and all charges in connection with the establishment and effective management of the MIF, such as custody fees, transaction fees, clearing fees, and management fees payable to external fund managers shall be charged against the MIF without any ceiling. Sky's the limit, Mr. President, and this might lead some to conclude that it would be nice to be friends with the people running the MIC. I also take no comfort in the statement that there are auditors. I understand that auditors play an important role in ensuring transparency and accountability. In the proposed measure, the Committee on Banks decided to include the engagement of an external and internal auditor as one of its safeguard measures. However, I take no comfort with this idea of an external auditor. Bakit? Let us go back to our experience with PAGCOR, which is another government-owned and controlled corporation. PAGCOR failed big time in this external auditor mandate. PAGCOR hired Globalcom RCI as the third-party auditor for Philippine offshore gaming operators, POGOS, under a 10-year, 6 billion peso contract. It took the Senate Committee on Ways and Means under the eagle eyes of our chairman, Mr. President, to discover that this external auditor tapped by PAGCOR was unqualified and not doing its job. It was practically a fly-by-night operation which submitted falsified bank certifications. Lusot sa PAGCOR, GOCC, pero mabuti sa Senado, nahuli, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, my dear colleagues, let us learn from this PAGCOR scandal that the presence of an external auditor does not absolutely guarantee the protection of our interests. I also find the penal provisions a curiosity. I have wondered from the very start why we are putting up this MIF. Why are we touching the funds of the LBP and DBP, which are already in their balance sheets and being managed by their own risk management teams and boards of directors? Nananahimik na ang perang ito. Meron ng in-charge dito. Tapos ililipat pa natin sa bagong ahensya ng gobyerno. Paano kung, dahil sa laki ng halaga ng pera, paano kung merong matemp o matukso? E di may makukulong pa. Then I noticed that the bill's penal provisions do not provide for jail time. Wala naman palang makukulong. The amounts of the fine stated in the bill look on paper to be humongous. The fine is up to the tremendous amount of 5 million pesos. However, if we realize that frauds in investment schemes can amount to billions of US dollars, then the amount of our fines now look puny. Will the possibility of a 5 million peso fine deter the criminal mind from taking advantage of an illegal payout to the tune of $5 million? $50 million? I want to make it of record that I am not interested in sending people to jail, especially when it is unnecessary. By not enacting this unjustified and unneeded idea into law, we take away the temptation and the opportunity to commit a financial crime. Let us avoid the scenarios which make possible the criminal violation of an unnecessary law. Also, I believe it is the better policy to disable legislators who belong to the Congress which approves this bill and to all the Congresses thereafter from benefiting from this Maharlika law. Legislators should be disqualified from working directly or indirectly for the MIC, investing directly or indirectly with the MIC/MIF. Neither can the MIC invest directly or indirectly in corporations and other institutions linked to legislators directly or indirectly. I have stressed the phrase directly or indirectly dahil gusto nating pagbawalan ang palusot. And why include future congresses in the ban? Because there is a joint congressional oversight committee, the MIF-JCOC. We have also noticed, Mr. President, that a lot of the details are left to the IRR or the implementing rules and regulations. It is well settled that the rules and regulations, which are the product of a delegated power to create new or additional legal provisions that have the effect of law, should be within the scope of the statutory authority granted by the legislature to the administrative agency. It should not be the other way around, that the IRRs are greater than the law. The proposed measure allows the crafting of powerful implementing rules and regulations capable of doing the following examples. First, on the rewards and incentives, the criteria for the grant of rewards and incentives shall be determined in the IRR, including the formula for the computation of any amount that will be granted to the board of directors, officials, employees, and staff of the MIC. Second, on the duties and qualification of the Chief Investment and Operating Officer, the CIOO shall be appointed by the Board of Directors and terminated for a term as provided in the IRR. There's something wrong with the phraseology, Mr. President. Hindi ko po mistake yan. I'm quoting from the bill itself. Third, on the financial reporting framework, the financial statements and reports shall be prepared upon the advice of the advisory body in accordance with the pertinent provisions of the measure and its IRR. Another one is on the appointment, election, and termination of membership in the board, which shall likewise be provided in the IRR. It is interesting to note that the Treasurer of the Philippines, in consultation with the founding GFI, shall be the one to promulgate the necessary rules and regulation for the implementation of this measure. I thought that the Treasurer was supposed to be merely a member of the advisory board, Mr. President. IRR should never be greater than the law. This would amount to an undue and invalid delegation of legislative power. And then another troubling point, Mr. President, on the GSIS and SSS funds. This Maharlika Fund proposal started on the wrong foot, and the proponents were forced to suffer a retreat. Their first versions wanted to raid the coffers of the GSIS and the SSS as the source for the initial capital of Maharlika. When the owners of the funds objected to this proposal, the proponents agreed to remove them. A clever move, as the opposition from the contributors of the GSIS and the SSS, who are the government workers and the private sector employees, abated. While they removed the forced contribution from GSIS and SSS, they inserted a sentence that would allow these funds to invest in Maharlika voluntarily as long as their boards agree. Section 6, last paragraph of the proposed measure states, under no circumstance shall the GOCCs providing for the social security of government employees, private sectors, workers and employees, and other sectors and subsectors, such as but not limited to the government service insurance system, social security system, and home development mutual fund be requested or required to contribute to the MIC. However, Section 12 of the measure allows voluntary investment. It mentions that other GFIs and GOCCs may invest into the MIF, subject to their respective investment and risk management strategies and approval of their respective boards. Additional investments may likewise be sourced from investments of reputable private and state-owned financial institutions and corporations in the form and under the terms and conditions that the Board of Directors may prescribe. Hindi pwedeng pilitin, hindi pwedeng hingan, pero kung kusa at voluntaryong magbibigay, tatanggapin naman. I thought they listened to the concerns of the public, but they executed a clever maneuver. And the danger is still there that the conservatively managed pension and retirement funds of our retirees from the government and the private sectors will be entrusted to the Maharlika Investment Fund for riskier placements, or in other words, for gambling. Mr. President and my dear colleagues, I have reached the part where I share my conclusions, Mr. President. While the MIF may have been presented to us as an appealing proposition with a noble intention, that is to boost investment and grow our money, it carries significant risks that the Philippines cannot afford to make. The overall risk is too great that it outweighs whatever the potential benefits of the measure are, if there is any at all. With our current fiscal and economic situation, we cannot afford to make a 500 billion peso mistake or even a 75 billion peso mistake. This will be a costly mistake that will be paid with our people's hard-earned money, representing their blood, sweat, and tears. Although a mistake like this can also allow others to lead a lavish lifestyle, if you know what I mean. The implications of the proposed Maharlika Investment Fund are simply too great for us not to do anything to stop it. The following are good grounds to reject the Maharlika Investment Fund Act. These are the reasons why the Philippines should not establish a sovereign wealth fund or a state investment fund or a state-initiated investment fund or a national investment fund or however way we might want to call it. Number one, the Philippines is a developing country with a large and growing population, and we have a number of pressing economic and social challenges that need to be addressed. Establishing a sovereign wealth fund, or the MIF, would require the government to divert resources away from these more immediate priorities, such as poverty, malawak ang kahirapan ng ating mga mamayan, hunger, kakulangan sa pagkain, debt, utang, quality education and healthcare, murang pabahay, kuryente at tubig, jobs, trabaho, and reducing inequality and injustice, among others. Number two, the Philippines is not a major exporter of natural resources such as oil and gas, which are the main sources of revenue for many sovereign wealth funds. This means that the Philippines would need to find other sources of funding for its sovereign wealth fund, or the MIF, which could be difficult and potentially involve taking on more debt. Number three, there is no surplus, no budget surplus, no trade surplus. There is no windfall revenue or profit from anything at all, which will serve as the funding for this MIF. We cannot even point to the underlying asset for this MIF because there is none. The Philippines, number four, the Philippines has a history of corruption and mismanagement of public funds, which raises concerns about the transparency and accountability of a sovereign wealth fund, or this MIF. There have been numerous instances of government officials misusing public funds for personal gain, and there are concerns that the sovereign wealth fund, or this MIF, could be used as a means of disguising or concealing corrupt activities. Number five, the Philippines is already facing significant economic challenges, including a large and growing budget deficit, high levels of debt, a weak currency, and high inflation. Our fiscal space has shrunk. Food production is very low, yet smuggling is very rampant. Establishing a sovereign wealth fund or this MIF could further strain our country's financial resources and increase our dependence on external funding, which could make us more vulnerable to external economic shocks and market fluctuations. Number 6, we should fund the budget instead of the MIF. Come to think of it, the MIF bill is, if not an insult to Congress, an indictment of the budget process. The proponents of this MIF bill would rather have an unelected 9-person board of directors meeting behind closed doors in a conference room the Filipino people cannot freely enter, decide on the approval and funding of big-ticket mega infrastructure projects, rather than the elected members of Congress whose proceedings are open to the public, covered by the media, and even live-streamed. The MIC can change the landscape of our country without the participation of the people's elective representatives. Why should we in Congress allow this to happen? Number 7, the current version of the MIF has too many inherent inconsistencies, not to mention the very difficult to understand paragraphs and sections in the said bill. Number 8, too many details are left to the IRR. Hence, we have no idea how the MIF will finally look like and how it will be governed. Number 9, the creation of the MIF could undermine democratic principles in the management of funds and weaken democratic institutions, for transparency and accountability are compromised in the MIF. We should not forget that transparency and accountability are the foundations that allow democracy to thrive. Number 10, since the MIF will invest domestically and can partner with private business interests, the MIF can, in effect, choose who will be the winners in our domestic economy. We must therefore always be on the lookout for favoritism, crony capitalism, and unequal treatment in violation of the Equal Protection Clause of the Constitution. Number 11, I submit that before we can decide on establishing the MIF, we have to first answer the prejudicial questions which I have raised before. Like, number 1, is it economically viable? Number 2, have both Land Bank of the Philippines and the Development Bank of the Philippines been subjected to sensitivity tests? And number 3, are we proceeding with the proposed merger of the Land Bank and the Development Bank? Number 12, if the MIF is really being established for the Filipino people, including the future generations, and the proponents are so confident that the expected high returns will be realized and will really redound to the benefit of the Filipino people, then I propose that the law establishing the Maharlika Wealth Fund be submitted to the Filipino people through a referendum. In short, the creation of the Maharlika Investment Fund, the MIF, will be more harmful to our economy, country, people, and our future than if the fund had not been created or were not to be created in the first place. Mr. President, my dear colleagues, the decision to allocate billions of pesos to the creation of this MIF or the Maharlika Investment Fund is a matter that should be carefully considered and reviewed by us. It is important to consider the potential risks associated with this measure. We should not rush our consideration of this bill. Allow me to quote the President, not the Senate President, the President of the Republic, when he was interviewed about the MIF. Ang message ko sa Senado, suriin ninyo na mabuti para maganda ang batas natin. Hindi naman dapat imadali dahil napaka-importante bawat salita na ilalagay mo dun sa batas na yun, may kabuluhan yun. Kailangan talagang pag-aralan ng mabuti. Malaki naman ang tiwala ko sa mga senador. Alam nila ang kanilang trabaho. Pag-aaralan talaga nila ng mabuti yan. And that's the process. Tama yun. But ako, sa akin, mas importante na maging tama kaysa sa maging mabilis. So, kailangan gawin natin tama. We have to get it right. Getting it wrong would be a very bad mistake. Those are the words of the President. So, my dear colleagues, in the Philippine Senate, President Bongbong Marcos addressed that message to us. Tayo po ang kausap ng Presidente dyan. So to close, Mr. President, so thank you for the time that you've given me, Mr. President. To close, according to a former high-ranking central banker, okay, the Maharlika Investment Fund, or MIF, proposal is the madness of some people. I therefore object to the proposed establishment of the MIF, or the Maharlika Investment Fund. I take my consolation from the thought that the Filipino people know another meaning for the letters MIF, and that is that this madness isn't forever. And before I end, Mr. President, I move that the measure under consideration, the bill attached to the committee report, be referred or recommitted to the proper committee, which is the Committee on Government Corporations and Public Enterprises. So thank you, Mr. President, and my dear colleagues, for your time and attention.
Mr. President, I would like to place on record that this representation is objecting to the motion on the floor, Mr. President. To recommit.
Before we, there's an objection, but we'd like to recognize Senator
Mr.
Francis.
President,
Mrs. Goodell.
point of order, Mr. President. Before we act on the motion, while I sympathize with our minority leader, Senator Pimentel, with respect to his desire for this bill to have been referred to another committee, the period within which to ask for a reconsideration of the decision of plenary has long passed. Ilang beses na rin nangyari sa akin yan nung ako'y nasa Kamara at maliwanag ang rules na kapag lumipas sa 24 na oras, matapos may pagpasahan ng plenaryo, para makahingi ng pagpapalit ng desisyong yon, hindi na yun maaaring gawin lalo na makalipas ang ilang buwan na. So although the vote will most likely be carried by the majority, it might not serve as a good precedent, Mr. President, Your Honors.
Yes.
Yes,
Our minority floor leader.
Actually, Mr. President, this is not a motion for reconsideration because when we first tackled that on the floor, that was theoretical. Ngayon, we see the bill before us. Nini-discuss na nga natin. That's why we have
Actually,
the bill with us.
Mr. Minority Leader, we already placed that on a vote. We voted on it already. It was already acted upon. So I think your motion.
That was on the first reading, Mr. President.
I think not on the first reading. Was
Yes,
it on the first reading?
That was on the first reading, Mr. President. So this is not an MR on that motion during the first reading. Ito na, meron na po itong committee report with an attached bill. First reading. I know what I did, Mr. President. So we were discussing it on a theoretical level. Now we are discussing a very specific bill. That's why the motion concerns this very specific bill attached to the committee report, Mr. President.
But just to answer to give a short manifestation, many bills that are tackled in certain committees, once they are approved, the committee reports are finalized, even by substitution, sometimes umiiba na yung laman. Diba? It's not necessarily, for example, what could have been a tourism bill, after going through several amendments in the committee, it now becomes an economic zone with tourism potentials. I mean, and of course, you can, no one has objected to this particular first referral. So, Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, there was a motion, just to recap, Mr. President, there was a motion filed by the minority leader, which this representation objected to, and the distinguished gentleman from the province of Sorsogon raised a point of order, Mr. President. And so, I believe, Mr. President, that with the indulgence of the body, the proper course right now is for the chair to rule on the point of order, Mr. President.
On the point of order,
Because, Mr. President, before you rule on the point of order of the distinguished gentleman from Sorsogon, I too would like to reiterate for the record, Mr. President, while we note the Minority Leader's objection on the committee referral of the Maharlika Bill, this matter has been deliberated on, debated upon, and voted on by the body sufficiently on January 25, 2023. And to recall, Mr. President, this bill was referred to the Committee on Banks, Financial Institutions, and Currencies because its purpose is to create an independent investment fund. So I just want to put that on record before you make a ruling on the point of order raised by the gentleman from Sorsogon.
We'll recognize first Senator Risa de Veros.
Hindi ko sinabi. Basta sinabihan lang ako.
Salamat kaayo, Mr. President. While I would also like to reserve to interpellate the turno en contra of the Minority Leader, I would also like to second the motion of the Minority Leader. Salamat kaayo, Mr. President.
Yes, session suspended for 1 minute.
President, I move for the previous question, Mr. President.
Yes, on the position of, on the point of order made by Senator Escudero, the point of order is well taken. And to answer the manifestation or the request of Senator Coco to refer it back to the committee, the matter, for the record, has been previously acted upon and disposed of at that time. So that is the ruling of the chair. Senator Coco Pimentel is recognized.
As I stated earlier, Mr. President, this concerns a very specific bill, different in content than the first one. So I appeal the ruling of the chair.
If you appeal the ruling of the chair, then we
Then we
divide
should
the House.
divide the House, Mr. President.
Yes. So those who are in favor of the appeal of Senator Coco to remand the committee report back to its committee, please raise your hand. To remand the committee to the committee on government corporations. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So those who are in favor of the appeal of the gentleman from Cagayan de Oro and Zambales, please raise your hands.
Mr. President,
Yes.
I'm sorry.
You're in the middle of voting, sir.
I know, but I would like to raise another point of order. We should be voting on the ruling of the chair with respect to the point of order that raised that the motion is not proper
Okay.
and not on the motion of Senator Pimentel.
We made an appeal. The thing is, I already ruled upon the motion.
Yes,
of-
and my understanding is Senator Pimentel appealed the ruling of the chair.
So it's the ruling of the chair, Mr. President, that we are voting right now.
Okay. My
No.
apologies. Withdraw. I will withdraw the initial vote. So it is the ruling of the chair. Those who support the ruling of the chair, please raise your hand. Those who do not support the ruling of the chair, please raise yours. So there are two votes against my ruling and 16 votes in favor. So appeal is lost. Majority
President?
leader.
Mr. President,
Yes.
to be consistent with my vote, for the record, when you rephrase the motion as the motion, the ruling of the chair, right? I raise my hand, Your Honor, because I want to support the chair. But I would have otherwise abstained if it would phrase a different way because the Committee on GOCC is chaired by my brother, Senator Alan. And to be consistent with my vote a few months ago, I abstained also in deference to him because I know he would have been very happy to also hear this bill making no comment on anything else. That's all, Mr. President. But my vote stands, just to explain for
It is
consistency.
sibling love.
Yes.
Sibling love.
That's a good way, Mr. President, to remind us that she was the only one who abstained, Mr. President, during that time.
At that time, yes. But she voted with us today.
Yes, Mr. President.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, to avail of the remaining hours,
I think it's 10 minutes left.
the Deputy Minority Leader would like to
Yes.
deliver another contra speech, Mr. President.
Our senior deputy minority floor leader is recognized.
May we recognize the
Yes.
Deputy Minority Leader, Mr. President.
As I mentioned, the senior deputy minority floor leader is recognized.
Salamat kaayo, Mr. President, pero sa dami po namin sa minority, deputy lang po talaga. But salamat kaayo. I would have wanted, if allowed, to interpellate the turno en contra of the minority leader. But that not being possible, iubusin ko na lang po yung natitira nilang 10 minutes sa kanilang
Will
turno
we
en
reflect
contra.
that before you start, ma'am?
Yes, Mr.
We'll ask you to
President.
reflect that on the clock. Could you put 10 minutes on the clock, please? Thank you.
Of course, yung unang nasabi ni Majority Leader na remaining hours, tatanggapin ko rin naman po kung ibibigay ng plenaryo. In any case po, Mr. President, I'll just make of record some of the many questions I would have raised to the Minority Leader in interpellation kung pumwede sana po yun. Beginning with this, I would have said to the Minority Leader, the sponsor disagrees with you and tells us that Maharlika will not generate more debt. On the contrary, the sponsor says that the capitalization we would put into the MIF would be the basis and could be leveraged to attract and deploy more resources for our development needs. How can we understand this great divergence of thinking between two, obviously, intelligent people? Are you, Minority Leader, merely being pessimistic, inattentive to opportunities, or suspicious of the experts who would be recruited to run Maharlika? My second question to the Minority Leader, Mr. President, would have been this. I appreciate the candor of the sponsor. When I revealed the information yesterday that it was the GSIS president himself who originally proposed the Maharlika Fund to the president. Dahil po, Mr. President, the sponsor basically said, what's wrong with that? He explained that high returns must often be secured through being exposed to higher risks, and success in such ventures is secured by having the brightest technocrats giving you guidance. You reminded us in your turno en contra, Minority Leader, that the first ever version of the Maharlika Bill sought the biggest contribution from the GSIS, a whopping 75 billion pesos. And what's wrong with that, Minority Leader? Would you agree that it would be unpatriotic of us if we would not harness the money of our pension funds in the service of our domestic infrastructure development and commercial goals? And then, Mr. President, I would have asked the Minority Leader about what he cited on page 4 of his turno en contra, that there is a recent development which is also procedurally objectionable based on the Constitution. When he cited that there is a power granted to the President under Article 6, Section 26, open parenthesis 2, close parenthesis of the 1987 Constitution, which reads as follows, and in part, except when the President certifies to the necessity of its immediate enactment to meet a public calamity or emergency. And then the Minority Leader said there is actually no public calamity or emergency right before our very eyes, which could be addressed by the Maharlika Bill. How could a fund with promised benefits to be felt 10 to 20 years from now be the answer to an existing public calamity or emergency? Who can answer that? So I would have asked the Minority Leader to further describe why, therefore, this is a misapplication of that power granted to the President under Article 6, Section 26. Next, Mr. President, I would have asked the Minority Leader his own thoughts about whose idea was the Maharlika Investment Fund. Where did this idea come from? Saan ba nanggaling ito? Is it possible that we are doing this as a favor to a businessman who has access to the ears of the powers that be, whose business or bottom line has been hit by the downturn in the world economy and thus would need a new client? And he expressed the hope that we will hopefully know the identity of this big-time influencer in due time to finally answer this nagging question, where did this idea really come from? Next, Mr. President, I would have asked the Minority Leader a lot of follow-up questions about his descriptions on where the money for sovereign wealth funds come from in the first place. He cited oil-rich countries like Norway, Russia, and countries in the Middle East who put up their SWFs from their money from oil sales. He cited Kuwait, which established its fund in 1953 and currently has over $500 billion in assets under management. He further cited the Abu Dhabi funds and the Saudi Arabia funds, which also established their SWFs backed up by their oil wealth and oil sales. Most dramatically, he cited that Norway struck oil in its EEZ in the Ecofisk field in 1969, and only 12 years later, or around 1981, after a dozen years of discussion, established its SWF. He described that the Norway SWF is supervised by its central bank, and the parliament, the legislature, supervises the choice of the managers, and that the fund invests very conservatively and only outside Norway. Most importantly, perhaps for us, Mr. President, as an Asian legislature, the minority leader narrated how China, Hong Kong, and Singapore also have SWFs, but they got their funding from their excess reserves from the Asian export boom. In short, they had and continue to have trade surpluses. Why is this important, Mr. President? Because just a few pages later, the minority leader described our situation in the Philippines. Not an export boom, not a trade surplus, but indeed our trade in goods deficit, which is in the amount of 40 to 60 billion dollars a year. Kabaliktaran po talaga, Mr. President, at this point in time sa mga bansang China, Hong Kong, Singapore nung kanilang itinatag ang kanilang sovereign wealth funds. And then our trade deficit, it was, the minority leader said, at $58.3 billion for 2022, more than double the $24.6 billion recorded in 2020. So may downward trend pa po in terms of our trade deficit. Again, the opposite direction in which we should be moving kung katulad ng China, Hong Kong at Singapore nung kanilang itinatag ang kanilang sovereign wealth funds, and therefore were enabled to establish those SWFs. Following that, Mr. President, the minority leader cited that Singapore's Temasek managed the windfall it got from the properties left behind by Singapore's former colonizer, Great Britain. Wala po tayong ganyang klaseng windfall, Mr. President, from any properties left behind to us by our former colonizers, not Spain, not the United States. And speaking of the United States, Mr. President, the minority leader cited that the state of Alaska has the permanent fund created in the 1970s when they struck oil, something which we have yet to do, even in our exclusive economic zone in the West Philippine Sea. Then, Mr. President, the minority leader cited Chile's SWF, funded by the sale of mineral resources, primarily of copper. Samantala, ang Botswana naman po, sa Africa, ang kanilang SWF backed up by the sale of diamonds. None of these fortunate circumstances, Mr. President, obtains in the Philippines right now as we contemplate setting up the Maharlika, Mr. President. Ano yun? Mr. President, I will be sending a closing statement in the... Sorry, Mr. President. I need to take, may I pause for about a minute? And I think the minority leader would like to interject to my using up of his remaining 10 minutes, Mr. President.
Mr. President? Yes, just,
go
we
ahead.
will follow procedure, but my colleague in the minority posed some questions. Under the rules, am I supposed to respond to the question, Mr. President?
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I have yet to see anything under the rules that turno and contra is subject to interpellations or asking questions. And that's the main reason why when we terminated the period of interpellations, we are aware that the next part of the procedure is to open the period of general debates. And we are now in turno and contra, Mr. President. And so after the turn of the contra speeches, we will entertain if somebody is going to speak for and behalf of the measure that being deliberated upon. I submit, Mr. President.
Since there are no members who wish to speak for on behalf of the measure, then we close.
Mr. President,
We move to close. Yes.
maybe I have 1 minute left from the
Oh,
10
yes.
minutes of the minority
Please continue with
leader. I
your
will
1
just close my using up of his 10 minutes in turno and contra.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank
Please
you.
proceed.
Salamat kayo, Mr. President. So, for all the reasons stated by the minority leader in his turno en contra and the questions we were able to raise to the sponsor in interpellation, I stand before you as well to express my deep concern and opposition as well to the Maharlika Bill, specifically Senate Bill 2020, which aims to create a sovereign wealth fund for our nation. While the intentions behind this bill may seem noble, I believe that it is crucial to critically examine further the potential consequences and implications of such a fund before we proceed any further. As mentioned yesterday, the creation of the Maharlika Fund will outlive us. First and foremost, let us consider the issue of transparency and accountability. The creation of a sovereign wealth fund, as proposed in the Maharlika Bill, raises questions about the proper management and oversight of the funds. The alleged mechanisms in place are not sufficient to protect the billions of public funds that will be used for this purpose. Without robust safeguards, there is a risk of mismanagement, corruption, and the misuse of public funds. We must prioritize transparency and accountability in any financial endeavor of this magnitude. The establishment of a sovereign wealth fund diverts resources away from pressing domestic needs. As emphasized by our esteemed minority leader, and with which I concur, our country faces numerous challenges that demand immediate attention and investment, such as education, healthcare, infrastructure development, and poverty alleviation. By channeling a significant portion of our national wealth into a sovereign wealth fund, we run the risk of neglecting these urgent priorities and failing to address the urgent needs of our citizens. We must prioritize the well-being of our people over the accumulation of wealth. Additionally, it is important to consider the economic impact of the Maharlika Bill. While a sovereign wealth fund may provide some economic benefits in the long run, we must not overlook the potential risks and downsides. The sudden injection of large sums of money into the economy can lead to inflation, which erodes the purchasing power of the average citizen. It may also distort market dynamics and create imbalances that could have unintended consequences for our economy as a whole. We must carefully assess the potential risks and weigh them against the perceived benefits before committing to such a drastic measure. We must exercise caution and consider the potential consequences of such a move. We must prioritize transparency, accountability, and the immediate needs of our citizens. The creation of a sovereign wealth fund should not come at the expense of neglecting pressing domestic needs, risking economic stability, or compromising our international standing. Let us pursue policies that promote the well-being of all Filipinos and ensure a sustainable and prosperous future for our nation. Salamat kaayo, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, our distinguished colleague, Senator Rizon Taveros, Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, there being no more speech on en contra, I move that we close the period of general debate, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved.
Mr. President, before we proceed with the period of amendments, I move that we recognize the distinguished gentleman from the great province of Sorsogon, Senator Chis Escudero.
Our distinguished colleague, Senator Francis Chis Escudero, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to make a manifestation by way of amicus curiae in order, as a friend of the Senate and of Congress, to make of record perhaps fatal procedural and substantive mistakes that we may be committing but can still correct prior to the final approval of this measure by both houses of Congress. Let me begin, Mr. President, by placing on record the provisions cited earlier in the committee hearings and in the debates. Article 12, Section 16 of the Constitution states, "The Congress shall not, except by general law, provide for the formation, organization, or regulation of private corporations. Government-owned or controlled corporations may be created or established by special charters in the interest of the common good and subject to the test of economic viability." I submit, Mr. President, that the creation of any GOCC has three requirements. Number one, it must be through an act of Congress. Number two, it must be for the common good. And number three, it must pass the test of economic viability. Now, Mr. President, insofar as having a special charter is concerned, that is clearly complied with by an act of Congress should this be passed. Number two, that it is for the common good. This was discussed, Mr. President, in the CONCON debates, wherein someone asked, is it okay to organize a government-owned and controlled corporation that will compete with the private sector? Or shall we limit government-owned and controlled corporations only to perform those functions that the private sector cannot or is not willing to perform and is for a stated public purpose, such as providing utilities or utility services or social services that the private sector don't find to be profitable enough for them to do themselves? Mr. President, clearly, the intention of this sovereign wealth fund is to perform functions that the private sector is already performing now. But it still has a governmental function, but might have to be clarified in the provisions of the measure. And third, Mr. President, Your Honor, the test of economic viability must be passed as well. Mr. President, I would like to place and insert into the records the CONCON debates with respect to this phrase when it was inserted by then CONCON delegate Ople, when he described it by saying, GOCCs cannot be created as a rule but only as an exception, and they must pass the test of economic viability. This particular, Mr. President, CONCON debate clause was quoted by the Supreme Court in the July 2006 case of the MIAA versus the Court of Appeals, wherein they specifically explained and cited that Congress must evaluate and must be able to decide that indeed the creation of the GOCC passed the test of economic viability. I would like to submit to the records as well, Mr. President, the entire case and ratio decidendi of the 2006 MIAA versus CA case for reference. Now, Mr. President, I submit that the document supposedly complying with the test of economic viability is not compliant with the demands and requirements of the Constitution. Senator Coco Pimentel, our minority leader, earlier said it is a prejudicial question. My position, Mr. President, is that it is a condition precedent before we vote on and approve and create this GOCC. I would like to insert and place into the record as well, Mr. President, for reference, the 3-page document submitted in compliance supposedly with my demand to submit a test of economic viability entitled Business Proposal for the Maharlika Investment Fund, together with a covering letter dated 21 February 2023 addressed to the Honorable Mark A. Villar, signed by the Treasurer of the Philippines, Rosalia V. De Leon. Mr. President, Your Honor, I submit that it is not compliant because all it talks about is investment in securities and equities. When the DBM Secretary in the newspaper today said that they will be investing in the 194 infrastructure flagship projects of the administration. So clearly, this document is already insufficient, incomplete, because it does not discuss the economic viability of investments in these infrastructure flagship programs, which might not have any ROI. Now, let me place for the record, Mr. President, exactly what is meant by test of economic viability. If I may quote, the term test of economic viability refers to a method of evaluating the financial feasibility of a certain business idea or project. This test assesses whether a particular project has the potential to generate enough revenue to cover its cost and operate profitably. Typically, the test of economic viability involves analyzing the market demand, competition, profit margins, operating costs, and other financial factors that affect the success of the proposed venture. The test of economic viability is often used by investors, lenders, and other stakeholders. In our case, Mr. President, a requirement imposed by the Constitution. I submit, Mr. President, that it is insufficient because the business proposal for the Maharlika Fund did not even include in the computation the 2% overhead cost of the MIC in running the fund. Further, Mr. President, if I may quote, meaning of test of economic viability for a sovereign wealth fund. The test of economic viability for a sovereign wealth fund refers to the assessment of whether the fund's investments and operations are financially sustainable and profitable in the long term. This involves evaluating the fund's ability to generate returns that meet or exceed its financial obligations, such as paying dividends to the government or supporting the country's economic development goals. As I stated in my interpellation before, what is the rate of return of the mandated government agencies that we required to invest in this fund? To continue, Mr. President, the viability test usually involves analyzing various factors, such as the following: size of the fund, investment strategy, governance, diversification, risk management, and returns. It should also take into account the size of our economy vis-a-vis other economies, so that we would be able to find out exactly if it will be economically sustainable and feasible. Mr. President, I submit that there is still time for us to comply with the constitutional requirement in order to avoid constitutional scrutiny and the possibility of this law being struck down for being non-compliant with the condition precedent required and enshrined in our Constitution. I do not fault anyone, Mr. President, Your Honor, because this is a new provision inserted by the framers of the 1987 Constitution and not found in the previous constitutions of 1935 and 1973. Quite frankly, there are only two cases that made mention of this, but did not even define exactly what it should contain. This government has an opportunity, Mr. President, to actually define it. Not only define it, but also specify who is supposed to prepare it. The document submitted, Mr. President, is not even signed. Although it has a covering letter, it is not even signed. And although our National Treasurer, Ma'am Leah, is competent in what she's doing, I doubt if her office is the one that should be doing this test of economic viability, short of the NEDA itself, or even through the NEDA ICC. Henceforth, Mr. President, when we create another GOCC, we would be asking the same questions, and it would be proper, I guess, for us to settle this early. I will not be the one to go up to the Supreme Court to question this, Mr. President, but should someone do so, I think, and I look at it as an opportunity to clarify that provision of the Constitution so that the Senate and this Congress may be guided accordingly with respect to its future actions and how we should go about creating new government-owned and controlled corporations. Thank you, Mr. President. I submit.
Thank you very much. We take note of your manifestation and place it on record.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move to open the period of amendments. So move, Mr. President.
There be no objection. Period of amendments is open.
Individual amendments. I mean, individual.
May I ask for?
Mr. President, with no committee amendments, I move that we open the period of individual amendments. So move, Mr. President.
So the motion is to open, to close the period of committee amendments.
Committee amendments and open.
And we
period-
move, there's a motion to open the period of individual
amendments.
amendments. There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we recognize the sponsor of the measure, the distinguished Deputy Majority Leader, Senator Mark Villar, for his
Our
individual
distinguished
amendments.
Deputy Majority Floor Leader is recognized. And may I ask the Secretary to give me a copy of the committee report? Session suspended for 1 minute because we are requesting for documents with line numbers. These particular ones don't have, so session suspended.
Suspend session, President.
My dear colleagues, we are in the period of individual amendments. We shall do this the way we've been doing this the last three Congresses, which is basically we will start amendments page by page. So those of you, my dear colleagues who have amendments, please make sure nakabantay kayo. You're watching and making sure the page, the number, and the line, so that if it's not read by the sponsor, if you had submitted the amendment to the sponsor and it's mistakenly or for whatever reason not read by the sponsor, you may stand up and propose the amendment. But we will go page by page. May I ask those who have amendments who are still in the lounge to please come back to the floor so that we do not have to go back to the pages that were already approved. So, Majority Leader, shall we recognize?
Yes, Mr. President, I move for the previous question, Mr. President, as we already opened the period of individual amendments. I move that we recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, our Deputy Majority Leader, Senator Mark Villar.
Our distinguished Deputy Majority Floor Leader and sponsor of the measure is recognized, Senator Mark Villar.
Mr. President, before I present my individual amendments, I would like to thank our colleagues for their helpful and fruitful participation in refining the provisions of the proposed Maharlika Investment Fund Act of 2023. As a result of our interpolations and after further individual scrutiny of our substitute bill reported in our committee report, this representation would like to present the following as my individual amendments to the bill. For the first amendment, first paragraph of section 2 on declaration of policy. On page 1, line 3, under section 2, on the declaration of policy, after the word to and before the word create, insert the phrase generate, preserve, and grow national wealth, so that the new first paragraph of section 2 will read as follows. Section 2, declaration of policy. It is the policy of the state to generate, preserve, and grow national wealth, create jobs, promote trade and investments, foster technological transformation, strengthen connectivity, expand infrastructure, and achieve energy, water, and food security. I so move, Your Honor.
There being no objection to the motion, the amendment is approved.
Our second amendment is in the third paragraph of section 2 on declaration of policy. Your Honor, this is the amendment of our colleague, Senator Legarda. On page 1, line 11, insert a new paragraph which states, the state further recognizes the country's natural capital and its role as the basis for the economy. Hence, the need to ensure its integrity and measure its contribution in national income accounting to improve decision-making and investments in conservation and protection of natural resources and biodiversity. The old third paragraph of section 2 will now become the new fourth paragraph of the same section. I so move, Your Honor.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved. Before you move to the next amendment, I would just like to remind the Secretariat to take note on this, and if possible, as soon as we leave the page, print it out so that we'll have a clean copy immediately. Once all the pages have been read and approved, all the amendments have been read and approved, so that we have a clean copy for everyone to review. Please proceed, sponsor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Third amendment, section 3 on the definition of terms. Inclusion of the definition on divestment. On page 2, line 11, insert a new section 3C, which shall be read as follows. C, divestment is the transfer of title or disposal of interest in property by voluntarily.
One second. This is on page 2.
This is section 3 of the definition of terms, page 2, line 11.
Okay, so are there any more amendments on page 1? I just have to be sure and clarify. Are there any more amendments on page 1? There are none. Therefore, let's proceed, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. So on page 2, line 11, insert a new section 3C, which shall be read as follows. C, divestment is the transfer of title or disposal of interest in property by voluntarily, completely, and actually depriving or dispossessing oneself of his right or title to it in favor of a person or persons other than his family and relatives. The old section 3C, which refers to the founding government financial institutions, shall be renumbered accordingly. I so move, Your Honor.
Are there any, oh, there's a Senator
Just-
Pia Cayetano's
Just
question.
style. Did I hear right, Mr. Sponsor, that you said the word is that,
Divestment is.
yes, yeah.
the
So for
trans-
consistency, all of your definitions state refer to. So if you'd like to be consistent, may I suggest you just use the word refer to or refers to,
Yes,
because everything is refers to. Thank you.
yes, your,
Subject to style, subject to style.
subject to style.
We take note. There any objection to the amendment of the gentleman from Las Piñas? There being, Senator Angara is recognized.
No, no objection. In fact, I support the amendment, Mr. President. But wouldn't it be better if we state the degree of relation, whether it's consanguinity or affinity, and to what degree? When you say family or relatives, because that's very general. I don't know, just maybe I'm supporting it, Mr. Sponsor, but maybe it's better if you decide what degree your
Fourth degree of
fourth degree
consanguinity
or
and,
whatever.
what was it? But you're the lawyer, Your Honor. Maybe we'll ask you for the legal terminology.
Well, in terms of marriage, the reference point is fourth degree, if that's any
Fourth degree.
relevance.
I think even with, when it comes to provisions which are, conflict of interest, it's up to the fourth degree of,
Maybe we can check, Your Honor, and if I may suggest we go back to it, let's check banking laws
Can we-
and the like, Your
but I
Honor.
think we have to finish this page also because.
I think we
we're
have to finish page by page. Mahirap.
Well, then
can-
we'll
can-
wait.
So what is the?
Why don't we choose a number for fourth degree and but ask some researchers to double check what is the common usage.
I'm in front of me are a battery of lawyers. So these lawyers. Fourth
ref-
degree of consanguinity and affinity. What is that from the Constitution?
Yes, consistent.
In the Constitution, it's fourth degree of consanguinity and affinity
What is the proper language for this?
within the fourth civil degree.
No, the language of the.
Will that be accepted? That amendment to your amendment?
Yes, we accept the amendment.
Okay, subject to style. It is accepted.
Fourth Amendment, Section 3 on the definition of terms. In brackets, inclusion of the definition on regular director. On page 2, line 17, insert a new section, 3E, which shall be read as follows. Regular director refers to a director appointed by the President of the Philippines who shall serve in the board full-time and shall not hold any other public office during their tenure unless otherwise provided under this act. The old Section 3E, which refers to the Maharlika Investment Corporation, shall be renumbered accordingly. I so move, Your Honor.
There being no objection to the amendment? Amendment approved.
Mr. President,
Yes.
not on this amendment, but I noticed we're showing it. Can it be typed in? If it's long, then maybe give us a copy. If it's short, because like I even missed the.
I have with me with me the list of amendments that he's reading.
Kami wala
Can we
po.
give it to the members? May I ask for 1 minute suspension? Guys, give him a copy. I believe all the members were given copies of the draft amendments being read by Senator Villar. You don't have a copy. Can you give her my copy? Can you give the good Senate President Pro Tem the copy? Okay, please proceed, Secretary, Senator Villar, sorry. The
Okay lang,
DPWH,
sanay.
formerly of the DPWH.
Okay, Fifth Amendment, first paragraph of Section 4 on the establishment of the Maharlika Investment Corporation. Your Honor, this is a combination of my amendment and the amendment of our colleague, Senator Legarda. On page 2, line 32, after the word "as" and before the word "vehicle," delete the word "a" and instead insert the word "the sole," the sole as SOLE. On page 2, line 35, after the word and before the word "poverty," insert the word "accelerating." On page 2, line 35, after the word "trajectory," replace the period with a comma and insert the phrase "while ensuring ecological security." So the new first paragraph of Section 4 will read as follows. Section 4, Establishment of the Maharlika Investment Corporation. There is hereby created a corporate body to be named as the Maharlika Investment Corporation. The MAC shall act as the sole vehicle for the purpose of mobilizing and utilizing the MIF for investments in transactions in order to generate optimal returns on investments, ROIs, while contributing to the overall goal of reinvigorating job creation and accelerating poverty reduction by sustaining the economy's high growth trajectory while ensuring ecological security. I so
With
move,
to
Your
the
Honor.
amendment, Your Honor.
Yes, Senator Cayetano?
Yes, I understand this is Senator Legarda's amendment, is that correct? So
Yes.
with the permission of the sponsor and Senator Legarda, instead of the last two words, ecological security, can we use instead sustainable development, which encompasses more than just ecological security? Would that be acceptable?
Can we-
Yes, of course, I agree, whether it's ecological security, sustainable development, it's broader, I agree.
Yes, that is
Accepted. So the last line will read, while ensuring sustainable development. Okay, there
That's
being no
acceptable.
objection, subject to style, motion is approved.
Okay. And now now we're going to page 3.
So no other amendments on page 2, ladies and gentlemen, my dear colleague. If there are no more amendments on page 2, we proceed to page 3.
Page 3. Tingnan natin anong line.
Sixth Amendment, second paragraph of Section 4 on the establishment of the Maharlika Investment Corporation.
We know, Mr. President, what line is the,
I'm about to state. Okay. Yes, Your Honor, this is the amendment of our colleague Senator Angara with some modifications from this representation. On page 3, line 3,
Mr. President, to your amendments, Mr. President, line 2, if I may.
Line 2.
Yes,
Please,
Mr. President.
with the permission of the sponsor,
The
please
permission
proceed.
of the.
yes,
sponsor.
please, yes.
Mr. President, on page 3, line 2, after the word act, add the phrase and other laws, rules, and regulations. Thus, the provision would now read as follows. The MIC shall govern and manage the fund in accordance with the objectives and purposes set forth in this act and other laws, rules, and regulations, and it shall adhere to the Santiago principles and other internationally accepted standards of transparency and accountability. That is our proposal, Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor, we accept. I
Thank
accept.
you. Thank you, Mr. President.
It's duly accepted, no objection. Motion is the amendments carried.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Honor, this is the amendment of our colleague Senator Angara with some modifications from this representation. On page 3, line 3, after the word accountability, insert a proviso which states that, provided that the MIC shall coordinate with all relevant institutions to ensure harmonization of policies. So that the new second paragraph of Section 4 shall read as follows. The MIC shall govern and manage the fund in accordance with the objectives and purposes set forth in this act, and it shall adhere to the Santiago principles and other internationally accepted standards of transparency and accountability, provided that the MIC shall coordinate with all relevant institutions to ensure harmonization of policies. I so move, Your Honor.
Uh, the amendment made by Senator Joel Villanueva, is it the same amendment that you just amended or
No, it's a different amendment.
different line?
Different. This is page 3, line 3, after the.
Fine, there's a double mention of Santiago principles. Nag-double mention yung Santiago principles. Because it was mentioned on line 2 already. May I ask for minute suspension so that the sponsor of the First Amendment can approach the sponsor? Please continue.
Okay, so that the new second paragraph of section 4 shall read as follows. The MIC shall govern and manage the fund in accordance with the objectives and purposes set forth in this act and other laws, rules, and regulations, and it shall adhere to the Santiago Principles and other internationally accepted standards of transparency and accountability, provided that the MIC shall coordinate with all relevant institutions to ensure harmonization of policies. I so move, Your Honor.
So both amendments already incorporated. There being no objection, the amendment's approved.
Can I request for a minute suspension?
Session suspended. My dear colleagues, Majority Floor Leader, the situation is there are a new set of amendments preceding these ones that we have already approved. Unfortunately, it was given us in a Google Drive. So what they're proposing, the Secretariat, because it will take a while for them to print. While they're printing it, if we can start already, they will flash it on the screen. If it's acceptable to all.
Yes, Mr. President, this representative was able to talk to most, if not all of the members present here today, physically present here in this August chamber, and majority are agreeing, Mr. President, that
Okay.
we can proceed while waiting also for the
Yes.
hard copy, Mr. President.
Yes. So again, we'll go page by page. So we were last at page 3. So please proceed, Your Honor.
Page 3.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. So Seventh Amendment, Section 6(2) on preferred shares under capitalization and initial funding.
Can we, again, Mr. President, ask our sponsor to mention what page and what line, Mr. President? so we
I'm
can
about
all-
to do that. I was just about, as in,
Can you
yeah.
say right away,
Oh,
pa?
sige.
Yeah.
On page 3, line 33,
That's why, Mr. President, we have anterior amendments, Mr. President, page 3, line 5. If I may, Mr. President.
Page 3, line 5. Please proceed.
Page 3, line 5, Mr. President. This representation is proposing on page 3, line 5 to delete the words and correspondence. Thus, the provision would now read as place of business. The MIC shall have its principal place of business in Metro Manila, but may maintain branches, agencies in such other places within and outside the Philippines as the proper conduct of its business may require. I'd like to put on record, we have talked to our resource persons from the Treasury, if I'm not mistaken. It is a banking-related concept, Mr. President, and is therefore not applicable to MIC. Because in the 2018 implementing rules and regulations of RA number 9160 or the Anti-Money Laundering Act, correspondent banking refers to the provision of banking services by one bank called the correspondent bank to another bank called the respondent bank. And so I propose that amendment, and
We
I
ask
hope
the
that it is
sponsor.
we will submit, Mr. President, to the body.
yes. I accept, Your Honor.
Mr. President,
Okay, the lady senator from Panay and the Republic,
go ahead.
Ma'am Risa, raised her hand ahead.
Salamat kaayo, Mr. President. This representation was actually not one among the members whom the majority leader talked to about while we're waiting for the new printout, just to use the screen. So I did not object, and so in principle I accepted. Kaya lang po, there's no screen. So I think we have the same. It's the same sentiment and manifestation. So maybe please have at least the screen, or failing that, yung
We can
printed
have the
copy
screen,
na
Your
po.
Honor. We can have the
Yes.
screen.
We had the screen
Mr.
earlier.
President, nawala po yung text sa screen. So there's nothing for us to follow.
I think they usually give one screen on one side for the amendments and just the other.
Both
If
screens
If
don't
there's
show
none, then we
anything, Mr.
suspend.
President.
Session
Salamat
suspended
kayo,
until
Mr.
it's
President.
technical difficult.
Alin? Oh, bago.
So this is the difficulty that we're having, ladies and gentlemen, my dear colleagues. The Google Drive given to us, apparently to the Secretariat, is a growing document kasi as they speak while we're amending, the staff of Senator Mark are also amending. So dumadami yung it's a moving document. That's the problem. That's why we cannot print it. So let's do what we always do. In all our debates and amendments in the floor, there will be a clean copy, as we have here, which is the committee report. The sponsor will read it. We have to listen to it carefully. If we have no objection to the amendment is carried, and then we continue. At the end, we get a clean copy. And then we review the clean copy. We can go back and correct if we need to after the clean copy is printed, so that we don't have to delay the process. So I recognize our majority leader
Thank
because
you.
I think he'll make an amendment to his amendment.
Yes, Mr. President, just to clarify some things and finalize the introduction and proposed amendment, Mr. President, on page 3, line 5, delete the words correspondent and put the word "and" before agencies. And so the provision would now read as follows. Section 5, place of business. The MIC shall have its principal place of business in Metro Manila, but may maintain branches and agencies in such other places within and outside the Philippines as the proper conduct.
Yes, I accept.
Duly accepted.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Please continue, Senator Mark.
Thank you, Your Honor. On page 3, line 33. On page 3, line 33, after the word thereof.
Are there any amendments though before line 33? Senator Rafi has an amendment before line 33. We recognize with the permission of the sponsor.
Yes, of course.
We don't have to go back.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, may I include the following amendments? On page 3, lines 28 to 30,
Please proceed.
as well as reputable private financial institutions and corporations, provided that no single private sector shareholder shall directly or indirectly own more than 5% of the authorized capital stock. On page 3, line 28, after the word GFIs, insert the phrase, except SSS, GSIS, PhilHealth, Pag-ibig, OWA Fund, Philippine Veterans Affairs Office Pension Fund, and other government social welfare entities. On page 3, line 30, delete the word further between provided and that. The provision shall now read, preferred shares of 1,250,000,000, equivalent to 125 billion pesos, to be made available for subscription by the national government, its agencies or instrumentalities, GOCCs or GFIs, except SSS, GSIS, PhilHealth, Pag-ibig, OWA Fund, Philippine Veterans Affairs Office Pension Fund, and other government social welfare entities, provided that preferred shares shall be non-voting, non-participating, non-convertible, and may be issued from time to time by the Board of Directors in one or more series, specifying the relative rights, preferences, and further limitations thereof. The explanation is, the purpose of the amendment is to ensure that the ownership of the Maharlika Investment Corporation shall lie exclusively with the government, including its GOCCs and instrumentalities. This is consistent with the characteristics of sovereign wealth funds, that they are owned and managed by the government alone. This way, we can allow investments from private sector to the Maharlika Investment Fund without giving up ownership and control, beneficial or otherwise, of the Maharlika Investment Corporation. Likewise, it prohibits government social welfare entities such as CSSS, GSIS, PhilHealth, Pag-ibig, OWA Fund, and Philippine Veterans Affairs Office Fund from buying shares in the Maharlika Investment Corporations, which are supposed to be allocated for the benefit of its contributors, the Filipino people. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes, Senator Cayetanos recognized.
Mr. President, before the sponsor reacts, I just like to mention that there's a number of us who have a very similar amendment and in a different place. So that's so I can make that I can make the proposal so the sponsor can determine where it is best located because it's the same amendment as Senator Tulfo, similar.
Likewise, Mr. President, this representation would also like to introduce an amendment, but it's actually in section 6, which is capitalization and the initial funding. So
Maybe you can ask
I will submit to the wisdom of the body as to whether or not we'll do it on page 5, line 13, or page 3, line 25. But I don't think, Mr. President, I submit to the body and to the,
Your Honor, if perhaps we can ask this good senator based on these good Senator Rafi, if that would be sufficient for him, because I think there's a similar, baka maybe that would be acceptable to Senator Tulfo.
Your Honor, yung sa akin kasi, may dagdag po na Philippine Veterans Affairs Office Pension Fund. Yung sa others ata,
I think yung ang ibig sabihin po nila is kung sa placement lang.
Oh, okay.
Placement lang.
Yeah.
Actually, there's also an amendment to that na kasama po yung OWA, yung lahat ng funds na yan.
Okay.
Are you, may I ask the body, particularly the sponsor, is it proper to put this, we get the idea, and
Yes,
we are
Mr.
also
President.
supportive.
Okay.
Pero dito ba yan sa section na ito? O dun sa section,
Well, I think the other section is broader because that encompasses the use. This one encompasses the capitalization, but the other section encompasses the use. So it's a broader. If I can suggest, we can add. Sorry, can I finish?
yes, please.
Yes.
Yeah, the one in charge is the one,
Yes.
the floor
Can
recognized.
if I can suggest, maybe we can include the government institutions mentioned by Senator Rafi in the section that that was referred to in the amendments of our other colleagues later on.
What is the pleasure of the body? There's a Senator Tolentino is recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Before we make this proposal transportable, Mr. President, may I ask the proponent of the amendment, Senator Tulfo, with the permission of
Yes, please
Senator
proceed.
Villar, the mention of the and other government social, Mr. President, and the mention, Mr. President, of and other government social welfare entities. May we know the exact meaning of this for purposes of clarity? Will it include PCSO? Are there other government agencies involved in social welfare activities?
Thank you, Mr. President. Anything that contributes to the Social Welfare Fund and PCSO, yes, it's included. Your Honor.
So perhaps we might as well name or specify said entities for purposes of clarity. PCSO, there are other
PAGCOR, di ba? PAGCOR.
PAGCOR, enumerate na ho natin.
But is that, I think the finance managers wanted to use part of PAGCOR's investable income. So, and I know there's no objection from my majority leader because it's a gambling agency, obviously. So,
Maybe ask of the,
do you want to limit it na lang, your honors, to SSS, Pag-ibig, GSIS, yung OWA funds, and then one mention yung pension, ano yung isa, yung binanggit niyo po,
Philippine
Senator
Veterans Affairs Office
Philippine
Pension Fund.
Veterans Affairs Fund.
Office Pension Fund.
Office Fund. Baka we can limit to that na lang. Anyway, ito yung mga contentious agencies. If that's acceptable to the body, without having to add the word and other social,
And other government
government social welfare funds. Could be limited to that. Session suspended. So the status is we're in this Section 6, line 28 to 30. We'd like to recognize the sponsor of the amendment, Senator Raffy Tulfo. I believe he's going to make an amendment to his amendment.
Okay, Mr. President, um, we'll just, I'm just going to, get rid or delete the word "and other government social welfare entities,"
And the rest will remain. Your
and the
amendment.
rest will remain.
I'll ask the sponsor to react, please.
Yes, I accept,
Subject to style.
subject to style.
Accepted.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Tulfo.
Okay, on page 3, line 33, after the word thereof, insert the statement, "For this purpose, a single private sector shareholder's interest includes the direct or indirect shareholdings in MIC held by the shareholder, as well as those held by the corporation, its subsidiaries, affiliates, and related parties that are owned or controlled directly or indirectly by the shareholder," so that the new section 6.2 shall read as follows. 2. Preferred shares of 1,250,000,000, equivalent to 125 billion pesos, to be made available for the subscription by the national government, its agencies or instrumentalities, GOCCs or GFIs, as well as reputable private financial institutions and corporations.
But you passed Senator Tulfo's amendment. So,
Yes.
yes. So what happens is GOCCs or GFIs, except the ones mentioned by Senator Tulfo,
Yes.
except GSIS, SSS, Pag-ibig, OWA, PhilHealth, and Veterans Fund. So we have to include that in your amendment.
Yes.
So what we can do, when you read the paragraph, Your Honor, my dear sponsor, maybe you can limit it to the line that you're going to amend. So without having to read the whole paragraph,
Okay,
because
okay.
we're going backwards then.
Yes.
And then you're missing out the amendment of the author. So please repeat the amendment in which line? Line 33 or line 30?
Yes, so I'll repeat the amendment. For this purpose, a single private sector shareholder's interest includes the direct or indirect shareholdings in MIC held by the shareholder, as well as those held by the corporation, its subsidiaries, affiliates, and related parties that are owned or controlled directly or indirectly by the shareholder. I so move, Your Honor.
And incorporating the amendments of
Yes,
Senator Tulfo.
incorporating the amendment.
There being no objection, motion's approved.
Subject to staff.
Subject to staff.
Okay.
Page 4.
Your Honor, this is the amendment of our colleague, Senator Angara, with amendments.
Is this on page 4?
Yes, this is on page 4, lines 2 to
May I just
16.
ask my colleagues, no more amendments for page 3? Okay. So page 4, please proceed.
On page 4, lines 2 to 16, after the word dividends, delete the entire section from lines 2 to 16, starting from the word "for" and ending with the word "warrant." Replace it with a new paragraph, which shall read as follows. For the first and second fiscal years upon the effectivity of this act, 100% of the BSP's total declared dividends, as computed under RA number 7653, as amended by RA number 11211, also known as the New Central Bank Act, shall be remitted to the national government for the capitalization of the MIC in the amount not exceeding the 50 billion peso initial subscription of the national government to the capitalization of the MIC under this section, provided that the Monetary Board may recommend to the President of the Philippines the reduction of BSP's dividend contribution to the MIC whenever economic conditions may warrant. Thereafter, the dividends of the BSP shall be remitted to the national government to fund the increase in capitalization of the BSP in accordance with Section 2 of RA number 7653 as amended by RA number 11211. I so move, Your Honor.
Is there an amendment to that amendment?
But Mr. President, I also have,
Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, is it in the same paragraph that he
it's
read?
the same paragraph, Mr. President, except that mine is to remove the BSP, Mr. President. So just to be more accurate on my proposal, Mr. President, on page 4, lines 2 to 6, delete lines 2 to 16, delete starting with the phrase Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas until the semicolon, and renumber accordingly, Mr. President. And let me just, Mr. President, with your permission, let me just justify my proposal, Mr. President. To ensure that the BSP increase in capitalization will be fully realized at the earliest possible time to strengthen the institution given the growth of the banking industry through the years. This is also to maintain the credibility of the BSP, as when RA 1121 was passed, the Congress was made to believe the urgency of the increase in capitalization. Diverting the funds which were supposed to fund the capitalization of the MIC will set a bad precedent for future legislation when BSP is involved. Further, recapitalization of the BSP can become necessary in the course of various monetary policy easing and tightening cycle. Thus, we need to ensure that the BSP financial position remains sound under future conditions of US Fed and BSP easing and US recession.
I'd like to suspend session for 1 minute. status is, sorry, session suspended for 1 minute. The status is there was a proposal on on line 2 of page 4 by the good sponsor and the amendment to the amendment of Senator Gatchalian, which basically was to remove the whole, to delete the whole section I. We'd like to recognize the majority.
Yeah,
leader.
Mr. President, this is just a rejoinder and as part of our interpellations in this particular measure, this representation reminded the body that we voted on RA 11211, which is the new Central Bank Act as amended, which increases the capitalization of BSP from 50 billion to 200 billion. The reason for the increase, Mr. President, is to capacitate the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas to meet shocks, Mr. President. And so I just wanted to put this on record, Mr. President, that for consistency, we just wanted to put on record that this is also our position, and we submit to the wisdom of the distinguished sponsor of the measure. Thank you.
Maybe as a sponsor to reply.
Yes, Your Honor, we discussed, I appreciate the comments, and we did discuss this issue during interpellation, and the BSP has already said that they are willing to defer, and this is acceptable to them. And the economic team has already expressed that the dividends, it's a priority for them that the dividends received from the BSP be used for the Maharlika Investment Corporation. So I do not accept the amendment.
So we thank the gentleman from Valenzuela for his previous motion, but the sponsor does not accept. And I'm happy also that the gentleman accepts he's not accepting it. Thank you. So let's proceed, Your Honors. Next amendment.
Yes, Page 4. Page 4. Yeah. Oh, no, we read this already. Yes. Your Honor, can I ask what was sorry, what was the
We were,
previous,
we just amended the
amendment that I
Bangko
was
Sentral of the Philippines dividends, section I, all the way to line 2 to 16. So what is your next amendment, Your Honor?
Page 5. So we're on page 5 now. So now we're on page 5.
So there are no more amendments on page 4? Are there any amendments on page 4, my dear colleagues? Senator Legarda, Senator Cayetano, Senator Angara, no amendments on page 4? If there is none, we proceed to page 5. Please proceed, Your Honor, sponsor.
Yes. So Ninth Amendment, Section 6 on capitalization and initial funding. On page 5, delete the proviso from lines 1 to 5, which states, provided that the foregoing contributions shall be subject to the automatic review of the Secretary of Finance every 5 years, taking into consideration the adequacy of the fund in relation to the objectives of this act, the fiscal condition of the national government, the condition of the investing GFIs in relation to their exposure to the fund and the overall economic environment. I so move, Your Honor.
Senator Cayetano is recognized.
What's the rationale for removing this? It appears to be a protective measure to me, but I may not be following it well.
It was during the deliberations that this provision was questioned by, I don't remember.
So it's an amendment by whom, may we ask? Was it a proposal by a colleague of ours to remove?
This was discussed, Your Honor, this was discussed during the interpellations where it was brought, I tried to get the, who it was. But someone said that this is unnecessary. I remember, if my memory serves, the argument was this is unnecessary. Why they were questioning why is there a need for every 5 years when probably this fund will already have been fully funded way before the 5 years. So this would be unnecessary.
Any comments from my dear colleagues? If none, we will accept. Yes.
Tama naman.
There is a comment from our dear colleagues.
Wait.
Senator Legarda? Session suspended 1 minute.
Your Honor, I believe I read the proviso from lines 2 to 5, and I move to delete the proviso. There's a motion, I believe, on page 5 to delete the proviso from lines 1 to 5, and I move for its deletion, Your Honor.
There's no objection to the motion to delete. There being none, motion's accepted. I believe there's a proposal to replace it with another proviso.
Later on, what page? Because we're still on,
I'm in section 7 and there are antecedent proposals, Your Honor.
we are
Okay.
still on page 5, Your
Alright.
Honor.
Therefore, please continue. You're now, you've
Yes,
now.
we're on
after
page
line
5, line 23, the 10th Amendment, section 6.
Line 23, there are no ulterior amendments to line 23, before line 23. There are several raising their hands. One by one, we'll start with Senator Bato de la Rosa. Which lines, sir?
This concerns, Mr. President, page 5, line 13 to 14. You already mentioned line 20, right?
Yes,
So I have to sound off so that hindi to maiwan.
yes.
It's okay
fine.
with the good sponsor.
Yes, please proceed.
Please proceed, Senator Bato.
Yes. On page 5, lines 13 to 14, last paragraph of section 6, replace the phrase requested or required to contribute with the phrase used to fund.
How will that read, sir?
Used to fund.
Yes, please read the line. How will it read?
Page 5, lines 13 to 14.
So you will
Last
replace the
paragraph
word.
of section 6.
Last. Yes. Yes. Senator Cayetano is recognized. Used to fund.
Mr. President, I just have to confer with Senator Lauren because we have a similar amendment. Are you
Used to fund. Okay.
Actually, Mr. President, can we ask for a minute suspension because this representation has a proposed amendment in the same line, the same page, Mr. President, just to confer with each other?
Maybe, yes. Maybe you can harmonize each other's thoughts
If we
on the
can do
same
that,
line.
Mr. President.
Session
Thank you,
suspended.
Mr. President.
Have the parties agreed to the better lines of amending that provision? Senator Cayetano is recognized. Oh, is it the majority leader or Senator Cayetano?
We have integrated, Mr. President, all the possible proposed amendments, and it is now
On that
Senator,
line, on that line.
on that particular line, and it's Senator Pia. May I move that Senator Pia Cayetano be recognized?
Senator Cayetano is recognized. Can you please state the page and the line?
Yes, Mr. President, it's page 5, line 10, starting on line 10. Okay?
Please proceed.
Mr. President, I think for simplicity, because I have 5 different amendments in this 5-line paragraph, I will make it simpler and read into the record my substitute paragraph. That will be simpler, Your Honor. This is an amendment of Senator Loren, Senator Joel Villanueva, and many others. So just stand to be recognized or wave your hand if you want to be associated with this amendment. It's Senator Bato, by the way. So the amendment will read as follows on line 10. Delete that whole paragraph, and then line 10, starting line 10, this is the amendment. The government agencies and GOCCs providing for the social security and public health insurance of government employees, private sectors, workers and employees, and other sectors and subsectors such as but not limited to the Government Service Insurance System, Social Security System, Philippine Health Insurance Corporation, Overseas Workers Welfare Administration, Philippine Veterans Affairs Office, and Home Development Mutual Fund shall be absolutely prohibited, whether mandatory or voluntary, to contribute to the capitalization of the MIC. Mr. President, the rationale for this, as many of our colleagues, including this representation, has manifested on the floor, in as much as we truly hope that the fund will be successful, the corporation, the fund will be successful. We would like to ensure that the pension funds and the aforementioned funds would not be touched, Your Honor, to at least preserve this, because we have had experiences in the past where the hard-earned money of our people were lost. So this is the amendment, Your Honor, we submit.
And I think there's also amendment to the amendment by Senator Grace Po.
No, Mr. President, I'd just like to also associate myself
You want that?
with that proposed amendment, which we actually submitted to the good sponsor
Wait, let's
with the same rationale to protect the social security funds and other funds of our citizens from being unduly risked for investments.
Yes, we put that on record.
Because it can cut both ways, but as it stands right now, I think that it is pretty safe where it is invested at this juncture. So that's all,
We
Mr.
put
President.
that on record.
Your Honor, if I may add to that, I thank Her Honor, Senator Grace Po, for adding to that. To be clear, what we're saying is those funds are doing well, as Her Honor has said, and we don't want to risk it any further. And the example I gave is that with PhilHealth, 75 billion is already invested in Land Bank and Development Bank. And Land Bank and Development Bank are the initial contributors to this fund. So to the argument na kawawa naman, hindi makikinabang kung kikita yung fund na yan, makikinabang naman po, because their investments and Land Bank and Development Bank will redound to their benefit if this fund is successful. So that is enough exposure to this humble mind of this representation and our colleagues who support the amendment, Your Honor.
Before the gentleman answers the request for this amendment, for the motion of this amendment, may we ask Senator Pia to read that on the screen above her and see if that is the exact wording that she used?
Can I read it and then can
Yes,
I
can you
ask
read it once
somebody-
again?
I will read it from my laptop and then can somebody else read it from there? So
Yes, please. I will read it together with your reading. I'll listen to
thank you.
your amendment.
The government agencies and GOCCs providing for the social security and public health insurance of government employees, private sectors, workers and employees, and other sectors and subsectors, such as but not limited to the government service insurance system, social security system, Philippine Health Insurance Corporation, Overseas Workers Welfare Administration, Philippine Veterans Affairs Office, and Home Development Mutual Fund.
Yes, so that they did not include their, 1 second. They
Yes.
did not include TIVA, okay.
Yes, Mr. President. If I may, Mr. President, with the indulgence of our distinguished colleague, after the word development, comma, home development mutual fund, comma, and other private funds held in trust by the government. And other private funds held in trust by the government. And that's the main reason, Mr. President, why we included OWA to ensure that we will, the MIC will deviate from even
Maybe ask-
entertaining the idea.
For my information only, or the information of others who are interested, may you give examples of other private funds held in trust?
Because that is what is written in the OWA charter, Mr. President. Just to put on record, Mr. President, because it does not include anymore the royalties, Mr. President. Some of our colleagues were asking, what about royalties from mining firms, Mr. President, that became part of a private fund, Mr. President? That's not included, Mr. President. Just to be clear.
Other private funds held in trust by government. I'm just trying to get a bigger, better picture for other. Would Senator Angara know any private funds held in trust by government?
Actually, Mr. President, what I'm doing is I recall when we passed the UNIFAS law, there were a lot of funds that were set aside for the dependents of this group, the dependents of that group.
But this is
So I'm-
private funds. I'm just pointing out the private funds. So it's private sector funds or collections from the private sector?
Really, private sector funds, Mr. President. Collected, Mr. President. Mr. President, just to fast track the process, Mr. President, I can withdraw that particular provision, Mr. President. It's just that we are putting it, Mr. President, because of the fact that we wanted to make sure that OWA funds will not be included, Mr. President.
But I just want to be, just like Senator Tolentino, we just want to be specific.
Yes.
When we mention a particular fund. So OWA is very clear. OWA is already there. I think what you're trying to say, if there is, for example, for OFW sector, when they travel, they have a contribution. So yun yung private funds held in trust by government. But I think OWA, including OWA would suffice. I think. I'm worried, I'm not sure about other government agencies. But we'll ask the sponsor, does the sponsor accept?
Yes, the amendments of Senator Cayetano, I accept.
Thank you very much. It's duly accepted.
Yung sa kanya, accept, yeah.
The gentleman has
I
accepted.
accept, subject to style.
So even the private funds?
No, you withdrew the private funds.
Yeah, remember, Mr. President,
I
it's not
accept
just
it. I said
Pia
Senator
Cayetano.
Cayetano, so.
Yeah, it's not just Senator Pia
I'm waiting
Cayetano's
for your
amendment,
motion.
Mr. President.
I know you're in the middle of your motion. The Senate President asked me about if I accepted Senator Cayetano's motion. So I said I accept Senator Cayetano's, and now I'm, so yours.
No, but do you withdrew the
That's
motion?
part of my amendment, Mr. President. I'm just saying and stating for the record, that's also part of my amendment, Mr. President. I just wanted to put that on record.
Yes. No, I had asked you, Majority Leader, and you had mentioned basically that you're willing to
Yes,
withdraw.
Mr. President.
So will you withdraw?
Yeah,
or-
I will, Mr. President, if that is the pleasure of the body and the.
Actually, there's nothing wrong with your amendment. It's just that
Mr.
we want to
President,
be clear.
But my attention was, Mr. President, called upon when the sponsor said it's just the amendment of Senator Cayetano, but there's so many amendments coming from that particular amendment, from Senator Ligarda, Senator Poe, Senator Bato, and this representation. I just want to put that on record.
Sure, sure.
Thank you, Mr. President.
On record, it's on record. Okay, please proceed, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, we're on page 5, line 23. After the word operations, insert the following statements.
Okay,
Within-
page 5.
On page 5, line 23.
Why are we in page 4? We're already
We jumped, Senate President, but now we're going back to what we were originally supposed to. What happened was we started page 5, we deleted and then Senator Bato made proposed an amendment, and then eventually Senpia proposed an amendment, which we accepted, but we have to finish page 5. We
Yes.
just went back.
So we're on
yes.
page 5 now. as
Yes,
you're
so
saying.
right now we're on page 5, line 23. We just jumped back a little bit, but we're still on page 5.
Okay. Why are we page 4? The amendment made by the good gentleman was on page 5 earlier.
I didn't say page 4, I said page 5.
Exactly. But this lady, session suspended. Guys, we're already on page 5.
Your Honor, I'd like to apologize. There was a typo. It says, on the copies of everyone, it says on page 4 when it actually is supposed to mean on page 5. So I will make this correction as I go along with these. So for the information of the committee, it was corrected in mine, but unfortunately it was not corrected in everyone's copy.
So we're still in page 5.
We're in page 5, yes. It's just that there's a typo, so in some of the copies that were distributed, it still says page 4, but we are
Okay.
at page 5.
Please proceed.
I will mention this before and every time for the benefit of the our colleagues. So on page 5, which was listed as page 4 in some of the copies, and then we apologize. Line 23, it's page 5, line 23. After the word operations, insert the following statement. Within 30 days from the effectivity of the IRR, the Governance Commission for GOC.
Mr. President, sorry, we don't have the word operation here, page 5, Mr. President, or page 4. I think we have different copies. Mr.
Request for suspension, sorry.
Session suspended.
Sorry, I'd like to apologize. Unfortunately, we're using the clean copy rather than the committee report when we were, so now we have the corrected amendments, if I can be allowed to
Please
read.
proceed. So are we on page 5?
So now we're on page 4. My apologies.
have to go back to
We're on
page
page 4 of the committee report, yes.
So go ahead, please proceed. So this is the amendment to page 4.
Yes, on page 4, line 23. Okay. After the word operations, insert the following statements.
Page 4.
Within 30 days from the effectivity of the IRR, the Governance Commission for GOCCs, GCG, shall submit the list of government-owned gaming operators and/or regulators that should remit to the MIC. The list shall be updated annually or as often as necessary. The remittance of revenues of gaming operators and/or regulators shall be for 5 years. PAGCOR and other government-owned gaming operators and/or regulators shall remit the national government share to the Bureau of the Treasury, BTR. Thereafter, the BTR shall immediately release and transfer the portion intended for the MIF to the MIC, subject to the usual budgeting, accounting, and auditing rules and regulations, so that the new Section 6(2) on PAGCOR share shall read as follows. Government share in Philippine Gaming Corporation, PAGCOR, 10% of the national government share from the income of the PAGCOR as provided for in PD number 1869 as amended, provided that the share earmarked for the Universal Healthcare Act under Section 37B of RA number 11223 shall not in any manner be diminished. Provided further that the above funding from PAGCOR will be for a period of 5 years. Other government-owned gaming operators and/or regulators shall also contribute 10% of the revenues from gaming operations. Within 30 days from the effectivity of the IRR, the Governance Commission for the GOCCs, GCG, shall submit the list of government-owned gaming operators and/or regulators that should remit to the MIC. The list shall be updated annually or as often as necessary. The remittance of revenues of gaming operators and/or regulators shall be for 5 years. PAGCOR and other government-owned gaming operators and/or regulators shall remit the national government share to the Bureau of Treasury. Thereafter, the BTR shall immediately release and transfer the portion intended for the MIF to the MIC, subject to the usual budgeting, accounting, and auditing rules and regulations. I so move, Your Honor.
Before we act on the motion, is that, who proposed the amendment? Which colleague of ours? So that we know the amendments, who proposed these amendments.
It was proposed by with discussions with the economic team.
Okay. There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved. It's a Villar amendment, yes. Fortunately, it was not a committee amendment. It was done during the period of individual amendments. So it's a Villar amendment.
It's a Villar amendment, yes, yes. That's correct.
Please proceed.
On page 4, line 28. So we're on page 4, line 28. Under section 633A pertaining to the DOF-PMO, after the word MIC and before the word and before the word and, insert the phrase, provided that the MIC shall in no case be held liable for outstanding tax liabilities of the properties, so that the new section 633A shall read as follows. Department of Finance Privatization and Management Office. Properties, real and personal, identified by the Privatization Council, properties to be contributed to the MIC shall be appraised at the fair market value at the time of their transfer. The title, as well as all rights and obligations pertaining thereto, shall be transferred to the MIC, provided that the MIC shall in no case be held liable for outstanding tax liabilities of the properties. And I so move, Your Honor.
There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved. Any more amendments for page 4?
We'll jump to page 7. This is on page 7, 9, 12. Ito na. So ito na. So we're moving to page 7, line 12.
So, are we done, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, on page 4? If we are done on page, yes, I can see a hand raised by Senator Legarda.
Wala pa. Price given. I'm not sure. Price.
Yes, we recognize distinguished Senate President Pro Tem, Senator Legarda.
Thank you. Actually, Mr. President, this was submitted yesterday. I'm not certain whether it was accepted. I just wanted to put it on record and for the possibility of its acceptance on page 4, line 25. After the first sentence, insert the following: the real and personal properties to be identified by the Privatization Council to be contributed to the MIC shall be directly related to its mandate. So it says here in my notes, it was subject for discussion. I am now bringing it to the body, whether it will be accepted. Thank you.
What say the sponsor?
Oo nga, no, exactly.
If you just give me, we'll just read this.
Yes, maybe you read the amendment once again, my dear Senate President Pro Tem. If it's what's written on the screen.
Privatization and management.
Ito, ano yan?
Make sure your stamp has a copy of all my.
Session suspended.
Mr. President, thank you. I spoke to the sponsor and he accepted my amendment. I don't think I have to read it into the
Yes,
record
I accept the
again.
amendment that
Thank you
was
very
read
much.
by.
The amendments accepted.
Thank you.
Please proceed. So we are done with the line 28.
Yes.
So,
So we're gonna jump to page 7,
okay,
Your
let me just
Honor.
ask one last time.
for
On
5 and
page
6.
5, are there any amendments, my dear colleagues, for page 5 after what we've amended earlier?
Line
Because we have-
13, Mr. President. Line 13, if there, line 31, sorry, line 31.
Line
Page 5.
31.
There are any other anterior amendments, Mr. President?
No.
If there's none, Mr. President, may I propose, on page 5,
Line
line
31.
31, delete the phrase, is it, delete the phrase regardless of the amount involved, Mr. President. On the same page, line 33, after the words integrity of the MIF, insert the following proviso. Provided that in no event shall the MIC compromise or release any claim or liability in excess of 1% of the outstanding capital stock of MIC. Mr. President, and it will read as follows. The MIC may compromise or release in whole or in part any claim of or settled liability to the MIC, and so we delete the regardless of the amount involved, under such terms and conditions as may be prescribed by the board upon favorable recommendation of the advisory body to protect the interest of the MIC and the integrity of the MIF, provided that in no event shall the MIC compromise or release any claim or liability in excess of 1% of the outstanding capital stock of MIC. Mr. President, may I explain why I am proposing this particular provision? It is imperative, I believe, Mr. President, that we need to limit the amount that could be compromised or released by the board. This is an additional safeguard under this particular measure, Mr. President. Note, Mr. President, that even with this proposal, Mr. President, that we limit 1% of the initial 125 billion peso subscribed capital stock of MIC, it is already, Mr. President, 1.25 billion pesos. So I am also amenable, Mr. President, if we will just delete this particular phrase or accept this proposed amendment.
We'll ask the
We'll,
sponsor.
we'll submit to the wisdom of the sponsor. Thank you, Mr. President. Exactly. BS.
Request for a minute
Session
suspension.
suspended.
break this representation together with the sponsor agreed on a specific wording as we agreed with the in principle the intention of this representation. So Mr. President, on the same page, line 33, after the words integrity of the MIF, Mr. President, we insert the following proviso, Mr. President, provided that in no event shall the MIC compromise or release any claim or liability in excess of the amount as prescribed under compromise or release in whole or in part any claim of or settled liability to the MIC, under such terms and conditions as may be prescribed by the board, upon favorable recommendation of the advisory body to protect the interests of the MIC and the integrity of the MIF, provided that in no event shall the MIC compromise or release any claim or liability in excess of the amount as prescribed under relevant laws, rules, and regulations.
Yes, I accept the amendment.
Amendment's accepted.
Thank you, Mr. President.
So again, that was page 5. I think we will jump to page 7. So maybe
Are there any amendments on page 6? On
Page
page
five.
5 as well?
Mr. President.
Yes,
I just
Senator
want
Gala.
to-
Yes, sir.
This is on page 8 of that sheet pertaining to page 5. Has this amendment been read? The 13th amendment?
the one on page 7.
Yes. Yes. No,
No,
on page 5. It's on section 7. Yeah. Section 7, increase in capitalization. Was that already deleted? Because your 13th amendment says it will be deleted.
Which provision is, sorry, let me go back. On page 5, from lines 1 to 5. Which, I'm sorry, which amendment?
I'm
Section
referring,
7.
Your Honor, to your the sheet you gave to us.
Yes, yes,
Where
yes.
you have enumerated. It's the sheet that. This is a sheet numbering 27 pages. On the 8th page, there is a 13th amendment. Because you were going to move already to section 6. So I just wanted, Mr. President, my parliamentary inquiry is if the
Yes,
13th amendment.
If you remember, that was pertaining to the amendment that was proposed by Senator Cayetano because it was discussed. This is a similar amendment to other senators, and it was consolidated under the amendment of Senator Cayetano earlier, so that because of her move, it made this amendment obsolete. So we no longer read it because
But the
Senator
amendment of Senator Cayetano was pertaining to the contributions from SSS, GSIS, PhilHealth, Your Honor. Am I correct in saying that?
Yes.
But the one I'm referring to, that's the 12th amendment. But in your 13th amendment,
It's the increase in
it's the increase,
capitalization.
it's the one subsequent to that. So I'm wondering, my parliamentary inquiry, Mr. President, because we jumped from page 5, we went back to page 4. So now we're going to page 6. I just wanted to be sure if this one was read, Mr. President.
No, I don't recall. I don't recall we touching yet the increase in capitalization. So,
Because that is the amendment of the sponsor, Your Honor. So I'm wondering if it's been read already. If we leave that, if we go to page 6, then we will leave, then we have to check on it. Because
may I ask the
it's an anterior-
Secretariat, maybe I'm mistaken. Did the sponsor touch on section 7?
Actually, we actually deleted that provision.
So just for clarity, so we're going page by page, what the good sponsor is saying on section 7, basically page 5, line 15 to 21, you deleted it? Is that the motion?
Yeah, so we deleted that provision, we conceded that provision, so
So can we make
The
that a
increase in
formal
capitalization.
motion that it is deleted, that whole section?
No, it's not my amendment, Mr. President, but I saw it here and I think it's a good amendment, but it's not my amendment. It's the majority is saying it's his amendment. So I just want to be sure it's ready to the record because that is the document in front of us, Mr. President.
Yes. So may I ask, do we proceed with that amendment? Yes, Senator Rizal Tiveros.
Salamat kaayo, Mr. President. Just a clarification, if we are referring to the same documents, what I'm using here to follow the amendments is the one marked 9:30 p.m. Kasi earlier po, the good gentleman from Aurora referred to the 13th Amendment on page 8. But the one I'm following is the 13th Amendment on page 9. So are we using po the 9:30 p.m. document, Mr. President?
You know, that is the reason why there's confusion. I'm not using any of those documents. I'm using the committee report.
So we
And
should
I'm
just
writing
use the
down-
committee
down.
report, Mr. President?
Yes, and then we go line
Salamat
by
kaayo,
line.
Mr. President.
And if there are amendments by the committee report line by line, that's what we take.
For clarity.
Senator, just to simplify, that's a page 5. Can you just propose the amendment? We will accept it.
Yeah.
Just
No,
to,
no. It's your
just
amendment.
to- yes,
It's
yes,
your 13th Amendment,
Yes.
Section 7, on increase. This is the document from you, good sponsor. It says on page 5, delete lines 15 to 21, which is the entire Section 7.
So there is a motion and duly seconded by the majority floor leader.
Yes, Mr.
Is it
President.
accepted by the sponsor?
Yes, it is accepted.
Thank you, Mr.
Therefore,
President.
it is accepted. Moving forward,
Okay, the next, we have an amendment,
page 5,
yes, on page 5,
which lines, madam?
just a second, Your Honor. On page 5, line 15, which was just deleted, correct?
Yes, we deleted signs
Just
15 to
deleted,
21.
But the body will recall that Senator Lauren had an amendment, which I'm reading into the record, which should have gone into section 6, but because it does not refer, this is about the review provision, it is not about the capitalization. We were going to move it to section 7. So can I just read that provision and then we will ask the sponsor if we can retain the heading of that section,
Which is increasing capitalization?
yeah, which is increase in capitalization, or my other, let me read it first, and then I will ask for the guidance of the body, because it really.
Because my understanding, Madam Senator, is our discussion earlier was just so that there will be no confusion, to remove the section on increasing capitalization, so that if there is any need to increase the capitalization, they'll have to go back to Congress for an amendment of the capitalization.
Yes, Mr. President, and if I may, Mr. President, for example, the BSP through RA number 11211, amended by RA number 7653, increase its capitalization from 50 billion to 200 billion. RA number 11211 did not contain a provision allowing the BSP to increase its capitalization on its own. So if it intends to increase its capitalization in the future, it will have to go through the legislative process again.
Yes,
So that
that-
is my
Yes, that
opinion,
was also our discussion earlier, and
So
most of us
it's
agreed.
written, Mr. President.
Yeah,
Comment?
no,
But we'll listen to the proposal of
Yeah.
the good senator.
actually, Your Honors, let's not retain that provision, because this provision from Senator Lauren is really about the independent body conducting a review every 5 years. And there was no reason to put it under section 6 because there was no reason to review the initial capital. So I was going to put it in the next provision.
So is this a new section that you're creating?
Yeah, it's going to be a new section, but perhaps, Your Honor, I think I might be able to put it under Board of Directors. I will just leave it for now and then work on it while we proceed so as not to delay the proceedings, since the section I was going to put it in is deleted. Thank you, Your Honor.
So any other amendments for lines 22 to 33 of page 5? If there are no other amendments, yes,
Mr.
Madam
President.
Senator, Senate President.
I believe I also submitted this and it says it was accepted, so I just wanted it clarified. This is with regards to the deleted portion in increase in capitalization, because my amended provision would have been read as follows, if I may. The board, upon the recommendation of the advisory body, may request Congress for legislation to increase the capitalization of the MIC up to such an amount as may be necessary to attain the objectives of this act. The increase in the authorized capital stock, etc., provided that payment for subscription by the national government of the increase in authorized capital stock other than those subscribed and paid from its share in the unappropriated retained earnings shall be appropriated by Congress. This was supposed to have been an amendment to Section 7 of page 5, which eventually was deleted. So I just wanted to ask the sponsor, because in my recollection, it was accepted by him and his staff, but then now the whole section is deleted. So what happens to my accepted?
No longer accepted, ma'am. It's
so-
no longer
But,
it was deleted.
so my
Would you want to
question,
create a new
so,
section?
no, so my question, because it is not just my amendment, it was discussed among us with the majority leader, Senator Cayetano, that even Senator Bato, many senators requested me actually to draft this this amendment where any increase in capitalization would mean that the MIC would have to return to Congress for legislation. So I speak for many of the members in our body who requested me to introduce this amendment.
Yeah, but I think the explanation of Senator Villanueva, our majority floor leader, is very clear that they'll have to really come back to Congress.
If the amendment of Senator Villanueva is, if it is encapsulated in a provision, may I be enlightened where that provision is? Because
By removing, I think by removing that requirement, there's no, that means that they will have to go back to
They'll have
Congress
to
for
go
an
back to
increase.
Congress.
the deletion of the portion would mean that they would have to return to Congress. Okay. That was the subject of our discussion in the floor earlier. And a few of our colleagues, I think it was Senator Cayetano, who requested me to say this on the floor so that there's clarity that they would have to return to Congress for that. I leave it to the body, as long as in the records of the Senate, it is clear that they would have to return to Congress because there are financial institutions where they don't have to return to Congress. And an example of that would be perhaps Land Bank, accurate, but the Banco Central, of course, we just, the Senate just approved it way back to 2018-19 because based on their charter, they returned to Congress. So they're different. So I just wanted clarity on that.
I think
How
the
will it be
discussions
treated?
on the floor, we placing it on record, is sufficient enough that they will have to go back to Congress to increase their capitalization. Better, it's clearer if we just delete the whole phrase altogether. It's cleaner.
Just so that it's clear, when you delete the phrase, that means the bill or the law will be silent on that. Could it be misconstrued in the future when we are gone from the face of this earth? Because the life of this corporation would be half a century. And so will they be able to retrieve these discussions of the majority leader and Senator Cayetano in this representation? What is it to add one line so that there's clarity?
Well,
So,
is there a
I
proposal?
therefore, only if the body agrees, and if the sponsor who earlier accepted my amendment earlier,
So to hasten the proceedings, ma'am, can you repeat your amendment so that we can act on it?
the amendment will be, let me just include, provided that the board upon the recommendation
So no, maybe we can just start
Yeah.
increasing
may request
capitalization.
Congress, yeah,
Let's
it's
just
just,
start with that,
may
increasing
request
capitalization.
Congress for legislation. 2, it's already there.
Yes, there it is. The board, upon the recommendation of the advisory board, shall request, not may, should be shall request Congress for legislation to increase its capitalization of the MIC up to such an amount that is necessary to attain objectives of this act. Period.
May,
Is that simple enough?
shall.
Shall,
You're correct, Mr. President. Shall request, yes, Congress for Legislation 2. Then it's correct. I will no longer read that until act, and then I'll no longer read increase, and then provided after MIC, provided that payment for subscription by the national government of the increase in authorized capital stock other than those subscribed and paid from its share in the unappropriated retained earnings shall be appropriated by Congress, close quotation.
Is that acceptable to the sponsor?
Yes,
Thank you very much.
I accept.
I appreciate the affirmative answer of the good sponsor. Thank you.
Okay, duly accepted. So that is the replacement of section 7, increase in capitalization. So are there any more amendments on page 5? There being no other amendments on page 5, may we proceed to page 6? Are there any amendments on page 6? Section 9, section 10, and section 11. These are functions of the MIC, issuance of bonds, and administrative operational expenses of MIC. Are there any amendments? Going once, going twice? Sold. Okay, maybe there's none. So, Senator Cayetano,
None on yours. I was waiting for you to finish, Your Honor.
so none on page 6. Senator Joel has one on page. Okay. We are page 6.
Actually, Your Honor, while people are looking at their amendment for page 6, I still have one on page 5, remember, because section 7 was removed and now it returned, so I can now put my amendment back there.
So we have an ulterior amendment on page 5.
Page 5, section 7.
May we
Then
go
you-
back to page 5 again, ladies and gentlemen, the secretariat?
It's, Your Honor, my amendment will be at the end, will be a last paragraph to section 7.
Please proceed.
Yes, and as I mentioned, this is a proposal of Senator Lauren, which we discuss and I support. An independent body composed of representatives from BSP, Commission for Government-Owned or Controlled Corporations, internal auditor of MIC.
So slow down, ma'am, kasi hindi
Sure,
nila
sure.
matype. Hindi nila matype.
Okay. I didn't realize you're
Yeah, they're
typing.
typing it. So please
Okay.
proceed.
I'll repeat, an independent body composed of representatives from BSP, Commission for Government-Owned or Controlled Corporations, internal auditor of MIC, and a representative of a non-investing GFI. Every 5 years, taking into consideration the adequacy of the fund in relation to the objectives of this act, the fiscal condition of the national government, the condition of the investing GFIs in relation to their exposure to the fund, and the overall economic environment. Period. Sorry, I need to add a phrase at the top. There shall be an automatic review of an independent. That's how it should start, sorry. There shall be an automatic, there you go, review of an independent.
Yeah. May I ask
Okay.
for minute suspension so that I can approach the sponsor and the proposal, the lady senator for the proposal. Yes, session resumed. We'll appeal to our colleague.
Yes.
Yes, Senator
Mr.
Cayetano.
President, upon consulting with the sponsor and with the knowledge that there are sections 38 and 39, and also consulting with the Senate President Pro Temp, I will withdraw the amendment, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So no other amendments for page 5 when we go to page 6? Are there any amendments on page 6? I know that Senator, the Majority Floor Leader, is it Senator Sherwin Gatchalian is recognized?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. President. I was also following the script with amendments. I thought the good sponsor will
It'd be easier if we do
propose
it
it.
page by page.
Yeah, Mr. President.
Yeah.
On page 6, line 27, insert a new paragraph below line 27, which states, in no instance shall the Philippine
Slow
government.
down, sir. Maybe you can read it slowly.
Sorry,
Sorry,
Mr.
please
President.
proceed. Just in no instance.
In no instance shall the Philippine government guarantee any bonds issued by the MIC. So move, Mr. President. Oh, propose to the sponsor.
Yes, I accept.
It's
Thank you,
accepted.
Mr. President.
Thank you to the sponsor. Any other amendment? On page 6, I know the Majority Leader has an amendment. Okay. Amended. Well, we're waiting for the Majority Leader. Session suspend. No, he's here. Okay, all right, he's back. Any amendment for page 6, Majority Leader?
Tinanggal ba na? Sorry. Tinanggal ba na?
We are still in page 6, dealing with section 9, 10, and 11.
Sorry, Mr. President.
Yeah.
Page 6, line 31, Mr. President.
Page 6, line 31.
Yes,
Please
Mr.
proceed.
President. Page 6, line 31. And this is the concern of a lot of our colleagues, Senator Binay, Senator Angara, and Senator Cayetano.
Mandamay ka pa. Okay. All
Mr.
right.
President, delete the word and figure 2 and in lieu thereof insert the word and figure 1, Mr. President.
1%.
This is on
In words and
sliding
in letters.
scale percentage of
Words and
management
in
fee,
numbers.
Mr. President. Let me just explain this particular provision, Mr. President. And we talked about this a while ago. Usually fees are on a sliding scale, Mr. President. The more assets under management, the lower the fee. And so we believe, Mr. President, that the 2% ceiling should also periodically change depending on the asset size. And that's why on the next portion of this measure, Mr. President, we will also put a provision that whenever the foregoing ceiling shall decrease as the size of the funds increases, Mr. President. But for the meantime, Mr. President, let me again put on record our proposal, page 6, line 31, delete the word and figure 2, and in lieu thereof, insert the word and figure 1. Mr. President, a BlackRock managed link in the United States has a management fee of 0.30% plus a 0.51% in operating expenses, or roughly 0.81%. So that is our proposal, Mr. President, and we submit to the wisdom of the sponsor.
Although the difference there is they're in dollars.
Yes, Mr.
So
President.
1% of billions of dollars is different from 1% of
Ex-
billions of pesos.
Definitely, Mr. President, and that's why when we are proposing this particular amendment, we are also of the intention to propose another amendment that every time, Mr. President, na lumalaki po yung pondo ng ating Maharlika, umababa din po yung yung percentage, Mr. President. I submit, Mr. President.
Move to suspend.
Session suspend. Suspend.
Yes, Mr. President. May we recognize Senator Alan Peter Cayetano for his intervention, Mr. President.
Yeah, our distinguished colleague, Senator Alan Cayetano is recognized.
Good evening, Mr. President, dear
Good evening,
colleagues. Mr. President, I wrote a letter and reserved a right to the opportunity to ask questions vis-a-vis amendments. But since grabe na at exhaustive naman po yung discussions, may I just clarify yung question ng Majority Leader, then make maybe a short manifestation of my view on all of this, no? So yung first clarificatory question lang, ano ba yung industry standard pagdating sa administrative at operational cost?
Based on our studies, and this is financial literature that we have, our team has researched. The range is from 0.2 to 2%, depending, of course, on the size of the fund.
Okay. So since the law as written now, or the bill as written, is 2%, but it depends on the size of the fund. And
aside from yung capital nito palaki ng palaki, and then also yung mga ibang, yung list ng ipra-privatize, di ba? Isasama din dito, lalaki din. So can we actually benchmark na depende sa size ng fund na yon, kung ano, let's say, top 3 or top 5 or other funds of the same nature, kung ano cost nila, para lang may guidelines din yung board of directors nila that they have to keep within that. So I understand that we cannot put 1% now kung ang size niya actually, ang cost later is 1.5, or to put 1 kung kailangan niya talaga 2. But it's hard to put a sliding and a sliding scale of the cost, given that, so the point I want to make is this, no? We want to put all of the safeguards, but we also don't want to handcuff the fund, no? So parang ganito yan, parang yung anak mo nagpapaalam mag-boxing. Ayaw mo ng boxing kasi alam mong it's a sport that can really, you can get hurt. Pero pag papayagan mo siya, you caution him, pero wag mo i-handcuff yung isa niyang kamay. Kasi lalong matatalo talaga. So we want to make sure that all the safeguards are there kasi public funds yan. But on the other hand, we cannot tell the board of directors, so 1% lang operating cost nyo when everyone else na yung same size is 1.5. So may I propose, Majority Leader, that we word it that way, if that's acceptable to the, you know, na in accordance with industry practices and benchmarking, but not to exceed nga what
Actually,
I don't know if
the
pleasure-
wording is not to
If I may.
exceed 2%.
Mr. President, if
So
I may.
it's not, go
Mr.
ahead.
President,
Yes,
if I
yes,
may.
ma'am. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President, and we thank the good gentleman from the city of Taguig and Pateros for helping us out in crafting a more viable, more practical wording, Mr. President. And so, Mr. President, I will temporarily withdraw my proposed amendment here on page 6, line 31, but rather, Mr. President, we'll go later on page 7, lines 1 and 2, and as earlier agreed upon during the break with the distinguished sponsor, Senator Mark Villar, and this representation, we will carry also, Mr. President, the ideas and suggestions made by the distinguished gentleman from Taguig, Pateros.
Mr. President, may I have this opportunity just to make a manifestation.
Yes, please proceed.
So instead of asking the questions, and I've listened to the chairperson eloquently defend all of this, this is my personal stand on the issue, no? First of all, the sovereign fund is neither evil or good per se. It's like a gun. Kung nasa kamay ng police and it's for peace and order, de maganda. If it's in the hand of a kidnapper, de gagamitin sa masama, de masama. Ang baril ba ay pwedeng i-abuse? Pwede. Even without the fund now, all of these rumors about people in the admin planning to use public funds and to prop up maybe private businesses, you can actually do that right now. Because the president naman appoints yung board ng SSS, GSIS, all the safeguards is also there. Sa SSS, GSIS, all the other GFIs, all the other GOCCs, central bank, no? Meaning kung gagawa ka ng kalokohan using all of these GOCCs at saka yung mga pera ng mga government financial institution, land bank, etc., you can do it without Maharlika Fund. Will it be easier with Maharlika Fund? Not if we pass the correct law with the correct safeguards, no? Now, if it is not inherently bad or good, then our duty is to pass a law that will make sure that the proper safeguards are there precisely para hindi ma-abuse at magamit sa masama, meaning yung public funds para sa publiko. But ito po yung tanong, if we put too much safeguards that you handicap it, that you basically handcuff the fund from competing, this is a fund that is going to compete with dozens of sovereign funds and thousands of private funds around the world, no? So we also have to be very careful that we pass a law that does not only have the safeguard, but we pass a law that will make sure that it succeeds. Di ba? So some of us don't want the fund because we think it's going to be used for wrong. So that's okay. So participate. If you want to vote against it, that's your right. Kung tingin yung walang kabutihan na itong fund na to, that's your opinion. We respect that. But dun sa atin na either mag-abstain o papayag, we have to make sure two things. Nandun yung safeguard, but we also have to make sure it works. Kasi that's going to be 500 billion pesos eh. If it doesn't work, hindi yung administrasyon na to mapapahiya. Ang tao ang mawawalan. So what's basically my hesitance in supporting this 100%? My basic hesitance is the short term, yung pinaka-necessary ngayon. For example, no, education. And I really admire the work that Senator Ed Angara did, Senator Sani Angara is doing. Of course, our chairman for the last few years, si Senator Sherwin, si Senator Pia. No? But kaninang umaga pa kami tumatawag sa DepEd. They couldn't even tell us ilan schools ang half day sa ngayon. Ilan schools ang hindi full day ang classes. Kasi for me, if there's one thing we can do to fix K-12, it's basically have enough classrooms, have enough teachers para 7 to 3 or 7 to 4, 8 to 4 yung pasok. And in that way, we fully utilize. Another argument. Secretary Jokno sitting behind me, he knows very much yung admiration for him. Of course, Central Bank head is here. Of course, our NEDA head is here, and they would argue, diba, the balance between, building schools and educating our children, and also having funds that actually make money, diba? So that's a whole 4-year course, puwera pa masteral in economics in any of our good schools. But my point is, Mr. President, that's my view. Diba? So if you look at agriculture, palaki na palaki yung population natin, pero ang ating growth flat lang yan. No? Yung growth ng productivity, no? Yung production ng mga goods. If you look at transportation, for example, any city in Metro Manila, Cebu City, grabe na traffic. So aside from railways, we also did airports, seaports, etc. So I'd rather use the money for that. But there's an argument being made, and I think the good chairman made that this fund is allowed to do joint ventures. So hindi naman kaya ng mga gumagawa ngayon ng mga railways at saka ng mga highway na sila lang. And ako, I've always said, kumikita tong mga to eh. So why doesn't government go into it? I've said that sa CA, na bakit yung pag-ibig, yung GSIS, SSS, yung investable funds nila, why don't you also go into the paid highways? Because anyway, wala naman nalulugi doon. They're making money at hindi naman kaya ng private sector, no? So the bottom line for me, Mr. President, is we have to align the priorities of this fund and then do the more major reforms sa General Appropriations Acts of 2024. So I can criticize to death and say that dapat yan 500 billion gamitin sa school building. But if we can somehow fix that sa GAA in 2024, then we'll have both. We'll have a Maharlika Fund that deals with the specific objectives, and then you will also have the classrooms that you need. If you look at the DPWH budget, almost 1/3 of the budget goes to flood control and to maintenance. That's around 300 billion pesos. That's more than half of this fund. No? So if you try to correct, the over-reliance on maintenance and flood control and build more productive infrastructure, I can argue both. I can argue you don't need this fund, or I can argue then this fund will be better off because we can realign and use that. No? So the point I want to make, Mr. President, is that, Senator Bam Aquino filed a similar bill during the end of President Aquino's time. I was reading to see whether he's for or against it now, and sabi lang niya yung timing. I had a deep thought on this, sabi ko, kung na-file kaya ito nung Duterte administration, would I support it or not? No? And I came to the conclusion that I would. But I would still push for the proper priorities now, which is sa agriculture, sa health, sa education. the latest statistics still show that 6 out of 10 Filipinos die without seeing a doctor. And 16,000 barangays still do not even have a primary health unit, no? Walang health center. Again, one way of dealing with this is to get that 500 billion and to put it there. Another way of doing it is to make sure this fund succeeds and to grow this fund, but then to reform the 2024 budget, no? So I'm waiting to see. I mean, if the consensus of this body is to pass this fund, wag lang natin ipasa ito na may tamang safeguard. Ipasa natin to make sure that it meets its objective na kumita to and the money goes to the Filipino people. So that's my 3-minute version of what should have been a 6-hour interpellation. Pero dahil puyat kayong lahat, I will keep it there and then just try to explain my vote.
Thank you very much, distinguished colleague from Taguig and Pateros.
Well said.
Yes, Senator Risa, please proceed.
Pinidro ko na. Oh, di ba meron kang ano?
Salamat kayo, Mr. President. Just to add a bit to the recollection of the gentleman from Taguig and Pateros, nung unang lumabas itong panukalang Maharlika Sovereign Wealth Fund at inascribe kay dating Senador Bam Aquino, in addition dun sa timing, pagkakaiba sa timing na sinight niya, he also even more pointedly said, ibang-iba yung economic context, yung economic conditions obtaining, na nung panahong iyon na una nilang pinag-uusapan, the economy was really on the upswing, was a lot stronger compared sa sitwasyon natin ngayon, given systemic difficulties at syempre yung lingering economic effects ng pandemic. So just for the record, Mr. President, salamat kaayo.
Thank you very much, distinguished colleague. So,
Yes, Mr. President,
on the
as
motion,
I earlier mentioned, Mr. President,
So
we
you
withdraw
Okay.
the proposed amendment on page 6, line 31. So if there are any other amendments on page
So there are
6,
no more amendments on page
No more?
6.
Wait, Mr. President. Page 6, Madam.
Mr. President.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I just don't want to speak for Senator Bam. I was just putting it to my context that he filed the bill during the Aquino administration, eto Marcos administration. I'll not argue. He can speak to the media and I think Senator Risa to put that on the record na yun yung dalawang reason. But for the record, no, the economy grew in 2017, 2018, 2019, much bigger than 2016. Pero tinamaan tayo ng pandemic. So while we're not maybe in certain indicators, we're not at certain levels of 2019. But for example, in terms of per capita, we are higher now. So that's a factual argument, whether we're in a better economic situation or now. And I leave that to the economic managers and the sponsor to prove it to us. Are we in a better situation now in the world economy and in the region between now and 2016? No? But my point is, Mr. Speaker, whether this was filed in 2016, 2019, 2022, personally, for me, I would look at it the same. I wouldn't look at it differently if it was a Duterte, Aquino, or Marcos proposal.
Thank you very much. So, Madam Senate President Pro Tem, do we have an amendment on page 6? Because if none, we will proceed to page 7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Distinguished sponsor, I think this was also part of the submissions. If your staff could kindly give you the copy. I think it was accepted. I just wanted to read it on the record. And I'm referring to section 11, page 6, and change the word may to shall. So
This is page 6? Are we in page 6, ma'am?
we're on page 6 of the committee report, yes.
Lines? Can you repeat the line?
Section 11, the board of the MIC, line
Line
29.
29.
Actually, my amendment is just on the last part that let me just proceed. Provided further that the Secretary of Finance, instead of may, it's just shall reduce the
This is on page 7.
allowed.
That's why it's page 7, Mr. President.
It's page 7.
That's what I asked.
Madam.
That's what we talked about a while ago, Mr. President.
Yes. So may I just repeat my query? Are there any more amendments on page 6?
None.
There being none, we shall proceed to page 7. Ay, salamat.
Yeah.
Page 7 na tayo.
Page 7, Mr. President,
Yes.
line 1, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
Yeah, Mr. President, as earlier mentioned, Mr. President, and upon consultation with the sponsor of the measure, Mr. President, this representation willingly withdraw the idea of reducing 2% to 1%. Instead, Mr. President, on page 7, lines 1 and 2, section 11 of the administrative and operational expenses of the Maharlika Investment Corporation, we delete the phrase, "The Secretary of Finance may reduce the allowed expense ratio," and in lieu thereof, insert the phrase, "The foregoing ceiling shall decrease as the size of the funds increases based on industry practice." So move, Mr. President.
I accept, Your Honor.
Accepted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, distinguished sponsor.
Senator Bato de la Rosa is recognized, sir.
Yes, Mr. President. Still on page 7, line 12. Delete the period and replace it with the following. Colon, provided, further, that the GOCCs providing for the social security and public health insurance of government employees, private sectors, workers and employees, and other sectors and subsectors, such as but not limited to the GSIS, SSS, PhilHealth, UWA, PVAW, HDMF, and other private funds held in trust by the government shall be absolutely prohibited to invest into the MIF.
I accept and if there.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President,
Yes, Senator.
I would like to make a proposal. This is one is similar to my,
Is it the same line, sir?
no, this is line 10. on
Okay,
page
so
7.
maybe I'll just dispose of our, oh, so this is an ulterior amendment. This is an amendment before the amendment of Senator Bato de la Rosa.
That is
So,
correct, Mr. President.
if we just hold on to the amendment of Senator Bato de la Rosa and we will listen to the amendment of Senator Tulfo.
This is similar to,
Is yours, Madam Senator Cayetano, ahead or after? Because he wants to discuss line 10.
Go ahead, Your Honor.
Okay, please proceed, Senator Tulfo.
yeah, on page 7, line 10, Mr. President, after the word GOCCs, add the phrase, except SSS, GSIS, PhilHealth, Pag-ibig, OWA, and PVAW. The provision shall now read, there is hereby created a Maharlika Investment Fund, a fund that adheres to the principles of good governance, transparency, and accountability. The fund shall initially be sourced from the capitalization of the MIC as provided for in this act, the investable funds of select GFIs and from contributions of the NG, as well as other sources of funds as provided in this act, provided that other GFIs and GOCCs except SSS, GSIS, PhilHealth, Pag-ibig, OWA, and PVAW, and other government, and PVAW, subject,
May I just ask, I said, the sentence after, it's the same lines as Senator Bato. May I ask for a minute suspension so that you can just gel the lines together? Session suspended. Yes,
Mr.
Senator
President, with the
Cayetano
permission of the sponsor, it's an amendment to the amendment of Senator Bato.
and Senator
Well, Senator Bato, but it takes into consideration the proposed amendment of
Senator
Senator Tulfo
Atul
and
Tulfo.
the long-standing interventions of Senator Loren, Majority Floor Leader, Senator Grace, and whoever else we were Senator Nancy, so many of us, Your Honor. So my amendment to the amendment is insert after, can we have it? So hindi kayo malito.
Yeah, may we flash it on the screen, dear Secretariat?
Nakuha niyo ba? Ito na lang. Actually, meron naman ako eh. Do you have it? Were you able to copy, to follow Senator Batos?
No,
intervention?
may you repeat the,
The whole thing?
yes, ma'am,
Okay, I'll just repeat the whole thing.
for clarity.
Okay, so after the word boarding, insert a semicolon.
What line again, ma'am?
Page 7, line 12. Can we
Page
see
seven.
it so that I can also help follow?
Nagahang.
Pero you have it. Should I continue or hold? Okay.
Ha? Nagbayad ba tayo? Nagbayad ba tayo? Nagbayad ba kayo? Bayad, okay. Bayad tayo. Nakabayad pala tayo.
After the word boards. Ano ba sabi ko board? Boarding.
Okay, let's continue.
Okay, so
Page, line 12.
page 7, line 12, after the word boards, insert a semicolon and then state, provided further that the government agencies and GOCCs providing for the social security and public health insurance of government employees, private sectors, workers, and employees, and other sectors and subsectors, such as but not limited to the government service insurance system, GSIS, subject to style, I don't know if there's already acronyms being used. Social Security System, SSS, Philippine Health Insurance Corporation or PhilHealth, Overseas Workers Welfare Administration, Philippine Veterans Affairs Office, and Home Development Mutual Fund shall be absolutely prohibited,
Shall be absolutely prohibited.
whether mandatory or voluntary, to invest in the MIF.
May we, yes, may we ask the sponsor?
We submit, Your Honor, this already amends, this is already a consolidation of all, as I said. So it amends the proposal put on record by Senator Bato and captures the amendments of our other colleagues.
Mr. President, can we take out and other government social welfare entities? Para maging consistent dun sa amendment.
Yes, yes. May we remove government kasi social welfare entities, that's PCOSO and PAGCOR, which
Right.
may affect the. Is it there?
It's
Which line is it?
Previously, it's in a previous amendment. That's not mine. Whose amendment is that?
Yeah, remove that one already. Remove that one already. This is the
Okay.
new amendment.
Sorry, yes, the new amendment, the one in all caps, that already captures Senator Bato's amendment and mine.
Yes.
So if you go back, you can, yeah, it hasn't been taken out.
Yes, it's
Provided nun, ayun, wala na po yun.
Okay na.
so okay. So it's accepted the way it is. Now,
Yes.
by the sponsor. Sponsor, okay?
Oh, after boards.
Yes, I accept.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Mr. President,
Yes, Senator Angara.
I'd like to insert after the Cayetano de la Rosa Tulfo amendment, a proviso, Legarda also, and Villanueva, and all the other people who are breathing at 11:19 p.m. Mr. President, just another proviso. So provided furthermore, I discussed this with the sponsor earlier, provided furthermore that the investments from the LBP, the DBP, and other GFIs shall not exceed 25% of their net worth. I so move, Mr. President.
We'll ask the sponsor.
Yes, I accept.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sponsor.
Amendments accepted. Thank you very much. Any other amendments? On page
yes.
7.
Yes, Your Honor. On page 7, line 32, after the word MIC and before the word the, remove the phrase shall authorize and replace it with the phrase may engage, so that the new first paragraph of section 14 will read as follows. Section 14, allowable investments, subject to strict compliance with investment and risk management guidelines, the Board of MIC may engage in the following investments. I so move, Your Honor.
There being no objection, motion is approved. The amendment's approved. So we're now on page 8. No, there are no more, page
Yes.
7, Ma'am Lauren? Or your page 8? Okay, there are no more amendments for page 7. Take note, Secretariat. Let's now, Senator Lauren Legarda, page 7? Sorry, Senator Pia Cayetano? Sorry, due to the lateness of the hour, my eyes are getting weaker.
Mr. President, page 7, line 32.
Page 7, line 32.
Yes. To just change the word shall to may.
I believe it was already amended by just now by Senator the sponsor, Senator Villar.
Thank you. Okay. I
Yes.
was looking for my amendment. I'm sorry.
He changed the exact word to may engage in.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. So no more for page 7. Moving forward. Oh, yes, Ma'am Risa.
Salamat kayo, Mr. President. Just to quickly make of record that I associate myself with the last amendment proposed and accepted on excluding the social protection funds, GSIS, etc., from investing in the MIC. Also in relation to the statements I cited yesterday in my interpellation of the sponsor coming from the GSIS president just last month. Salamat kayo, Mr. President.
May you change your mind now on voting? Just kidding.
Just this manifestation, Mr. President.
Oh, I thought you'll also change your mind now.
Salamat kayo, Mr. President.
I love you, Ma'am. Yes, Madam Senate President Pro Tempore.
Just a brief manifestation. I would like to express my gratitude to the distinguished sponsor for accepting my amendment, even if he did not read it into the record. Because last night, late in the night, their team already accepted the amendment on the exclusion of the social welfare GOCCs, but it's been enhanced and expanded by our esteemed colleagues. But I'm grateful to the good sponsor that as early as yesterday, they already accepted that. So thank you so much.
Thank you. So, page 8. My dear colleagues, I sponsored. Do we have any amendments?
Yes, yes, I have a amendment on page 8, line 6.
Line 4, Mr. President.
Okay, go ahead.
Line
Thank
4.
you.
I defer to the
Yes,
majority first.
thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, on page 8, line 4, after the word hybrids, add the following proviso, provided that if the equity investment is ultimately for the purpose of capital raising for an infrastructure or related
Slow
project.
down, sir. Slow down so that they can type. Provided that if the equity investment is ultimately for the purpose of
capital raising for an infrastructure or related
maybe
project.
raising capital, purpose of raising capital.
Yes, purpose of
Subject to
capital raising for an infrastructure or related project. The rule on investments in real estate and infrastructure projects shall apply. So, Mr. President, to read it, letter D, listed or unlisted equities, whether common, preferred, or hybrids, provided that if the equity investment is ultimately for the purpose of capital raising for an infrastructure or related project, the rule on investments in real estate and infrastructure projects shall apply.
Yeah, we just, subject to style, we
Subject to
made it
style, Mr.
raising
President.
capital.
Raising capital is the
Move to suspend.
Oh, session suspended.
Yes, Mr. President, upon the upon consultation with the sponsor of the measure, the intent of this representation and explained by relevant agencies from SEC to the National Treasury and all covers, Mr. President, what we have been pushing for, Mr. President. But let me, can we hear the sponsor, Mr. President, so that the records will show, Mr. President, that the intention of this representation to put in safeguards, Mr. President, ay kasama po dito sa ating binabalangkas na panukalang batas. Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor, we acknowledge the intention of Congressman,
Majority Leader.
Senator Villanueva, and it is our opinion that his concern is covered by the last paragraph in section 14. So we do not accept his amendment.
I am amenable with that, Mr. President, and let the record show, Mr. President, that this representation and the sponsor are in the same direction in order to protect Mr. President and continue to put safeguards. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Please proceed, sponsor.
Yes, we're on page 8, line 6. After the word co-investments, insert the phrase mergers and acquisitions. I so move, Your Honor.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
And now we're at page 8, line 8. I'm sorry, can I just add that that the previous amendment was amendment of our colleague Senator Tolentino, and now we're on page 8, line 8, and this is the amendment of our colleague Senator Angara. So on page 8, line 8, after the words infrastructure projects, insert the following proviso. Provided that investments in infrastructure projects shall be directed towards the fulfillment of national priorities, such as the National Infrastructure Program of the Department of Public Works and Highways and other infrastructure agencies, the Inclusive Innovation Industry
Can you
Strategy.
slow down, sir? Because they're
Sorry.
typing it. They're
Sorry.
typing it. So provided that investments in infrastructure
Project shall be directed towards the fulfillment of national priorities, such as the National Infrastructure Program of the Department of Public Works and Highways and other infrastructure agencies, the Inclusive Innovation Industry Strategy of the Department of Trade and Industry, and the Public Infrastructure Programs of the National Economic Development Authority.
subject to style. There being no
I
objection,
so move, Your Honor.
amendments approved.
Regardless, sir, correction po sa regard.
Ito na. Okay. I have a, yes,
Yeah.
I have a
Yeah,
line 8.
we're still in page 8, Mr. President.
Page 8 line, is yours after page 8 line 8? This is from Senator. You can, after this,
30, 26. Page 8 ka pa rin, bro.
yes, at page 8 line 8.
Okay.
Okay, this is on page 8 line 8, and it is a amendment of our colleague Senator Legarda. On page 8 line 8, after the words infrastructure projects, insert the following proviso. Provided that investments in infrastructure projects shall be directed towards the fulfillment of national priorities such as the National Infrastructure Program of the Department of Public Works and Highways and other infrastructure agencies, the Inclusive Innovation Industry Strategy of the Department of Trade and Industry, and the Public Infrastructure Programs of the National Economic Development Authority. I so move, Your Honor.
There being no there being no objection, amendments approved.
Anggara to, sir.
What's mine is yours.
Bigay mo lang sa akin. Sir, spontano lang po siya. Nabanggit niyo na yung kanina, sir. Nabanggit mo lang.
So, may we proceed?
Ako nandiyan to, tapos.
So,
Yes, we're, go ahead, Senator.
we're done with page 8, line 8.
Yes. Yes, done with page 8, line 8, yes.
Yes, so please
Yeah,
proceed.
Mr. President, mine is also after line 8. So there were 2 amendments made, and so mine would come after, Your Honor.
So you are on letter I?
Still page 8, yes, letter
Letter H under real estate.
But there were initial, mine would be a new section. So if the previous ones were not lettered, then I would be the new
A new
section.
letter.
Ours would be the new section I. Were they lettered, the previous? I'm not sure. They
Yes.
were- They were lettered. So dalawa ba yun? H, I, J? So am I K?
Your
Can-
IHIJ. It was a proviso of letter I. So do you want to be the new letter I?
Yes, Your Honor, it's a new provision altogether in the enumeration.
Okay. Please proceed. So you want another, after line 8? So line 9 will read as follows, letter
Yes.
I and your amendment.
Yes. So a new subsection that would read as follows: programs and projects on health, education, research and innovation and other such investments that contribute to the attainment of sustainable development. We submit. As discussed, Your Honor, the rationale for this is we leave it up.
I
to-
accept. I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir.
Anyway, the rationale for this is understanding that the objective of the fund is to also earn, but we leave it up to the board because there could be project that would be able to be consistent with the objectives of the measure, but still also help us attain these goals that we have identified.
Yes,
Connection to
accept.
sustainable
Thank
development.
you. Was this duly accepted? Thank you. So we letter.
Yes, we have, we're on page 8, line 17.
So all the enumerated
We're still on page 8.
items will be allowable investments will be re-lettered. So the letter I now will be letter J, and letter J will be yeah.
My amendment, I have another amendment, Your Honor, in
Yes,
line
please proceed.
14.
Line 14?
Yes,
Under
yes.
other investments that may be approved by the board?
Yes, Your Honor.
If it's all right. with
Yes,
the sponsor,
please proceed,
please
Your Honor.
proceed.
Thank you. After the word investments, insert the phrase of this act. We submit, Your Honor, the rationale for this is the minority floor leader posed his concern that this was so open-ended. So we thought of recommending this to sort of ensure that it is somehow aligned with
Yes.
sustainability at least.
Yes, I accept.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So please proceed, my dear sponsor or dear sponsor.
Yes, thank you. On page 8, line 17, last paragraph of section 14, after the word "to" and before the word "projects," remove the words "major capital" and replace it with the word "high impact."
High impact.
Yes.
There being no objection?
And one more, on the same page, line 17, after the word "projects," remove the phrase "as endorsed by the National Economic Development Authority Board or." I so move, Your Honor.
There being no objection to the motion, amendments approved. Please proceed.
Yes. Your Honor, this is a combination of the amendment of our colleague Senator Angara as well as my amendment. On page 8, line 28, replace the word periodically with the word regularly.
There being no objection to the amendment, amendments approved.
On page 8, line 29, last paragraph of section 15, after the word arrangement and before the word as, insert the phrase "in the form and manner as determined by the board." I so move.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
Mr. President, there's an anterior amendment by our Senate President Pro Tempore.
I also have one which is even more anterior, if I may, sorry.
Yes, well, maybe.
Because you said it's line 21, mine is line 20. 26, mine is line 20.
Okay, so we recognize Senator Cayetano for line 20. Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. After line 20, insert a new paragraph to read as follows. The Board of Directors of the MIC shall likewise ensure that all allowable investments as provided in this section are in accordance with the principles of sustainability. Submit.
Just I think it's it's harmless, amendment, accept.
Accept the one that's.
Because if it's not sustainable, Your Honor, it's a waste of money for the future generation. And if this fund is meant to address the concerns that will address the concerns of the future generation, then the least we can do is ensure that they're
More of a
sustainable.
statement,
It's really
Your
just a
Honor.
statement, Your Honor.
Coming from the chair of the Sustainable Development Goals Committee
Thank
and
you.
future thinking.
Thank you.
Motion to suspend just for a minute.
Session suspended.
Thank you. Can I just express my gratitude to the sponsor because his resource people have a problem with sustainability. We have no business running this country if we can't even consider sustainability as an acceptable term in everything that we do. For the record, thank you, Mr. Sponsor.
Thank you to the sponsor. Okay, Senator Legarda, you're up.
Mine is just one word, just to take away on line 26 grossly. So it will just be prejudicial.
So you want to remove the word grossly
Yes,
prejudicial?
to the interest of government. Yes. Thank you. I
The
submit,
sponsor?
Mr. President.
Yes, I accept.
Thank you.
Accepted. Thank you very much. There being no other.
Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. Yes, Senator. I was about
Gatchalian,
to say
Mr. President. Senator Gatchalian.
Villanueva, but Senator Gatchalian.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 8, line 29, delete the word the and replace it with all before financial statements. And on the same page, end section, but on line 30, insert the word co-investment. The phrase on its website, which shall be immediately updated and made easily accessible to the public.
Made easily acceptable to the public. In its website, made easily acceptable to the public. To the one typing. Subject to style.
Which shall be immediately updated and made easily accessible to the public.
Yes, I accept.
Okay.
Subject to style, Mr. President.
Thank you. Are we done with page 8?
Just a few more, Your Honor. On page 8, line 29, last paragraph of section 15, after the word arrangement and before the word as, insert the phrase in the form and manner as determined by the board.
I think you already did that.
Oh, did I say? I'm sorry.
Yes, you did it already.
Okay.
So we're done. with-
No, wait, one more, Your Honor.
Oh, yes.
On page 8, line 30, excuse me, on page 8, line 30, replace the period after the word co-investment with a comma and insert the phrase including information on the nominations to the board.
I think, but you're eating into the amendment of Senator Gatchalian. So, because right now, the amendment of Senator Gatchalian reads as follows. The joint venture and or co-investment in its website, which shall be immediately updated and made easily acceptable to the public. So
Yeah.
where do you want to place your amendment, Your Honor? Because you accepted already the Gatchalian amendment.
Okay. We withdraw.
Would you want to make an amendment to the amendment?
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. We withdraw this amendment.
Okay, thank you. So we're done with page 8.
Yes.
Page 9,
We're now page 9, almost halfway. Page 9. Section 16, any amendments to section 16?
I'm on page 9, line 8.
Okay, so page 9, line 8, are there any amendments before line 8? There being none, please proceed, my distinguished colleague.
Your Honor, this is the amendment of our colleague, Senator Gatchalian. On page 9, line 8, in section 17 on investment, 17B on investment policy, after the word investments, insert the phrase including prudential standards and concentration limits to avoid undue risk concentration from excessive exposures. I so move, Your Honor.
There be no objection to the motion, amendments approved. Please proceed.
Yes, we're on page 9 and line 19.
Line what? Which one?
19.
19, okay.
Your Honor, this is the amendment of our colleague, Senator Gatchalian. On page 9, line 19, after the word investments, delete the word and.
That's the amendment.
Yes. Yes. That's one.
Yes.
So moved.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
Yeah. And on page 9, line 20, insert a new section 17, which shall state.
You were amending section 17.
Yes, this is in addition to that. Delete the word. This is another. Insert a new section.
Section 18?
Why is it says?
Why 17I, 17
Or maybe subsection I?
Subsection 17(1), subsection 1.
No, I.
I.
Yes.
Which shall state. 17I. Yeah. Disclosure and transparency mechanisms to oversee compliance by various departments of the MIC with the standards, procedures, and policies set by the board. And.
There no objection to the motion of the sponsor? There being none, motion, amendments approved.
And.
Senator Risa Ontiveros is raising her hands.
Salamat kayo, Mr. President. Just to clarify, in the copy of the committee report that I have, there's an original I, which is all other matters needed to be discussed to guarantee compliance with the objectives of the MIF. So, is it retained as a letter under section 17, or is it a separate paragraph, Mr. President, or good sponsor, just to clarify? So,
I think it's a subsection.
so it will be now the letter J?
Letter J, yes, that is.
Sir, all right. Thank you, good sponsor. Salamat kayo,
Thank you,
Mr.
ma'am.
President.
Thank you. Yeah, so we re-letter everything.
Yes, and I'll continue, Your Honor.
Yes, please.
As proposed by Senator Legardo on page 9 under section 17, insert the following. Aside from the potential earnings, the board shall take into account risks other than economic, i.e. climate risks and those that are reported under rules and regulations of government agencies requiring environmental, social, and governance reporting, as well as resource valuation studies and natural capital accounting in making investment decisions. And the old section 17I shall be renumbered accordingly. I so move, Your Honor.
There being no objection to the motion, the amendments approved. So we'll re-letter everything accordingly.
So we're on page 9, line 29, Your Honor.
I have one on line 27, Mr. President, Your
Please
Honor.
proceed, ma'am.
Yes, on page 9, line 27, after the word consideration.
I accept.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Accepted. And line 29, as you were mentioning.
Yes, Your Honor. We're on page 9, line 29. Your Honor, this is the amendment of our colleague, Senator Gatchalian. So on page 9, line 29, after the word review, insert a new paragraph which shall state, all investment policies approved by the board of the MIC shall be posted on its website, which shall be immediately updated. Yes. which will be immediately updated, made accessible to the public, and separate from compliance with the transparency seal provisions under existing laws. I so move, Your Honor.
Mr. President,
Yes, Senator.
just an amendment from the amendment, Mr. President, just to make it consistent with my first previous amendment. Instead of, I'll just read it, Mr. President. All investment policies approved by the board of the MIC shall be posted on its website, which shall be immediately updated and made easily accessible to the public. Just to be,
Easily. So you added the word easily.
and delete the succeeding sentence or phrase, Mr. President. Just to make it consistent.
Yes, I accept, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, the good sponsor.
So that's the new line. That's the new paragraph. Yes, please proceed, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor, we're on page 10.
No other amendments on page 9? There being none, let's proceed to page 10.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm on page 10, line 2. Page 10, line 2.
Please proceed.
Okay, on page 10, line 2, after the word fund, insert a new paragraph which shall state, investment and risk management plans, investment and risk management plans, strategies and activities of the MIC involving the MIF shall be disclosed and published on its website that will be immediately updated, be made accessible to the public, and separate from compliance with the transparency seal provisions under existing laws. No guarantee involving financial liability arising from any action of the MIC shall be binding upon the Philippine government without obtaining the written authority of the proper authorities under existing laws. I so move, Your Honor.
I believe Senator Gatchalian raised his hand.
An amendment to the amendment, Mr. President, with the permission of the sponsor. I'll just read the first part. This is on page 10 after line 2. Investment and risk management plans, strategies, and activities of the MIC involving the MIF shall be disclosed and published on its website that will be immediately updated and be made easily accessible to the public. Just to be consistent, Mr. President.
I accept, Your Honor.
Thank you to the good sponsor.
Accepted. Please proceed.
Your Honor, we are on page 10, line 14.
Please proceed.
Yes, on page 10, line 14, in section 20, on the Board of Directors, after the letter B and before the word chief, insert the words president and.
There being no objection, M is approved.
On page 10, line 14, after the word officer, insert the words PCEO.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 10, line 15, after the word president, insert the words and CEO.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
Amendment to the amendment.
Yes, ma'am.
Please
proceed, Madam
tayo,
Lisa.
Mr. President. Mr. President, I also have an amendment to section 20 for the consideration of the good sponsor, which is a section on the board of directors. My amendment is to change the composition of the board in order to account for the possible merger of the Land Bank and DBP, and as an additional safeguard, make the independent directors compose a greater percentage of the board to maintain impartiality and independence. My amendments are as follows. First, on page 10, line 15, after the word LBP, I move to add the phrase or DBP as recommended by the advisory board. And on the same page, remove line 16. So the new subsection C would read, C, President of LBP or DBP as recommended by the advisory board. And on the same page, line 18, we move to remove the word 3, numeral 3. Oh, I'm so sorry. I apologize. Good sponsor, Mr. President. Just the first proposed amendment for new subsection C to read C, President of LBP or DBP as recommended by the advisory board. I so move, Mr. President.
I think the essence of that amendment, it's just one of each, right? I mean, you don't only choose one.
The essence, Mr. President, is yes, because as a natural result of if the merger, if the merger proceeds, there will only be one remaining head of entity also,
Yata
Mr.
magpa-merge yung
President.
isang bangko eh. But anyway, yeah, we'll listen to the sponsor.
Move to suspend for a minute.
Session suspended.
Apologies, Mr. President. We're just finalizing the revised proposed amendment as discussed with the good sponsor.
Yes.
Look like yan.
So,
What is my last motion?
session suspended.
What is my last motion?
Thank you, Mr. President. I withdraw my first suggested amendment proposed earlier and instead propose the following. On page 10.
Before you do that,
Sorry,
just ask
Mr.
them
President.
to flash it on the screen. Yes, please proceed.
So on page 10, line 19, oh. Line 19, we insert the following paragraph. Provided that in case of a merger, consolidation, abolition, or dissolution of any of the founding GFIs, the seat in the board of the absorbed, dissolved, or abolished GFI shall be filled by the next highest ranking officer of the GFI who has assumed the rights of the absorbed, dissolved, or abolished GFI. I so move, Mr. President.
Yes. Yes, I accept.
Thank you, good sponsor, Mr. President. On the same page, no. Page 19.
Page 10?
Ito na lang.
Anong sasabihin ko ba?
All right. That's all for now, Mr. President. Thank you, good sponsor.
Thank you, distinguished colleague. Please proceed, Senator Villar.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm on page 10, line 25.
Please proceed.
On page,
Yes, Senator Risa.
Thank you, Mr. President. Anterior amendment. Mr. President, still in section 20, based on the interpellations yesterday, an additional safeguard that I will propose is related to the competence and integrity of the board of the MIC. So on page. Is it page 11? Oh, I apologize, Mr. President. I apologize to the good sponsor. My next proposed amendment, same section, but the next page. So
No, it's all right. It's okay.
I apologize.
So we'll continue. Senator Villar.
yes, Your Honor, on page 10, line 25, after the word years, insert the following sentences. In case of removal or resignation, the appointment to any vacancy shall only be for the unexpired term of the predecessor. The appointment of a regular director to fill such a vacancy shall be in accordance with the manner provided for regular nomination, shortlisting, and appointment of regular directors. I so move, Your Honor.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
Okay, Your Honor, we're on page 11, line 1.
Okay. Page 11, line 1.
On page 11, line 1, after the word Philippines, insert the phrase, upon the recommendation of the advisory body. I so move, Your Honor.
There being no objection to amendment, amendments approved.
We're on page 12, Your Honor.
There's an amendment, page 11, other amendments, page 11.
Mr. President.
Madam Grace? Yes, please.
On page 11, section 20, between lines 25 and 26.
May I just ask Ma'am Risa if it's the same, if you are head, ma'am, or ulterior? Okay, please.
So on page 11, after line 22, I propose, Mr. President, good sponsor, to add a new subsection D that would read D or has a pending administrative or judicial case relating to fraud, plunder, corrupt practices, money laundering, tax evasion, or any similar crimes involving misuse of money or breach of trust. I so move, Mr. President.
That sounds good.
Yes, I accept.
Thank you very much for
Thank you,
accepting.
Mr. President.
It's
Good
a
sponsor.
amendment. Senator Grace? Ma'am?
Amendment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Can you just say subject to style, yung
Subject to
misuse of
style.
money, baka misuse of funds in the person's possession, subject to
Yes,
style.
subject to style. We'll let our lawyers and the secretary to.
Thank you. Is
But
that
the
okay?
idea is there, if that's all right with
Is
you.
that okay with the?
Yes, very all right, Mr. President, and thank you to the gentlelady from Taguig Pateros. On the same page, Mr. President, line 24, I move to remove the phrase as approved by the advisory body. So the new section would read, the foregoing grounds are without prejudice to qualifications or other disqualifications which the Board of Directors may impose in its promotion of good corporate governance. I so move, Mr. President.
Maybe you can propose.
Yes,
Mr. President, may I just ask a clarificatory question?
yes, yes, sir.
To the amendment of Senator Risa, what was the word pending case? Was it, I think we all agree with the intent. I'm just concerned if it's a pending case, what does that mean? So if a mere filing by someone of a civil case, or is it filed by the fiscal or what? Just to clarify, just so that people don't file cases against someone just so that he doesn't get appointed, di ba?
So also just to clarify, Mr. President, in responding to the question of the good gentleman from Taguig Pateros, we're moving back to the line 22.
Yes, sorry,
Yes,
just to clarify lang, the
it's all right,
language lang,
Mr.
ma'am.
President.
Ah.
So I proposed this and it was earlier approved, but in any case, I proposed this so that at the get-go, because we're dealing with a proposed important institution handling a huge amount of funds, that from the get-go, there should be no question about the integrity and the probity of the officials concerned.
Yeah.
Ano yung tinatanong?
So I'm not objecting, Mr. President.
Okay.
As you said, no, it sounds good.
Good idea.
It's a good idea. I'm just saying, for example, no, sobrang magkalaban. Parehong mga tao sa finance, sobrang magkalaban. And he knows na may mga ganyan provision. So merely filing kahit na nuisance yung case.
Dapat may charge.
In our
other words,
country,
the fiscal, iba, oh. Kasi yung pag-file, iba.
yeah. In our country kasi it takes time
Probable
for
cause,
it to dismiss. If it's just a filed as either a civil case or a criminal case. But tama po kayo, siyempre, pag fiscal na yung nag-file, prosecutor, may probable cause na yun. So I just want that to be brought up and
Maybe subject to style, we'll ask our secretary here to put the intent, no? Which is basically, it's not just a case file, but if it goes through already prosecution, iba na rin yun. Ibang klase na rin.
I'd
May
be very
probable
open
cause.
to that, Mr. President, and also just to add specificity to the cases being referred to here, the amendment was a pending administrative or judicial case. But as I said, I would be open to further improvements.
Even convicted for final judgment, ako personally, to be honest, yung sa COMELEC nga, the ruling in the COMELEC on those convicted, dapat yan even convicted at lower court. Kasi para talaga you get you get good people. But yeah, with your proposal, ma'am, that will cover. Because if there is a case or as you mentioned, no, filed in court by the fiscal or the ombudsman, lalo na pag may charge by the ombudsman, dapat yan, hindi pwedeng kunin ng MIC yan.
Salamat
we get the
kayo,
idea.
Mr. President.
We get the
Subject to
idea.
style or
Subject to
subject to even more than style, the legal advice as well also of our staff here. At
We
this-
will trust our secretary,
Yes, our
secretary
secretary.
to subject to style amend it well.
Salamat kayo, Mr. President. And thank you to the good gentleman from Taguig Pateros.
Yes. Please proceed.
So, Your Honor, we're on page 12.
Page 12.
Yes.
Wait, sorry. I believe Madam Grace Boyce has another amendment for page 11. Please proceed, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. President. Section 20, between lines 25 and 26. Insert a new paragraph to read as follows. All members of the Board of Directors shall be bonded to the government for the faithful performance of all duties imposed upon him by law and for the faithful accounting of all funds and public properties coming into his custody or control in accordance with the public bonding law under the revised administrative code, EO 449S 1997, and related laws and issuances, period. Prior to the discharge of duties, each members shall be required to secure a fidelity bond of 10 million pesos. I so move, Mr. President. This is usually the
Yes, I
standard
accept, Your Honor.
wording. Okay, thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Senator Risa de Veros?
Anterior amendment, Mr. President. I apologize. I had actually proposed an amendment to line 24. It's just that I moved back to line 22 to further address it. So if I may just reiterate, on the same page, line 24, I move to remove the phrase "as approved by the advisory body," and the new section would then read, "The foregoing grounds are without prejudice to qualifications or other disqualifications which the Board of Directors may impose in its promotion of good corporate governance." I so move, Mr.
I think we
President.
took that up already. Did we do that already?
Oh,
We did that already.
I
We-
apologize.
We took the word as approved by the advisory board.
I apologize,
You're
Mr.
welcome.
President.
You're
I
welcome.
apologize, good sponsor.
Yeah, it was accepted already. So please proceed to page 12.
Yes, Your Honor. On page 12, line 12H, after the word engage, remove the phrase and slash or appoint and insert the phrase as may be necessary.
There being no objection to the amendment, amendment's accepted.
And on the same page and line, after the word consultant, remove the slash and the word counsel. I so move, Your Honor.
There being no objection, amendment's accepted.
I'm on page 12, line 17. On page 12, line 17, after the word dividends, delete the phrase "in accordance with section 42 of RA number 11232 or the revised Corporation Code of the Philippines, notwithstanding the provisions of RA number 7656." And as proposed by Senator Legarda, add the phrase "law and subject to the provisions of RA number 7656. I so move, Your Honor.
There being no objection, amendment's approved.
Your Honor, on page 12, line 19, after the word determine, insert the phrase "in consultation with the GCG."
There being no objection, amendment's approved.
Actually,
Yes, Senator.
I have an amendment for that whole paragraph. Does his honor, what's his honor's preference? Do you have other amendments on that paragraph, or can I go ahead with mine?
Why don't you go ahead and share the response letter? Because I have a separate.
Okay, so you just amend the amendment.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
So would you like to amend the amendment?
Yes, I'll first make my motion.
Yes, there being no objection to your motion, motion is approved.
Yes, so I don't know if I'm repeating this, but anyway, I'll say it again. On page 12, line 19, after the word determine, insert the phrase "in consultation with the GCG." On page 12, line 23, after the word contrary, delete the phrase the organizational structure, staffing pattern, and compensation structure of the MIC shall be subject to the approval of the President of the Philippines, and replace it with the phrase, provided that the compensation and emoluments shall be comparable with the prevailing rates in the private sector necessary to attract and retain competent talent. Provided further that the compensation and other emoluments shall not exceed that of the PCEO as provided under Section 26 of this Act. However, as proposed by Senator Legarda, delete the entire Section 21K. I so move, Your Honor.
Ano? Wait, sorry.
So are we going to delete it or we're going to?
Those were two separate proposals.
I think, yeah.
Okay. Okay, I withdraw my motion. It's, sorry, there was a typo here. It's,
Yes, please proceed.
Provided siya comparable.
Ano man si Doktor? Bukas na lang kaya?
move to suspend,
Session suspended.
I think there was a request by Senator Legarda to explain their motion to delete the entire Section 21. Okay.
So there is a motion by Senator Legarda to delete the whole Section 21K. Is that correct?
There's none.
No. There's none? She's not, she's shaking her head no.
So how do we?
So if it's not, do we retain the?
So my original motion stands when I said I so move the original amendment that I proposed still stands.
Yes. There being objection to your original, yes, madam?
I do have,
Yes, ma'am.
I consulted with His Honor and I said I will make an amendment to His Honor's
His amendment.
amendment. Yeah. Can I just read first my amendment, which obviously was crafted before I heard His Honor's amendment, so that we can at least agree, we can see if we can agree in principle on how we can, on reconciling the two provisions. Your Honor, I will read my amendment and it is as follows. On page 12, delete lines 19 and 20 and replace it with 19 and 20, no, 19 to 25 and replace it with the following. To determine, in accordance with Republic Act number 10149 or the GOCC Governance Act, the organizational structure, staffing pattern, number of personnel of the MIC, and define their duties and responsibilities, provided that the board may fix the compensation and other emoluments of highly technical officials, employees, and staff, including their bonuses and the performance bonus authorized under Section 30 of this Act, notwithstanding any provisions of law, rules, and regulations, issuances to the contrary. The organizational structure, staffing pattern, and compensation structure of the MIC shall be subject to the approval of the President of the Philippines. So, Mr. President, my amendment here is basically saying that, yes, the board may fix whatever the compensation emoluments are, but only for highly technical official employees and staff. And the reason for that is, as I mentioned during the period of interpellation, we have a crisis looming with, at the very least, our healthcare workers, but I can say the same for our education sector. And we need to also have enough funding to even start the discussion on increasing their salaries and providing for technical people in these other fields.
Absolutely, I agree with that.
I feel very strongly, Your Honor, that we cannot just create this new entity and everybody there gets exempted. But I do recognize that it is very important and we really want good people. So I would like to limit it to the highly technical officials, employees, and staff, subject to style, Your Honor. And then, of course, we can still include his honor's provision, no? So we can put that all together, but with my amendment, Your Honor.
Could we table that because that's a long amendment?
That's okay with
While
me,
we
Your
could
Honor.
sit down and discuss how to blend it together. If that's okay with the sponsor. We
Yes,
can go back
that
to
is acceptable. Perhaps we can be given the opportunity to discuss and have a consolidated
Yes.
amendment.
Maybe we can have your staff talk to each other so that they can come up with blended amendment. So let's proceed. So we'll go back to that. So what is that, the page?
12, we're on page 12.
Page
Your Honor.
12, line 19 to 25. Okay.
I'm on page 12, line 28.
Okay, please proceed.
So on page 12, line 28, after the word "to," delete the word "exclusively."
So it will read to set the criteria. Okay. There being no objection, amendments approved.
I'm on page 13, Your Honor.
Page 13. We are now on page 13. Please proceed, Your Honor.
Yes. On page 13, lines 12 to 14, delete the entire section 21R and replace it with the following. R, to constitute an audit committee from among its members, the audit committee shall recommend to the board the engagement of an external auditor and oversee the internal and external audits mandated under this act.
There,
Yes.
this is an amendment by Senator Legarda, or?
I so move.
Yeah. There being no objection, motion is approved. Amendment approved.
So now I'm on page 13, line 27. On page 13, line 27, after the word "the," insert the words "president and."
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 13, line 27, after the word "the" and before the word "CEO," insert the letter P next to the word CEO.
There being no objection,
On page 14, line 14, after the word "the" and before the word CEO, insert the letter P next to the word CEO.
wait, page 14, line
14, line 14.
14, okay. There being no objection, amendment is approved.
I'm sorry, I didn't mention, we are on page 14, Your Honor.
Yes, page 14,
Yes.
line 14.
Yes. Okay, on page 14, line 16, after the word "the" and before the word CEO, insert the letter P next to the word CEO.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
On page 14, line 23, after the word "the" and before the word CEO, insert the letter P next to the word CEO. I so move, Your Honor.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 14, delete entire line 7 to 12 as proposed by Senator Legarda.
But page, was,
On
this is
on
page
page
14.
14, delete entire line 7 to 12 as proposed by Senator
Okay,
Legarda.
so we'll remove line 7 to 12, okay. There being no objection, amendments approved. So we'll re-letter it accordingly.
Yes, Your Honor. Next, on page 14, line
Subject to
35.
style. Page
On
14,
page 14, line 35, the phrase "2 weeks or as often as may be necessary upon its constitution," after the phrase "at least one every."
there being no objection, amendments approved.
Your Honor, we're on page 15.
Please proceed.
On page 15, line 7, remove the word "tapes," insert thereafter the words "minutes, transcripts, and records." Remove the words "and transcripts of the stenographic notes" on lines 7 to 8.
And replace with,
It says here, insert the words "minutes, transcript, and records." Remove the words and transcripts of the stenographic notes on line 7 to 8.
there being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 15, line 8, the word "form" after "original" shall be deleted and the word "digital form" shall replace the word "microfilm." I so move, Your Honor.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 15, on page 15, lines 11 to 21 shall be deleted.
11 to 21. Did we just amend that? What was the one that we amended prior to section 26?
There was
The microfilm.
yes,
Okay.
microfilm.
So section 26 will be deleted altogether?
On page 15, lines 11 to 21 shall be deleted.
Yes, that's section 26.
Yes.
Okay. All right. There being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 15, line 22, delete lines 22 to 27 and instead replace it with the following. Section 27, Risk Management Committee. The board shall organize a risk management committee composed of 5 members as follows. A, 1 independent director as chairperson. B, 1 ex-officio member of the board. C, 1 regular director. And D, 2 senior executives of the MIC, one of whom is the key risk management officer.
There being no objection to the amendment, amendments approved.
On page 15, line 28, replace the word unit after the word risk management with the word committee. On the same page, line 30, remove the word risk before the word measurement. And on line 31, remove also the word risk before the word mitigation and reporting.
There being no objection to the amendment, amendments approved.
On page 15, line 31 to 32, remove the phrase and risk governance towards a risk-informed approach to the capitalizations of the MIC. So move.
So
Your Honor.
delete that whole line.
Yes, on page 15, line 31 to 32, remove the phrase and risk governance towards a risk-informed approach to the capitalizations of the MIC. I so move, Your Honor.
There being no objection, motion is approved, subject to style.
Your Honor, I am on page 16.
Please proceed.
On page 16, line 7, replace the word MIF with MIC.
Page 16,
I'm sorry, on
line
page 16, line 7, replace the word MIF with MIC.
MIC. There being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 16, line 8, after the word recommend and before the word independent, insert the words regular and.
There being no objection. amendments approved.
On page 16, line 10, delete the phrase as it may deem and add the phrase to effectively carry out its mandate after the word necessary.
There being no objection.
On page 16, line 11, add except as otherwise provided under this act before the phrase the advisory board and delete the word or control after the word management. I so move, Your Honor.
There being no objection, amendments approved, subject to style.
On page 16, delete lines 12 to 28 or the entire Article 6 on rewards, incentives, and termination. I so move, Your
So
Honor.
the whole section 30 shall be removed.
On page 16, delete lines 12 to 28. Yes.
12 to 28? No, sorry. Yes. So 12 to
Or the
10
entire,
no, no,
or
sorry,
the entire
14.
Article 6.
Rather, the whole entire Article 6.
Yes.
So you're removing, deleting lines 12 to
28.
28. Okay. There being no objection? Motion, the amendment's approved.
President,
On,
Mr.
Yes,
President.
yes, sir.
So there's no other amendment to, there's no substitute provision for this Article 6 that was deleted? So what is,
No rewards and incentives.
so what is his honor's objective in deleting that? Then there can be no, I'm mentioning this because this will, I had an amendment there to be consistent with my earlier amendment that these bonuses would only apply to the highly technical, and again, it should be subject to reasonable requirements, so on and so
I
forth.
would like to ask that also. How come we took out rewards and bonuses and incentives? Will the MIC not give out any bonuses?
Normally, ano ba yun? Normally it would be.
Honoraria? I'm sorry?
we decided it would not be needed.
I'm sorry?
We decided it would not be needed.
You decided it will not be needed.
What does that mean? There will be no bonuses or?
Yes.
So bawal ang bonuses. So
Will you be able to hire someone without the bonuses? And
Existing rules would be applicable.
oh, yun nga.
Yes.
That's what I'm waiting to hear, Your Honor. So, but just to be sure we capture it, where is our reference to ensure that existing rules will be captured? Because basically, on the floor, on currently in the bill that we are considering, is our exceptions.
Yes, because we allowed it to be subject to GCG, so.
so
we decided-
GCG will be the one that will.
I think it said in consultation only, am I correct? Maybe we can make reference to it because this was not my.
I will look for the quote.
Sinabi niya? Yung ating sapat nila, in consultation. Oh, tama ka, in consultation. So I don't know. I don't know the impact of what that means. As opposed to my amendment, which is very specific. Anyway, we can take it all into consideration, Your Honor, in the interest of time.
I think maybe we can just appeal to our colleague not to delete that whole section, because whether they give rewards or not, or incentives or not, then they don't have to give, but there's an option to.
Proposed by Senator.
It's always good to have that option.
I just want to point out that it says here, the criteria for grants of rewards and incentives shall be determined in the IRR. And I
Motion to
know,
suspend.
Session suspended.
Upon further consultation, I withdraw this amendment.
Thank you. So we've attained
Yes, we retain.
Article 6. Thank you for that.
and
Section 6.
then an amendment, so I'm the one with an amendment, Your Honor,
Yes,
since
please
it is
proceed.
now retained. It's very simple, Your Honor.
So balik please ang section Article
Yeah,
6.
Simply on page 16, line 14, inserting the phrase, the highly technical, insert it between the word the and official. So the highly technical officials, employees, and staff.
Pero ma'am, may I just butt in? I think bonuses, particularly 13-month pay or usually is
For
given to
all.
everyone.
Yes. Actually, Your Honor, if I may include this provision in the other one, because I have no desire to deprive the rank and file of their bonuses.
Yes.
I am just being conscious, Your Honor, when we hear of these like really crazy bonuses, and we know that it's given to high-ranking officials, then I think I want to be able to ensure that it's subject to guidelines that we provide. And those were captured in the amendment of His Honor and my amendments in the earlier. So can we just be given time to reconcile that? But definitely we include the bonuses for the rank and
Yeah, it
file.
might send the wrong signal.
Yes, no, Your Honor, definitely.
Yes.
I thank you for that
Yes, thank you.
intervention.
Thank you.
So can you just?
So we proceed. We can proceed. Please proceed, Your Honors. So no more amendments on page 16?
No, we have one more, on page 16, line 32. Delete the phrase "except as otherwise provided in this act" and replace the small t with a capital T in the word "the."
There be no objection. Amendment approved.
We're on page 17, Your Honor.
Please proceed.
This is as proposed by Senator Legarda. On page 17, line 18, add the phrase "provided that they shall be paid honoraria for the additional and/or higher duties to be performed for the MIC" after the word "agencies."
There be no objection. Subject to style. Amendments approved.
And insert a new section, which is section applicability of Republic Act number 7656 The MIC shall be subject to the provisions of the Republic Act Number 7656 or an act requiring government-owned or controlled corporations to declare dividends under certain conditions to the national government and for other purposes. I so move, Your Honor.
There being no objection to the amendment, amendment's approved.
On page 17, line 29, remove the words "upon the advice of the advisory body."
There being no objection, amendment's approved.
On page 17, line 29 to 30, remove the phrase "pertinent provisions of this act and its IRR" and delete the word "international" before the word "financial." Add the word "the relevant" before the word "financial."
There being no objection, amendment's approved.
On page 17, line 33, insert the phrase "audit reports to the Board of Directors" before the word "provide" and remove the phrase "written interim financial and management reports" as requested by the advisory body. I so move, Your Honor.
There being no objection to the amendment, amendment's approved.
Your Honor, we're on page 18.
On page 18, I see the hands of Senator Grace Poe being raised. Which will be ahead?
Page 18, line 5.
This is line 5, so please proceed. I think
On
yours
page
is-
18, line 5, after the word "shall," add the phrase "conduct annual audit for maximum engagement period of 3 consecutive years under such terms and conditions as may be determined by the Board of Directors." And on page 18, delete 6 to 9. Delete lines 6 to 9.
There being
So-
no,
I so move, Your Honor, subject
there
to
being
style.
no objection, subject of style, amendments approved.
I'm on page 18, line 16.
What is the line of Senator Grace? Okay,
Okay.
so please proceed, sponsor, dear sponsor.
On page 18, line 16, add, "The COA shall conduct a special audit every 5 years after the phrase Section 37 of this Act." I so move, Your Honor.
There being no objection, the amendment is approved. Senator Legarda, our Senate President Pro Tem, is recognized.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. President. On section 38, my suggestion, my amendment is just to add the COA shall conduct a special audit every 5 years.
Anterior amendment,
I think that was the amendment done by Senator Villar.
Was it already? No.
I'm line 37.
I submitted this. Was it read into the record? I just wanted to clarify.
Yes, he just gave an amendment that the COA will audit every 5 years.
The special audit, I did not hear the special
May we
audit.
ask Senator, it's here, that the COA shall conduct a special audit every 5 years.
Oh, it was carried.
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
thank you.
Thank you.
It's there, written there on section 38. So, Senator Grace Poe? Section, what?
Your Honor, can I make a really quick
Yes,
amendment?
please, proceed.
It just brought to my attention that there was I failed to, on page 16, there. Huh?
Back to 16?
Yeah, sorry, line 31, delete the word "exemptions from the title. Very, sorry, my apologies, I didn't.
Which line 31? Delete the words.
Exceptions from the title.
Okay. There being no amendment, there being no objection to the amendment, amendments approved. So it will read as applicability of GOCC Governance Act of 2011. Okay. So we're back to page 18.
Yes. On
So we're
page
done with
18, line-
section 37.
On
So-
page, sorry, on page 18, line 17, after the word "of" and before the word "assets," insert the word "investments."
There's off. Line 17 is
Yes,
over.
on page 18, line 17, after the word "of" and before the word "assets,"
okay.
insert the word "investment."
Disposal of investment assets.
Yes.
It will read as follows. Okay. There being objection, amendments.
On page 18, line 20 to 22, delete the sentence, "The aforementioned financial assets shall be considered as forming part of MIC's inventory of assets held in regular course of business activities, of its business activities." I so move, Your Honor.
There being objection, amendment approved. We're now in
We're
Article
on
9.
page 18, line 29.
Yes.
On page,
I
Yes.
think there's
I believe Senator,
Oh, no, mine is
Great
section 40, line 37.
Oh,
So-
37.
sir, please proceed, sponsor.
on page 18, line 29, the words "joint congressional" shall be deleted.
Joint congressional, it'll just read as Marlica Investment Fund Oversight Committee.
Yes.
So there will no longer be a joint congressional oversight committee.
Yeah, this is a proposed revision of Senator Angara with regard to section 40 to section 40 oversight.
It's an Angara amendment.
Yes.
There be no objection. Motion's approved.
On line 30, the word 5 shall be deleted and be replaced by 10.
10 members of each house? That's half of the Senate.
10 each.
So this shall be composed of 10 members of each house.
Move to suspend.
Yes, session suspended. That's pretty much. So with the permission of the sponsor, may the Senate President
Yeah,
make
so
a,
7 each. So we,
Yes.
on line 30, the word 5 shall be
will
deleted.
amend it to 7. That's my
So
proposal. as
7
well.
each.
7 each. There
Subject to
be no
style.
objection? Subject to style? Amendments approved. And you'll also rename,
On the same page, line
we
30.
will also rename them, because you removed the word joint oversight congressional, you removed the word joint congressional. So all the, all the acronyms will remove JC. So it'll be MIFOC.
Yes, Mr. President, makes sense.
Yes.
Yes, maybe ask the rationale why you took out the word joint congressional. To make it a shorter name, or?
Because I guess because the name. That's true.
Yeah, maybe we could just retain.
You know, it's not it's not,
Yeah,
if there's
it's not a deal
if we
breaker.
have, it's not a deal breaker. We can,
Yeah.
I would. I
So
withdraw-
the only amendment, Your Honor, you're withdrawing for the record, and the only amendment to this paragraph is from 5 to 7.
That's correct,
members.
Your Honor.
There you go. Subject to style. Please take note, Secretariat.
Your Honor, we're on page 19.
Senator Risa Taveras.
Anterior amendment, Mr. President, page 18, line 37, the phrase "at least one member of which shall be from the minority." Uppercase M, please, Mr. President, on minority. Minority na nga po kami, capital M naman po, please.
Yes,
Yes,
and of course. Subject to
Yes.
style, please,
Yes, of course, we accept.
Thank you, sponsor,
please
Mr. President.
correct that. Thank you.
Mr. President, sponsor, can we've consulted with the sponsor and we're ready to go back to to page 12, if
Maybe
that's
if it's
okay.
with the permission of Senator Pia, I think
Sorry,
Senator Grace.
This is on the
Yeah.
floor. I didn't see her. Sorry, sorry.
No worries. And then we can go back after Senator Grace's amendment. Yes, please, Madam. Grace.
Tingin ako dito eh.
Mr. President, on page 18, section 40, line 37, after the period, insert two paragraphs to read as follows. The MIC shall make a quarterly confidential submission of all investments, whether planned or under negotiation by the MIC and on the portfolio of the MIF, comma, to the MIF JCOC, period. Next line, all audit reports of the internal and external auditors for each accounting period shall likewise be submitted to the MIF JCOC. I so move, Mr. President.
Okay ba? Okay ba?
Mr. President, this is to strengthen congressional oversight.
Yes, because sometimes they never submit anything.
Oo, kinakailangan mabantayan ng
Yes, I
maayos sa
accept.
pamamahala.
It's
ng
accepted,
pamahali.
Madam.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Congratulations to the movement and the sponsor. Thank you. And then we can go back now to Senator Pia Cayetano. So what page was that? 16?
Page 12.
Page 12, okay, page 12. So Secretary, take note, page 12.
Yes. Your Honor, it's page 12. This is section 21K. Delete lines 19 to 25 and replace it with the following. To determine, in accordance with
I'll do
Republic.
it slow, ma'am, para they have to type it. So,
Actually, some of the words are there, so if they'd rather,
okay,
you can just skip through the
Amend
words
as
that
is,
are there.
amend as is,
Yes,
yeah.
thank you. To determine, in accordance with Republic Act number 10149 or the GOCC Governance Act, the organizational structure, staffing pattern, number of personnel of the MIC, and define their duties and responsibilities, as well as their compensation and other emoluments, provided that the board shall determine the positions that are highly technical, including their compensation and other emoluments, bonuses, and the performance bonus authorized under Section 30 of this Act. Provided further that in all cases, such compensation and emoluments shall be comparable with the prevailing rates in the private sector. The organizational structure, staffing pattern, and compensation structure of the MIC shall be subject to the approval of the President of the Philippines in accordance with Section 26 of this Act. Submit, Your Honor.
I accept, Your Honor.
accepted. Thank you very much. And maybe ask the staff of Senator Cayetano, subject to style, send the, that phrase to be sure that we
Of course.
incorporate all the words
Thank you, Your Honor.
Senator said. Please proceed. We'll go back to page 18
Your Honor, I'm on page 19.
or page 19. Please proceed, Your Honor. We're almost there.
Your
Almost there.
On page 19, line 2, insert the phrase "as may be allowed by the law" after the word "public."
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 19, line 4 to 5, remove the sentence "all investments thereof, whether planned or under negotiation by the MIC and on the portfolio of the MIF."
19.
There being no objection, motion's approved. Remove that line.
On page 19, line 6, replace letter B to letter A. Capitalize the first letter S on the word "statement." Capitalize letter A on the word "asset." L on the word "liabilities," and add the word "and net worth" after the word "liabilities."
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 19, line 7, capitalize the letter B and D on the phrase "board of directors." Capitalize R and M on the word "risk management." Replace the word "unit" with the word "committee." Replace the word "board" with the word "body."
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 19, line 8, replace C and B and add the word "and" after the word "officials."
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 19, line 9, delete the phrase audit documents from the, on page 19, line 9, delete the phrase the audit documents from the internal auditor, external auditor, and the COA, and
There being no objection,
on line 10, replace the letter E to letter capital C.
there being no objection, amendments approved.
As proposed by Senator Tolentino on page 19, after the line 24, insert a new
I think the distinguished gentleman from Bicol would like to propose an amendment in the same page, page 19, line 11. May I move that we recognize Senator Robin Hood Padilla?
Please, you're recognized. Please proceed, sir.
Sa ngalan po ng siyam na banal na pangalan ng Panginoon Diyos, A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Ginoong Tagapangulo, sinasaad po ng saligang batas, Section 6, Artikulo 14, na ang wikang pambansa ng Pilipinas ay Pilipino. Samantalang nalilinang ito ay dapat payabungin at pagyamanin pa salig sa umiiral ng mga wika ng Pilipinas at sa iba pang subject to provisions of law, and as the Congress may deem appropriate, the government shall take steps to initiate and sustain the use of Filipino as a medium of official communication and as language of instruction in the educational system. Alam niyo po, mahal na Pangulo, magmula po kaninang umaga, marami na po tayong mga kababayan na nandyan sa labas at sila po'y nagpuprotesta at sa kanila pong sinasabi na hindi nila naiintindihan ang atin pong panukala na Maharlika Bill. Kanina din pong tanghali, meron po tayong mga bisita ng mga barangay captain. Nung sinabi po natin sa kanila ang tungkol sa Maharlika Bill na ito, ating panukala, sila po ay umatras tatlong. Hindi namin naiintindihan yan. Ang ibig ko lang pong ipamungkahi dito, kung nanaisin po ng ating kaibigan at atin pong ginagalang na senador mula po sa Las Piñas, Senator Mark Villar. Dito po sa pahina 11, pangalawang linya, section 41, pagkatapos ng salitang public, burahin ng koma at ipasok ang pariralang in both English and Filipino at isa pang koma. Ang inamendiyang seksyon ngayon ay magiging sa English po, Mr. President, on page 19, line 2, section 41, after the word public, delete comma and insert the phrase in both English and Filipino, comma. The amendment section shall now read as follows. Right to freedom of information of the public. All documents of the MIF and the MIC shall be open, available, and accessible to the public in both English and Filipino, including but not limited to the succeeding subsections shall remain. Maraming salamat po.
Magaling ka talaga. Magaling ka rin mag-English.
Salamat po.
Dear sponsor?
Tinatanggap po ba?
Opo, tinatanggap ko po.
Magaling. Magaling. So,
Maraming salamat po. Opo.
Anong amendment in Tagalog?
Amenda. Tinatanggap
Kapag amenda ay tinatanggap ng ginoong tagasan Las Piñas.
Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat.
Anong I so move, Mr. President? Anong I so move? Inuurong ko.
Inuurong. Sinusulong
Ay,
po.
sinusulong. No, I'm just
Isinusulong
kidding.
namin.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Mr. President, on page 19, retain the original wording of section 41, subsection A and D. I so move.
Is it, we'll ask the sponsor?
We need to preserve the freedom of information on all MIC investments and audit reports and allow the people to scrutinize the movements of this
I think it was deleted, but you want it restored.
Yes, it was deleted. All sections A and D. So section A, which was deleted, all investments thereof, whether planned or under negotiation by the MIC and on the portfolio of the MIF. And section D, audit documents from the internal auditor, external auditor, and the COA. End.
Yes, Your Honor. If Your Honor will also accept this amendment to an amendment, we are okay to retain section 41 with modifications on item A and D. If on item A, remove the phrase whether planned or under negotiation, and on item D, omit the phrase internal auditor, external auditor, and. I so move, Your Honor. If
Yes,
that's-
I think the rationale for that, if I may, really quickly, all investments there, whether planned or under negotiations, I think it's not a good idea to put out in public because it can move stocks, it can move markets. People, if you say, oh, we're going to buy into this company, everybody will buy into that company because the Maharlika Investment Fund. So I think it's like an insider trading leak.
Okay.
So if that's all right with the good lady from.
I see the rationale of that now on further consideration. Yes,
Thank you.
I withdraw that particular line.
Thank you.
Mr.
So we accept the amendment of
Yes.
the good sponsor?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. There been objections? The amendment of the sponsor is approved.
On section 45, unless there's someone,
Mr. President, anterior
Senator
amendment.
Gatchalian is recognized.
On page 19, line 17, insert the following. All reports of the MIC pursuant to the disclosure rules under existing laws shall be published on its website that shall be immediately updated and be made easily accessible to the public.
In English and in Filipino. Dapat. Tama po, Senator Padilla. So is there an objection or approval from the
Accepted.
amendment accepted? Please proceed, Madam Grace. I think you have a amendments to section 45.
yes, on section 45, lines 30 to 31, delete the phrase 500,000 pesos to 2 million pesos in words and numbers, comma, and replace it with 5 million pesos to 7 million pesos in words and numbers. I so move.
I accept.
On section 45,
Accepted.
thank you. On section 45, beginning with the word shall,
Lines, which lines, ma'am?
on section 45,
Line
line 31,
31. Okay, please proceed.
beginning with the word shall on line 31, until the word corporation on line 33, and replace it with the following. Perpetual disqualification from holding public office. I so move.
I accept.
Accepted.
On the same section 45, lines 34, delete the phrase 3 million pesos to 5 million pesos in words and numbers and replace it with 10 million pesos to 15 million pesos in words and in numbers. I so move, Mr. President. Mr. You-
Accepted.
Yeah. Mr. President, actually, pwede pa nga mas mataas ito eh. Pero sige na lang, kasi nga, we're dealing with a 500 billion fund involving taxpayers' money. So actually, napakaliit
I have a
nga eh.
fundamental question. If there is a theft done by a member of the MIF body, board, staff, would that be considered plunder? Can plunder charges be charged against them?
Isn't there an amount qualified?
I believe
50
plunder is
million.
50 million.
Yeah, 50 million.
50 million. Let's say tinakbuhan niya yung 100 million. Di ba plunder na yun? Because that's a government-controlled fund.
Yes, that's correct.
I just want to put that on record.
Yes, that's correct.
But in this amendment, it doesn't matter the amount if they are found to have been doing something illegal, then there's a perpetual disqualification, Mr. President, as
Yes.
well as the fines involved. So even if it's less than 50 million pesos, that's a rationale. If they've done something illegal or
If our legal minds that are here, that are still awake, maybe they can come up with the wording on plunder. I think they should be liable for plunder if they run away with 50 million and above.
I think there's already a provision in the law that says it all you know, it's all, these are not in lieu of the laws, so.
that's right. This
Okay.
is without prejudice
Without
to
prejudice
existing
to
laws.
existing, the plunder laws. Okay,
Plunder.
laws on plunder. All right,
Um,
please proceed.
that's all, Mr. President, for page 19.
Yes, thank you. We have, I'm on page 19. As proposed by Senator Tolentino on page 19, after the line 24, insert a new section 45 to read as follows. Section 45, dispute settlement. The provision of existing laws to the contrary notwithstanding, any dispute, controversy, or claim arising out of or relating to investments entered pursuant to this act or the breach, termination, or invalidity thereof shall be resolved by good faith negotiations between the parties. In the event that such negotiations do not succeed, any dispute, controversy, or claim arising out of or relating to investments entered pursuant to this act or the breach, termination, or invalidity thereof may be settled in accordance with the internationally accepted institutional systems of arbitration of which the Philippines is a signatory. The Maharlika Investment Fund Joint Congressional Oversight Committee, created under Section 4 hereof, shall regularly be apprised of the status of any dispute settlement proceeding. I so move, Your Honor.
There being no objection, is the sponsor going to object, the sponsor of the amendment? Or he will
President,
further clarify?
Just a parliamentary inquiry. Mr. President, my original proposal for the amendment just mentioned by the good sponsor is that the utilization of arbitration procedures should be prefaced by the word shall. It should be mandatory in nature, Mr. President. And from what I heard, and I'd like to confirm this, the good sponsor mentioned the word may, which would make it merely discretionary. Can I confirm that the word may?
Motion
was-
to.
We can amend it to session suspended.
Mr. President, explain that.
Yes, Mr. Sponsor?
Mr. President, the reason why this representation's amendment mentioned the word shall is because of the necessity of making arbitration based on an international standard, which is the gold bar, Mr. President. And this bill, the Maharlika bill, speaks of in section 1, in the very section 1 of the Santiago Principles. Mr. President, the Santiago Principles, in the first Santiago Principle, speaks of a sound legal framework. And there is no other sound legal framework other than the generally accepted principles of international arbitration procedures, Mr. President. If we really want to entice an investor to invest in the Maharlika funds, or if the Maharlika funds would invest in another host state, there is a need to ensure that we are practicing sound legal practices. And the sound legal practices, Mr. President, has no other meaning The sound legal practices would mean the establishment of a mechanism to resolve disputes between the investor and the host state. It is mandatory, Mr. President. We are not given the discretion. We are not given the discretion whether we will accept internationally sound arbitration principles, whether we will abide by internationally accepted principles or not. It is a standard. It is the gold standard. In fact, Mr. President, it is number 1 of the Santiago Principles, which is part of this measure, Mr. President. Ang akin pong sinasabi dito, gusto natin mag-imbita ng investors at gusto rin natin mag-invest, gamitin na natin po yung patakaran na kinikilala sa ibang bansa bilang gold standard. Ang sinasabi ko po, Mr. President, whether we are a national recipient of a foreign investment or whether we are the national source of a foreign investment, tayo po yung investor state o tayo yung host state, there are rules.
So may I ask the good gentleman from Cavite?
Yes.
What is the gold standard? So if the arbitration, if there is a conflict between Maharlika Investment Fund being invested in another country, let's say Indonesia or Kuala Lumpur, where will be the arbitration? You're saying that there is a gold standard. So where will it be arbitrated? Singapore?
The basic precept here, Mr. President, is that we are a signatory to exceed treaty.
Correct.
The
So I'm
ICTID
asking
treaty
you now,
since
I'm not a lawyer.
1976. 1978. So, Mr. President, if we enter into a venture involving another country or another country enters into a venture involving us as the host state, there has to be clear parameters. Whether we are the lex arbitri or not, the rules are the same. The rules are the same. We cannot tell the investor we might use, we may use, we are still thinking whether to use. The board will still determine, the council will still determine whether to use internationally accepted arbitration principle. It is there. It has been laid down. Otherwise, we will not be able to invite
Your Honor,
investors. So what I'm saying,
I'm also a businessman, so
Yes,
I've had dealings with when we did the solar power plant in Bukidnon, for example, and our partners were Australians and Kiwis from New Zealand. It was mutually agreed upon during the contract signing where arbitration would be, which is basically Singapore.
correct.
Both accepted Singapore as the arbitration area. So is it normally accepted when it is government, particularly for government funds such as this? There's a normally accepted gold standard. May we ask what the gold standard is?
Number 1 rule is that the decision of the arbitrator is final. Unless
So when that decided who the arbitrator will be?
the arbitrator will be decided by the parties who
Okay.
select the
All right.
arbitrator.
Okay,
Are
so that's clear.
for arbitrators. So
That's clear.
it is not we may accept or may not accept, subject to consultations. It is there. And these rules will have to be spelled out at the outset to entice investors. Otherwise, you don't have rules. You're not a rules-based host country, Mr. President.
So shall we ask the sponsor what is comment on your short manifestation?
Yes, I just want to clarify, this applies to international dealings, or does this apply also to local? It's not clear.
Mr. President, the first paragraph of the amendment is the one which is applicable to domestic situations, Mr. President. This is precisely tailored fit to apply Philippine laws. But when international negotiations, international investments are involved, international arbitration standards will have to be used. We cannot tell them we will still think about what standard to use. Accepted po yan worldwide eh.
So
But
this is just a statement. We
Yes.
are making a statement that we must abide.
yeah,
Your Honor, yes, I don't want to belabor the point, and I agree. I just want to make sure that it's clear, because it wasn't clear to our, it wasn't upon our consultation, it wasn't clear that the local, we just want to make sure that it's clear in the language that the local, if it's a local dealing, it should apply to local courts, local laws.
yes.
And we just want to make that clear, Your Honor, just so.
That's covered, Mr. President, by the first paragraph of the amendment, and there are Supreme Court cases concerning this. The latest was, hindi ko na po siguro maisa-isa to, GR 204, 197.
Okay, will you
et
accept?
cetera.
Wonder.
What he's saying is the local.
It's just a statement that we will just abide by
As part
settlement
of the
disputes.
Santiago principles, Mr. President.
Yes, I think subject to style. Again, I think the spirit of what he's saying is the locals. Obviously,
Yes.
as the good senator said, the first paragraph applies to the local. So perhaps subject to style to make that point clear.
Yep.
And to make it consistent with the Santiago principle.
Yes.
we
Subject to
accept.
style, it is accepted. Thank you, Senator Tolentino. So
Your Honor, I'm on page 20.
Yes, 20.
On page 20, line 1, delete the phrase section 46 auditor penalties and instead replace it with the following: section 46 violation by an independent auditor penalties. I so move, Your Honor.
There be no, Senator Rizzo Tavares is raising his hand.
Amendment to the amendment, Mr. President, good sponsor. But just before that, Mr. President, just to make of record that I joined with Senator Grace in her earlier amendments on page 19 to increase the penalties. And later in the amendments, I will further propose to add a minimum imprisonment to be stated in the provisions of this bill to further deter the misuse of these funds given to the MIC. And now to the present amendment, I will propose, Mr. President, as an amendment to the amendment in section 46 on page 20, line 1, between the words who and certifies, to add the word knowingly. If I may just mention them all together, good sponsor, Mr. President, but then move to have the decision of the sponsor on each of these amendments separately. On line 2, still page 20, between the words its and incompleteness, to add the word gross. On the same page 20, line 5, to increase the penalties to 5 million pesos to 7 million pesos and imprisonment of 6 years. And on line 8, to increase the penalties to 10 million pesos to 15 million pesos and imprisonment of 6 years. So, moving each of these proposed amendments separately, Mr. President, good sponsor, the new section 46 would then read, section 46, auditor penalties. An independent auditor who knowingly certifies the corporation's financial statements. Is it proper then, Mr. President, for me to move this phrase separately because I have one amendment?
Or we can
to the
ask,
amendment
you
to
can
the
ask
sponsor?
the sponsor.
Should I read the whole
You can read your
post
proposed.
section as amended?
No, you don't
Thank
have to read the
you.
whole section. You could just
Thank-
read what you're, and then what you're proposing.
Thank you, good sponsor, Mr. President. So I propose that section 46 auditor penalties would read, an independent auditor who knowingly certifies the corporation's financial statements despite their gross incompleteness or inaccuracy, their failure to give a fair and accurate presentation of the corporation's condition, or despite containing false or misleading statements, shall be punished with a fine ranging from 5 million pesos, parenthesis 5 million in numbers, to 7 million pesos, parenthesis 7 million in numbers, and imprisonment of 6, parenthesis numeral 6, years. When the statement or report certified is fraudulent or had the effect of causing injury to the general public, the auditor or responsible officer may be punished with a fine ranging from 10 million pesos to 15 million pesos and imprisonment of 6 years. I so move, Mr. President.
We ask the sponsor. Korea.
I'm sorry, Mr. President, good sponsor.
Ready to.
Yes, please, we have it suspended. Please proceed.
Yes, Your Honor, I accept the amendment.
It's accepted.
1 minute suspension, Mr. President. Sorry, Sen. Grace.
Wala po yung imprisonment, yung first imprisonment. Mr. President, would the proponent, Senator Risa, be amenable to inserting before the word imprisonment an additional penalty of perpetual disqualification from public
Okay.
office? Wala na,
Very open and grateful, Mr. President, good sponsor.
wala nang sponsor. Mr. Sponsor, in addition to Senator Risa's proposed amendments, she agreed to include perpetual inserting before the word imprisonment an additional penalty of perpetual disqualification from public office. I so move. I accept.
Can we ask for session suspended for 1 minute? Can you talk to them?
Yeah, that's why I'm going to, I'm going to I accept the amendment.
Mr.
There's
President,
another proposal on.
I think in the lateness of the hour, I understand that perhaps the sponsor is a little bit tired, but just for the record, to be clear, I will repeat that that the proponent of the amendment, Senator Risa, has agreed to insert before the word imprisonment an additional penalty of perpetual disqualification from public office. I so move.
What does the sponsor say?
I accept.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, good
Accepted.
sponsor, and Senator Grace.
Any more on page 20?
22 na tayo. Nabasa ko na yung line 1. Okay.
Your Honor, on page 20, line 22, remove the word boards before the word director. I so move, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, Mr. President,
Have a-
until your amendment, good sponsor.
Okay, yes.
Thank you, Mr.
Yeah,
President.
Senator Risa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Until your amendment, also section 47, page 20, line 10, between the words who and allows, add the phrase.
Line 10.
Fine.
Okay. So page 20, line 10. Okay. Got it. So, Mr. President, good sponsor on section 47, page 20, line 13, replace fine ranging from 1 million pesos to 5 million pesos with 20 million pesos to 30 million pesos, and imprisonment of 20 years. So the new Section 47 would read, Section 47, acting as intermediaries for graft and corrupt practices, semicolon, penalties, dash, any person, natural or juridical, who allows itself to be used for fraud or for committing or concealing graft and corrupt practices, dash, by the directors, officers, or other employees of the MIC, as defined under pertinent laws, rules, and regulations, shall be liable for a fine ranging from 20 million pesos to 30 million pesos and imprisonment of 20 years. I so move, Mr. President.
What does the sponsor say?
Uh, Move to suspend.
Session suspended.
I withdraw my previously proposed amendment and propose this amendment, Mr. President, good sponsor. Section 47, acting as intermediaries for graft and corrupt practices, penalties. Any person, natural or juridical, who allows itself to be used for fraud or for committing or concealing graft and corrupt practices by the directors, officers, or other employees of the MIC, as defined under pertinent laws, rules, and regulations, shall be liable for a fine ranging from 1 million pesos to 5 million pesos and imprisonment of 6 years. I so move, Mr. President.
Yes, I accept.
Thank you, good sponsor.
Amendment accepted.
6 years.
To reiterate,
6 years na lang. 6 years. 6 years. Magkano ba yung amount? 1 million, 1 million.
yes.
Okay, Your Honor, I'm on, Your Honor, I'm on page 20, line 31. On page 20, line 31, remove the word other violations on the title. I so move, Your Honor.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendments carried. Yun na.
Section 51 of page 20, lines 34 to 36, and page 21, lines 1 to 33 shall be deleted and be replaced by the following.
Mr.
Section-
President.
Senator Risa?
Mr. President, good sponsor, I believe Senator Grace has an anterior amendment.
Senator Grace?
Um, for sections 46 to 48, Mr. President,
Section 48, 46 to 48?
amendment, ito lang po okay. No, okay. Mr. President, would the proponent be amenable to inserting before the word imprisonment, again, an additional penalty of perpetual disqualification from public office? The same.
Yes,
For
I,
section,
Again, yes, gladly, Mr. President.
yes, I accept.
Yes.
okay, accept.
Thank you.
Please proceed.
Thank you, good sponsor, Mr. President, Senator Grace.
Thank you.
Okay. On section 51 of page 20, lines 34.
Sorry, Mr. Good Sponsor, anterior amendment also.
Please proceed.
Mr. President, good sponsor. Ito, no? Okay. In section 48, page 20, line 20, between. Okay, sorry. Section 48, page 20, line 23. Ito pa rin, 20 to 30? Replace fine ranging from 1 million pesos to 5 million pesos to 20 million pesos to 30 million pesos and imprisonment of 20 years. The new section 47 or 48? The new section 48 would read, Section 48, tolerating graft and corrupt practices, penalties. A director or officer of the MIC who fails to sanction, report, or file the appropriate action with proper agencies, allows or tolerates graft and corrupt practices or fraudulent acts committed by a board's director, officer, or employee shall be punished with a fine ranging from 20 million pesos to 30 million pesos and imprisonment of 20 years. I so move, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
The expert.
Tago.
I just said the expert. Senator Estrada is recognized. Please inform me who's a law student. The gentleman is a veteran legislator and a law student, a graduate of law. Please proceed, Your Honor.
Thank you. I would like to have an amendment to the amendment of Senator Risa with regard to Section 48, lines 22 to 23. A fine ranging from She said 20 million to 30 million. I would like
Yes,
to
Mr.
amend it
President.
to 5 million to 10 million pesos. I so move, Mr. President, if sponsor is agreeable, if the gentle lady is agreeable.
I'm agreeable, Mr. President. Good
And
sponsor.
I accept.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay,
Thank you, good sponsor.
accepted by both parties.
So page 20, lines 34 to 36, and page 21, lines 1 to 33 shall be deleted and be replaced by the following. Section 51 appropriations, a portion of the national government capital contribution either through subscription of common shares or of preferred shares under Section 6 hereof shall be sourced from the following. Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas dividends for the first and second fiscal years. Upon the effectivity of this act, 100% of the BSP's total declared dividends as computed under RA number 7653 as amended by RA number 11211, also known as the New Central Bank Act, shall be remitted to the national government for the capitalization of the MIC in the amount not exceeding the 50 billion initial subscription of the national government to the capitalization of the MIC under this section, provided that the Monetary Board may recommend to the President of the Philippines the reduction of BSP's dividend contribution to the MIC whenever economic conditions may warrant. Thereafter, the dividends of the BSP shall be remitted to the national government to fund the increase in the capitalization of the BSP in accordance with Section 2 of RA number 7653 as amended by RA number 11211. Government share in PAGCOR and revenues from other government-owned gaming operators and regulators, 10% of the national government's share from the income of PAGCOR as provided for in Presidential Decree number 1869 as amended, provided that the share earmarked for the Universal Healthcare Act under Section 37B of RA number 11223 shall not in any manner be diminished, provided further that the above funding from PAGCOR will be for the period of 5 years. Accordingly, other government-owned gaming operators and regulators shall also contribute 10% of the revenues from gaming operations for a period of 5 years. DOF PMO proceeds, DOF PMO proceeds from the privatization of government assets, the amount of which shall be determined by the Privatization Council, subject to budgeting, accounting, and auditing laws, rules, and regulations, subject to the conditions provided under Section 6 of this Act, and for other sources such as royalties and/or special assessments, subject to budgeting, accounting, and auditing laws, rules, and regulations. The amount of contribution provided in Section 6 shall be remitted to the National Treasury as a special account in the general fund and are hereby appropriated solely for the payment of the MIC's capitalization subscribed by the national government, which shall not exceed 51% of the authorized capital stock. Thereafter, all funds shall be deposited to the National Treasury under the general fund to support the national budget. I so move, Your Honor.
There be no objection? Amendment approved.
Mr. President, an interior amendment to Section 48,
Yes.
again by the original proponent, Senator Risa, inserting before the word imprisonment an additional penalty of perpetual disqualification from public office. I so move.
I accept.
Accepted by the sponsor.
Mr. President, another anterior amendment.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good sponsor. In section 49, page 20, line 29, replace fine ranging from 100,000 pesos to 1 million pesos with 1 million pesos to 2 million pesos and imprisonment of 6 years. The new Section 49 would read, Section 49, Retaliation Against Whistleblowers. A whistleblower refers to any person who provides truthful information relating to the commission or possible commission of any offense or violation under this Act. Any person who knowingly and with intent to retaliate commits acts detrimental to a whistleblower, such as interfering with the lawful employment or livelihood of the whistleblower, shall, at the discretion of the court, be punished with a fine ranging from 1 million pesos to 2 million pesos and imprisonment of 6 years. I so move, Mr. President.
Yes, I accept.
Thank you, good sponsor, Mr.
Accepted.
President.
For the record, subject to style.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. President, I'm one last proposed amendment in this section, to the next section rather, good sponsor, Mr. President. after section 49, I would like to propose a new section on embezzlement or misappropriation of Maharlika funds. On page 20, line 31, I move to add a new section that would read, Section 50, embezzlement or misappropriation of the Maharlika funds. Any person who shall embezzle or misappropriate funds entrusted to the MIC shall be guilty of fraud and shall be penalized in accordance with the provisions of this section. Any person found guilty of embezzlement or misappropriation of funds under this section shall be punished by a fine ranging from 20 million pesos to 30 million pesos and imprisonment of 20 years. If the person is a director, officer, employee, or agent of the MIC, or is a government official or employee, the crime is aggravated, and the person shall be punished by a fine ranging from 30 million pesos to 40 million pesos and life imprisonment. In cases where multiple individuals are involved in the fraudulent scheme, each person shall be held individually liable, and the penalties imposed shall be applied separately to each person. Resignation or termination from office shall not exempt such director, officer, employee, or agent from administrative or criminal sanctions. Violation of this provision shall be considered as an unlawful activity under Republic Act number 9160 as amended, or the Anti-Money Laundering Act of 2001. Existing laws and regulations on forfeiture and restitution shall be suppletorily applicable. I so move, Mr. President.
May I just raise this question? With due respect, I absolutely agree with you with embezzlement and of course money laundering and all. But are we amending the penal codes if we put this under the law? Because there are laws already on syndicated estafa for those working in companies that have trust and confidence. Tapos kinuha nila yung pera. Syndicated estafa, I think, is non-bailable.
Yes.
And there's also the law on plunder, which is also non-bailable if they steal over 50 million pesos. So I'm not sure if we're going to, putting this in this law, will it amend the other penal provisions of the penal code? I'm not a lawyer.
Yes,
Secretary.
Your Honor, that we're of the opinion, there are existing laws that apply to these instances, so we deny we do not accept.
Yeah, I'm just worried. Because whenever we raise this issue, Tito Frank, who I love very dearly, was a minority floor leader, would always point out to me when we increase the penalties in certain laws that there are already laws in place for that particular penalty. So I'm just worried na if we impose different punishments and penalties, we might be amending it might be either too excessive, and we may be amending existing penal provisions. So my appeal to the lady senator, maybe, I don't know, putting a certain section on embezzlement. Although I understand their point. Absolutely.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, good sponsor. In response to the first question of the good Senate President, no, it was not the intent with this proposed amendment to amend the revised penal code. This is a special law, and also I would like to cite the existing section 50 on other violations, separate liability, that liability for any of the foregoing offenses shall be separate from any other administrative, civil, or criminal liability under other laws.
Okay.
But I think, unfortunately, the sponsor declined the additional section.
Yes, Mr. President, and I accept the declining by the good sponsor.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you very
Mr.
much.
President and good sponsor.
But we appreciate the effort of the good minority floor leader, deputy minority floor leader. Yes, please proceed.
Mr. Honor, so now we add a new section under Article 12 on miscellaneous provisions will be inserted, which shall read, Section blank Statutory Council, the Office of the Government or.
Which line is this, sir? Which section and which line?
Amendment, old Article 12 on miscellaneous provisions, which is add a new section under Article 12 on miscellaneous provisions.
So we go back to section 12?
Yeah, Article 12.
Article 12.
This is in,
Page 21.
Yeah.
Sorry. So we're in page 21.
yes.
So we are in page 21. There are no ulterior amendments before that.
I'm sorry, Mr. President, I do have an anterior amendment.
Okay, please proceed.
Good sponsor, I have an amendment to section 50 regarding other violations and separate liabilities. On page 20, line 32, after the phrase offenses shall be separate from, add the phrase comma, and in addition to. And on the same page, line 33, after the sentence ending in other laws, remove the period and add this sentence that would read, comma, such as, but not limited to, the provisions of the Revised Penal Code, Plunder Act, Anti-Graft and Corrupt Practices Act, Anti-Money Laundering Act, Revised Corporation Code, among others, so that the new provision would then read, other violations, separate liability. Liability for any of the foregoing offenses shall be separate from and in addition to any other administrative, civil, or criminal liability under other laws, such as, but not limited to, the provisions of the Revised Penal Code, Plunder Act, Anti-Graft and Corrupt Practices Act, Anti-Money Laundering Act, Revised Corporation Code, among others. I so move, Mr. President.
Yes, I accept, Your Honor.
Thank you, good sponsor, Mr. President. And lastly, Mr. President,
you help, please?
additionally, I propose a new section 52 on the prescription of crimes before the current provision on prescription of offenses. On page 21, line 34, I move to add a new section that would read, prescription of crimes. The crimes punishable under this act shall prescribe in 20 years. However, the right of the state to recover properties unlawfully acquired by the person involved, nominees, or transferees in embezzlement and misappropriation of the funds shall not be barred by prescription, laches, or estoppel, and renumber the sections accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
I propose an amendment to the amendment of 10 years instead of the 20.
The reason, good sponsor, Mr. President, that I propose the amendment of 20 years is because that is the similar jail term in the I'm sorry, what? Goodness, I'm so sorry. Good sponsor, Mr. President. It's the same period of prescription under the anti-agricultural smuggling law. For economic sabotage, Mr. President. So, and crimes under or in violation of this bill, the law on the MIC could not be less than that. Good sponsor, Mr. President.
Well, based on our discussions with the legal, they're saying that 10 years is the maximum, so we reject.
So the compromise, if you may, is 10 years.
Yes.
See, with the sponsor of the amendment, agree to a compromise of 10 years?
Just with a final note, a good sponsor, Mr. President, that the prescription period for plunder is also 20 years, like my original amendment. However, could that be a final convincing argument to the good sponsor? Otherwise, I must accept his rejection, declining. Just that appeal, good sponsor. If the crime of plunder prescribes as well in 20 years.
We are firm on 10 years.
We know why. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, good
So
sponsor.
10 years. May I just point out to the good sponsor that section 51 of appropriations
Yes.
is actually in Article 11 of offenses and penalties. So would you want to remove that from Article 11? Was that a mistake? Was a harmless mistake?
I know.
I just saw that it says
Say it's
appropriation.
renumbered subject to style.
So subject to style.
Yes.
So we will remove it. Well,
Renumbered is
the idea is to remove it from offenses and penalties and transpose it to possibly Article 12, which is miscellaneous provision.
Yes, yes.
Okay, subject to style.
Thank you.
Yes, Senator Grace.
Mr. President, just an interior amendment. On line 33, section 50. Are you ready? Yeah. Can we add the following? Such as, but not limited to,
Section, which section?
section 50.
50. We'll go back to 50. Okay.
Yeah, 50. Interior amendment. Can we add more laws to the list? So, Republic Act number 6713, or the Code of Conduct and Ethical Standards for Public Officials and Employees. And Presidential Decree number 46, series of 1972. Executive Order 292, or the Administrative Code of 1987. Republic Act number 9184, or the Government Procurement Act. Republic Act number 386, or the Civil Code of the Philippines as amended. I so move, Mr. President.
Yes, I accept.
On page 20.
Just point of information, directed to the proponent. What was PD 46? The others, I heard you mention what those laws were, but what was PD 46?
Presidential Decree number 46, series of 1972, to be exact, is making it punishable for public officials and employees to receive and for private persons to give gifts on any occasion, including Christmas.
Isn't that already amended? Is that the Graft and Corrupt Practices Act? Just check, no?
part of
Because
the-
some of them might already be amending older, kasi PD so it just struck my attention na baka lumang ano na yan.
Yeah, I think the correct provision, the correct law is now the Anti-Graft
Yeah,
and Corrupt Practices Act, which amended that PD.
yeah, that's what I thought, Your Honor.
Yes.
Well, I will yield to
Yes,
the
subject
wisdom.
to style,
Yeah,
subject
to style, Your
I will
Subject to
yield to
style.
the wisdom of the body.
Subject to
Subject
style.
style, Your Honor.
Kasi mabuhay kung binalik yun tapos na-repeal na.
Yes, they're intently listening, the lawyers, all these lawyers in front, so.
Much
Subject to style.
much appreciated for enlightening this proponent. On page 20, on line 31, before section 50 on separate liability, insert 3 new sections to read as follows. Section 50, preventive suspension. Any public officer against whom any criminal prosecution under a valid information under this act, in whatever stage of execution and mode of participation, is pending in court, shall be suspended from office. Should he be convicted by final judgment, he shall lose all retirement or gratuity benefits under any law. I so move. Too harsh?
Sorry, Your Honor, could you just repeat what was the status of his crime or his conviction? What was it?
Any public officer against whom any criminal prosecution under a valid information under this act, in whatever stage of execution and mode of participation, is pending in court.
Okay, so
shall
there
be
is an
suspended.
information filed. Your
Yeah.
Honor, if I may, can we align that because there was a pending provision similar which was subject to style, so it just has to be aligned. I think the Senate President instructed
Yes. Subject to style.
yeah, to align it with the provisions of law that are in the provisions that are in our current laws. So just that they should be aligned with it.
And I think, Your Honor, these are covered under existing civil service laws. I think, you know.
Yeah, I think
there's already a provision here that says,
Doble.
There is civil service laws on that already, and rules and regulations. I'm worried we might not be able to hire anybody if we show them all these penal provisions right away.
there's a lot of, there's already
Secretary
existing
Jokno's nodding his head there.
Either's
He might not want to be appointed there anymore.
Either's there. Maybe for the, yeah, just a proposal, section 51, liability of directors, trustees, officers, or other employees. If the offender under section 47 of this act is a corporation, the penalty may, at the discretion of the court, be imposed upon such corporation and or upon its directors, trustees, stockholders, members, officers, or employees who are willfully or knowingly responsible for the violation. This is just reiterating what is already probably out there.
Maybe you can read all three and then approach,
Yeah.
we can suspend for 1 minute so that you can approach the sponsor with the written, what you're reading now, and so that we can study it with the team.
And so lastly, Mr. President, liability of aiders and abettors and other secondary liability. Anyone who shall aid, abet, counsel, command, induce, or cause any violation of act shall be punished with a fine not exceeding that imposed of the principal offenders at the discretion of the court after taking into account their participation in the offense. I so move. So maybe we.
Session suspended for 1 minute so you can approach the bench of Senator Villar.
The spirit of what the senator is trying to express is we're just really reiterating and reinforcing the existence of these laws and that they apply to Maharlika. So perhaps we can just subject to style include.
No, because we have, actually, there was a section 50, we already named so many laws,
Yes.
including civil service, such as not limited to several laws.
Yes.
So kasama na yun.
Okay.
If you ask me.
So I guess I hope is that enough for the
Yes. Mr. President, the purpose also of this is for the record, so that we can always refer to this discussion, to this debate, in case there is confusion with regards to the interpretation of this law.
Yes.
So let it just be on the record that we are making it clear that they are subject to already existing laws.
Correct.
That's all, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Now.
Mr. President, I have an amendment in section 48.
Oh, what the amendment? Okay. So 48.
Yes, Your Honor, this is page 20, line 22. There's an enumeration, directors, officers, or employees, delete the word or, and after employee, agent or representative. And the reason for that is just to be consistent with the previous paragraph that refers to agent or representatives, because it could be an agent or a representative engaging in this graft and corrupt practices, which a director and officer should now be duty bound to also report or sanction.
Yes, I accept.
Thank you,
Accepted.
Your Honor.
So there's more amendments for page 20,
Yes.
except that we are moving the section 51 to the
Yes,
proper.
I think I had a motion for Article 12 to add a new section under Article 12 on miscellaneous provisions will be inserted, which I'll read. Section
Statutory Counsel. The Office of the Government Corporate Counsel is the statutory counsel of the MIC and shall handle its legal affairs. Subsequent sections shall be renumbered accordingly. I so move.
That is section 50, that will become section.
A new section under Article 12, Your Honor. And I said
That will be the
subsequent.
beginning of the article? Because
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
that will be the beginning of the article.
Yes, and subsequent sections shall be renumbered accordingly. I so move.
There be no objection, amendments approved.
On page 22, line 3, remove the word "the" before RA 11232.
There be no objection,
On page 22, line 4, insert the phrase after the word Philippines to the extent relevant and remove the phrase which are not in before the word consistent.
there are no objections. Amendments approved.
As proposed by Senator Legarda on page 22, insert a new section to read as follows. The MIC shall exist for a term of 35 years from the date of the effectivity of this act unless sooner repealed or extended by Congress. The succeeding provisions shall be renumbered accordingly. I so move, Your Honor.
There be no objection, amendments approved.
And the Secretariat may do editorial changes subject to style, Your Honor. I so move.
There being no objection, the motion is approved.
Mr. President.
Yes, ma'am, before I congratulate everyone.
Yes, before. Mr. President, I have an amendment just for clarity. This was on our previous discussion regarding the compensation and bonuses. If His Honor will recall, there was a proposal to delete section 30 on rewards and incentives, but
We
then
returned it.
it was decided that we keep
to
it.
keep it, yes.
But Your Honor, after that, after we decided to keep it, we amended section 21 on page 12. And it's a little bit confusing if you try to reconcile. So my suggestion would be to revert to deleting the entire section 30, because if you read section 21, it refers to all the compensation and bonuses to be determined by the board consistent with GOCC Governance Act. And then for the technical positions, the board will also make that determination. So the bonuses for the staff that His Honor was concerned about, that's already covered. To retain section 30 might be confusing, Your Honor.
So we'll just go back to the original motion of the
Yes.
proponent, which is basically to delete section 30 and 31.
Is that okay?
Yes, I accept.
Thank you. And then, Your Honor, go ahead.
Accepted.
And then, I'll,
Please take note, we're moving very fast, so the
Yes, I know.
secretary has to take note.
so section 30 is deleted. And
And
then,
31, right?
no, just section 30. And then in section 21, we have a reference to section 30. So we just have to delete that
Ma'am,
because
we
it
have
no longer exists.
Article 6, which is rewards, incentives, and termination, are two sections. So if we remove, we'll have to delete the entire Article 6. Yes, because Article 6 is rewards, incentives, termination. So we'll end up deleting section 30 and 31.
I leave it to the discretion
That
of
was
the
the
sponsor.
original motion of the sponsor, to delete the whole Article 6.
Oh, I have no comment there, Your Honor.
Yes. So we will delete the whole Article 6, Your Honor?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
It's
And
an
renumbered accordingly. Sir, it's accepted.
Okay. And then, Your Honor, as I was saying, in section 21, for consistency, there is a reference to the performance bonus authorized under section 30. So delete that. So because there is no more section 30.
Yes, there's no more section 30 and 31.
Yes, so that there's a line that makes reference to section 30. So we have to delete that line in section 21. That is the amendment, Your Honor.
Yes, that is a styling amendment. We just asked the secretary
Thank you.
to remove that, and it's duly noted by the secretary. Just to be clear as well to our proponent, on page 22, you inserted a new section, but it has no title. On page 22, you said the MIC shall exist for a term of 35 years from the date of effectivity of the act unless sooner repealed or extended by Congress. But it has no, you did not give a title to the corporate term. Shall we call it the corporate term?
Term of the MIC. Corporate term of the MIC, Your Honor.
Corporate term of the MIC. That will be section 53. And then all the other sections renumbered accordingly. Okay? So is that it, ladies and gentlemen? Malapit na. Yes, sir. In Filipino. Senator Robin Hood Padilla.
Ginoong Pangulo, huli na po ito. Pasensya na po kayo. Sa pahina 22, ika-11 na linya, seksyon 77, amyendahan ang naturang seksyon upang maging, sa English po, Mr. President, on page 22, line 19, section 57, amend the entire section to read as follows. Section 57, effectivity. This act shall take effect immediately upon its publication in the official gazette or in a newspaper of general circulation in the Philippines 60 days after the effectivity of this act. Its Filipino translation shall be published in the official gazette or in a newspaper of general circulation in the Philippines. Tinatanggap po ba ng ating magiting at magandang lalaking sponsor?
Siyempre po, tinatanggap ko po.
Maraming salamat po. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo.
So,
Yes, ma'am.
can it be English or Filipino? Baka we have to be clear with that.
I have
Meron lang pong translation po. Galing po sa English. Kasi English po ito eh.
Opo.
Ita-translate lang po natin to, Ginoong Pangulo, sa Tagalog,
So,
sa Filipino.
kasi mas mahal yan eh. Kasi magpiprint tayo sa newspaper, dalawang version.
Opo.
English and Filipino.
Opo.
Opo. So, Ma'am Pia, may comment po kayo, Madam.
No, there will be confusion, Your Honor, because the wording of section 57 is it shall take effect immediately. So immediately ba o 60 days? And then to be clear, there is already a 90-day period for the implementing rules. So I think our normal process is we say it takes effect immediately. Wala na hong 60 days.
O parang wala na 60 days.
Oo, wala na yon. And then we do the rules right away. Or actually, the rules are done simultaneously, Your
Yes.
Honor.
So
That is
tanggalin
the
na natin
practice.
yung amendment niyo po, tanggalin natin yung 60 days. Which will take effect immediately. So ang importante lang dyan ay pag-publish sa newspaper, meron pong Tagalog version. Tama ba?
Mahalaga po yung Tagalog version.
Opo.
Opo.
Sige.
Ano po ba? Tatanggapin niyo po ba?
Yes.
Hindi naman po ako ang
Tatanggap ko
sponsor.
po.
Hindi po ako magsasabi.
Opo, ang sagot.
Yes. Opo, tinatanggap ko po. Ang inyong
Tinanggap na po ang inyong
Mr. President, before that, may I just clarify, Mr. President,
Ano
Iba po ang Filipino at Tagalog.
Yes, Filipino.
Filipino is Tagalog-based, but ang Tagalog is not completely Filipino. So we'll publish it in English and Filipino, not Tagalog.
Maulagi. Bisaya, wala? Peter. Bisaya.
Mr. President,
Yes, Senator Jingo.
my amendment to the amendment was not officially acted upon, just for clarity.
Yes, we removed the word 60 days and acted upon immediately.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Mr. Mahal na
Yes,
Pangulo,
yes.
ibig po sabihin sabay na. Sabay.
Opo.
Sabay na po. Pagka pinapublish po ito, sabay na po yung English at Tagalog.
Opo.
Okay, salamat po.
Senator
The expert.
Jingoy Estrada is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do not wish to make any amendments anymore because of the lateness of the hour. And I would like to say that I am happy because Senator Risa, who is a member of the minority, had made a lot of amendments to improve this bill and has been accepted mostly by the sponsor. Maybe we can convince her to vote for this bill, Mr. President.
You don't have to answer, ma'am, if you don't want to. Senator Risa is recognized.
Well, Mr. President, just again to say that, maybe I should just quote the good sponsor na libre namang mangarap. At ako naman ay nakikiisa dun sa libreng mangarap sa iba't ibang paraan. But also to say, Mr. President, that I had been given to understand earlier that we would be voting this on second reading tomorrow. And because, well, just to complete what I had been given to understand earlier, Mr. President, because a clean copy would be generated. And also because I was looking forward to the minority leader being able to participate in the vote on second reading. Anyway, the bill is certified as urgent and we could approve it on second and third reading tomorrow to allow him to participate and also manifest his vote, Mr. President.
Unfortunately, my dear colleague, there's already a time for a bicameral conference committee tomorrow at 11 o'clock. The House already elected its members, and they're just waiting for the bicameral conference committee to be constituted by the Senate.
Thank you.
And I don't think these people will be here if the voting was tomorrow. It would probably just have been me, Senator Joel, and you left in the.
For the record, Mr. President, we were here at 2:30 in the morning yesterday.
Yes.
Thank you.
And I'd like to put this on record.
Mr. President.
We have the form that we are passing now, I think satisfies our thirst for transparency and accountability on this measure. I think the number of amendments that we placed here will assure the Filipino people that this fund will be used properly, efficiently, and effectively. So, we like to ask the majority floor leader.
Yes,
what is
Mr.
the-
President. Mr. President, with no other individual amendments, I move to close the period of individual amendments. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no more amendments. Period of amendments is closed.
Mr.
There be no
President,
objection.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading Senate Bill number 2020, subject to style. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion is approved. Second reading approval of the measure.
Mr. President, the Deputy Minority Leader is seeking the floor. Move that she be
Yes,
recognized.
our Deputy Minority Floor Leader is recognized.
Salamat kaayo, Mr. President and Majority Leader. Just a short explanation of my vote, Mr. President, and hoping that if the Minority Leader wishes also to make his manifestation tomorrow, there will, of course, be time for him. First of all, I want to thank the sponsor. Thank you, Senator Mark, for accepting some or a good number of my amendments that say that the corporation shall admit into its ranks only those persons unblemished by any hint of corruption, and also that stiff penalties await if corrupt acts are ever perpetrated. Nagagalak po ako, Mr. President, na hindi natin pinayagan na itaya ang pera ng SSS, GSIS, PhilHealth, Pag-ibig, OWA at PIVAW dito sa Maharlika Fund. Sigurado at maaasahan po ang mga pondong iyon at para yun sa seguridad ng ating mga kababayan. Sabi nga nila, a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. I think we were wise to sense the uncertainties of the times and to act on that intuition. So again, congratulations to everyone. I also want to thank the sponsor and Senator Angara. Thank you for ensuring that there would be a 25% limit to the investable funds of DBP and the Land Bank that would be exposed to the operations of the Maharlika Fund. And I thank Senator Gatchalian for consistently going against the grain in his effort to protect the financial strength of our Bangko Sentral. But in the end, we still have this Maharlika Fund into which scarce public resources will be poured. And of course, I will not enumerate here again the multiple crises that cry urgently for resources. I want to reiterate, however, that I fully agree with the sponsor's belief that a new kind of public financing is needed. We need to learn how to leverage the capital resources that we have so that we could do more with the little that we have. My belief is that the idea of a sovereign wealth fund will make sense sometime in the medium term, perhaps when we have the surpluses. It's ahead of its time, so to speak. But at this time, I think that what we need is to capitalize our GOCCs so that they can venture where the private sector hesitates to go, into utility scale batteries, cold storage for fish and vegetables, PUV modernization, Mr. President. But it is not, to my mind, a Maharlika Fund that is fit for this purpose. These challenges require the subsector-specific knowledge of risks, opportunities, and regulatory challenges that our GOCCs possess. At a later time, years from now, after the GOCCs have soaked up the little capital that we have and solved the problems that are most real to Filipinos, it is at that point, I think, that the capabilities of a sovereign wealth fund would have come into consideration. At that point, the wealth of publicly funded innovations and businesses already earning their keep can be handed over to the private sector through the financial facilitation of a Maharlika Fund, so that a new round of public investments by our GOCCs and their venture partners can then begin again. For these reasons, I vote no. Maraming salamat po. Dagang salamat, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, our dear Deputy Minority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, at this juncture, this being a certified measure, Mr. President, I would like to request the Secretary to read the letter of certification from President Ferdinand Romualdez Marcos Jr.
Yes, with no objections, I ask the Secretary to read the letter certifying the measure.
Malacañang Palace, Manila, 22 May 2023. Senator Juan Miguel F. Zubiri, Senate President, the Philippine Senate, Pasay City. Mr. Senate President, pursuant to the provisions of Article 6, Section 26, Paragraph 2 of the 1987 Constitution, I hereby certify to the necessity of the immediate enactment of Senate Bill number 2020, an act establishing the Maharlika Investment Fund, providing for the management, investment, and use of the proceeds of the fund and for other purposes. With the downgrade of the global growth projection this year on account of debilitating inflation, fluctuating and unstable prices of crude oil and other fuels due to the protracted conflict between Ukraine and Russia, and continuing interest rate hikes in the international financial sector, there is a compelling need for a sustainable national investment fund as a new growth catalyst to accelerate the implementation of strategic and high-impact large infrastructure projects that will stimulate economic activity and development. Best regards, very truly yours, the President of the Republic of the Philippines.
Mr. President, thank you. And with the consent of the body, I move to consider on third reading Senate Bill number 2020. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion of the Majority Floor Leader, we now instruct the Secretary to please read the title of the measure and proceed with the third reading. Roll call vote.
An act establishing the Maharlika Investment Fund, providing for the management, investment, and use of the proceeds of the fund and for other purposes. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia,
Yes.
Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go,
Senator Go. Yes.
Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
Yes. With, ladies and gentlemen, at 2:32 a.m. in the morning, we have 19 affirmative votes, 1 negative vote, 1 abstention. Senate Bill number 2020 is approved on third reading. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President.
We suspend for 1 minute so that we may approach.
Yes, Mr. President, but before that, may we put on record, Mr. President, a lot of our colleagues would want to submit their explanation of votes, Mr. President.
Yes.
And, we'll do that, Mr. President.
Yeah, we'll accept their explanation of votes.
We'll
in
accept
writing.
their explanation of vote.
I will
Also,
suspend
Mr.
to be able
President,
to come up with the list.
yes,
for-
Mr. President, also, Senator Robin Hood Padilla would like to be made co-author of this particular measure, Senate Bill number 2020. Will it be put on record, Mr.
We
President?
put that on record. Session suspended for 1
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President.
I already said.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move that we proceed to the Senate President's designation of Senate conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2020 and House Bill number 6608, entitled Maharlika Investment Fund Act of 2023. I so move, Mr. President.
The following members are hereby designated the Senate conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2020 and House Bill number 6608. They are the chairperson, Senator Mark Villar, and to be joined by Senator Pia Cayetano, Senator Bato de la Rosa, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, Senator Francis Tolentino, Senator Alan Cayetano, and Senator Coco Pimentel on the part of the minority. So designated.
Mr. President, it's actually supposed to be Senator Pia Cayetano.
No, they also asked Alan to join.
Okay. Okay, Mr. President.
Yes.
With that, Mr. President, I move that we adjourn the session until 4 o'clock in the afternoon of Wednesday, May 31, 2023. I so move, Mr. President.
Before I act on that motion, I would like to thank the economic team for their patience. Ma'am Leah, Secretary Jokno, Secretary Mina, Secretary Balisacan, Secretary Pascual was here, Secretary Governor Felipe Medalla was here, SEC Chairperson was here as well, our Chairperson is here as well, and to all the members, ES Executive Secretary, and the Special Assistant to the President,
Secretary Dong Mendoza, Mr.
and
President.
of course, the provider of pizza pie, donuts, fried chicken, and French fries, Secretary Dong Mendoza, our PLLO Secretary. So with that, the motion is to adjourn. And of course, my goodness, how can I forget? The Secretariat, our staff. Palapakan po natin ang staff. Secretariat for the hard work that they've done. Pasensya na lang po, minsan ay minit ang ulo, but you guys did the job very, very well done with your job. So we adjourn. There be good job. Hindi job, good job, sabi ko. There being no objection, the session is adjourned until 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Wednesday, May 31, 2023. Today.